It's just like a generation is gone, and it's just amazing to think if those people are still alive, what the art world, the theater world would be like. It would be very different.
Where AIDS came from, God only knows.
I think that I've been terrorized as a gay man into believing things about HIV and AIDS that are not provable.
It was just a crazy construct in the beginning. The original definition of AIDS doesn't have any resemblance to the current definition of AIDS.
That's not an epidemic. The number of cases reported went up epidemically, exponentially, because the number of tests that was done went up exponentially.
It follows a long-standing tradition of basically dumping our abandoned drugs onto the third world.
It's really society that's killing these people in general, and modern medicine that's killing them in particular.
I believe I'm alive after 20 years of being HIV positive because I didn't take AZT or any anti-AIDS drug.
As long as AZT remains on the market, we continue to be betrayed.
I think there is a severe crisis in science as a whole, and in medical sciences in particular. They don't question anything.
The entire AIDS establishment is absolutely guilty of some hideous sins, and everybody's been fooled. That's hard to believe. See, I was like, no, it can't be.
I would say we have acquired information deficiency syndrome or a scandal.
We maintain that HIV is a big mistake, possibly one of the biggest mistakes of the 20th century.
How is this virus causing AIDS? How is it causing the depletion of immune cells when you can't even find it?
Nobody has ever seen HIV. We have seen diagrams of HIV. We've seen posters, all of those with drawings of HIV. But this is only theoretical, the way that it ought to be.
When two different parties look at the same data and come to different conclusions, it's no longer scientific.
Actually, AIDS is a religion of these people. They believe in this virus.
There is so much money being pumped into AIDS that people have no incentive whatsoever to see the truth.
Maintaining this industry, maintaining this whole idea that there's this epidemic pending and that HIV causes AIDS is a major public relations process in the United States.
If a hypothesis fails to produce results, that we have to reconsider that hypothesis.
I'm in the Museum of the City of New York. There is a 20-year retrospective on AIDS. In this retrospective, if you look around, there's beautiful posters and very poignant and touching photographs and stories of people who have been afflicted with AIDS. Also, all along the walls are little charts, chronologies of events, like when AIDS was discovered, and then the test, the antibody test, that people should be tested to determine, do they have this deadly disease? That there is hope, not for a cure, but instead put time on your side, take AZT or other antiretroviral cocktails. That's the messages. I'm Gary Null, and I'd like to open up a dialogue that allows those who've been excluded from the communication in the war on AIDS to have a forum. These individuals are sincere, they are credentialed, and they have a lot of good questions and challenging statements for those who are absolutely convinced that everything we've been taught about AIDS is right. It is the intent of this program to have a forum for the dissidents. The most responsible and reasoned of those individuals, you're now going to have an opportunity to see what their argument is as they try to deconstruct what they consider the myth of AIDS.
Professor David Rasnick, one of the developers of the protease inhibitors commonly used for persons with AIDS, came from a scientific established background. He has done extensive research on the subject of AIDS and is now one of the most outspoken AIDS dissidents.
The best evidence against the HIV hypothesis is that there is no evidence for it. In the vast scientific medical literature, over 100,000 journals published so far on HIV/AIDS, we cannot find anywhere in this vast literature the evidence that HIV causes AIDS, that AIDS is a contagious disease or that it's even sexually transmitted. If this had been shown, that AIDS is caused by HIV, we should know who these benefactors of humanity are by name. These would be candidates for the Nobel Prize. But I challenge you, any American, journalist, scientist, to come up with the names of these individuals who we should revere and should honor with awards and things. And I think you will find that you won't be able to come up with it.
In 1984, Luc Montagnier wrote in Nature, quote, "All available data are consistent with the virus being the causative agent of AIDS," end of quote. But in 1985, he expressed an opinion which is impossible to reconcile with the HIV theory. I quote, "This syndrome occurs in a minority of infected persons who generally have in common a past history of antigenic stimulation," that means immune stimulation, "and of immune depression before HIV infection." In other words, Montagnier was claiming that the cause of the immune depression was coming after the effect, which is contradictory. Perhaps Montagnier was hedging his bets even at that early stage.
14 years ago, Dr. Peter Duesberg was the lone voice in the world of AIDS dissonance. At that time, the molecular biologist, world-renowned virologist, and UCLA professor began asking a question that seemed like heresy in his day. Was it possible that we were wrong when we equated HIV with AIDS?
Gallo tried in hundreds of patients to find that virus and came up with a sample that he borrowed from a French colleague. I know Gallo, and Gallo is not a bad virologist. He would have found a virus that is there at concentrations where it could cause a disease. But Gallo proved to the scientific world with this, what proved to be nearly a scandal in the scientific history. He claimed the virus from a colleague as his own. He proved that it was very, very difficult, even for an excellent laboratory, as Gallo was operating it at the NIH, to isolate a virus from an AIDS patient.
There has never been viremia, which means the blood flooded with whole cell-free infectious viruses. If HIV were actually doing anything, making people sick, there would indeed be viremia, meaning millions of whole viruses per milliliter of plasma. In fact, nobody has ever observed even one of them.
HIV is so clever that it knows to cause Kaposi sarcoma in gay men. 98% of all Kaposi sarcoma is in gay men. HIV knows to cause tuberculosis and wasting in IV drug users, and it knows to cause diarrhea and candidiasis or thrush in hemophiliacs.
It's not just Peter Duesberg or some heretics or some outsiders who criticize the failure of our war against AIDS. It's the orthodoxy itself. They advertise they have not saved one single life with $60 to $80 billion. That means in conventional scientific logic, there could very well be something profoundly wrong with the basic hypothesis, with the basic approach that we use against AIDS.
Some of the most vocal critics of the HIV equals AIDS hypothesis are a group of Australian researchers led by Dr. Eleni Papadopoulos-Eliopoulos. In their breakthrough report, the scientists raised serious questions about the accuracy of HIV antibody tests, and more importantly, the very relationship of HIV to AIDS. In fact, in their newest work, they are questioning, has HIV even been isolated?
As far as we're concerned, if one goes through all the HIV literature which exists to date, I think one will find it bold and incredible to still believe that there is proof for the existence of HIV. When a particle looks like a retrovirus, you have to isolate it, then put it in another culture, show that the cells in the secondary culture produce particles exactly like the particles from which they originated. The two particles from the two cultures are exactly the same, can be shown only by determining their constituent proteins in RNA. So isolation is extremely important to prove that a particle is a retrovirus.
From the mid-70s until 1984, when the so-called official cause of AIDS was found, it was shown that many individuals within the gay community were suffering from a unique form of gay men's disease. The original theory was that AIDS was caused by a lifestyle.
It was in June '81 when the first publication came out, published by the Centers of Disease Control, saying 5 men had PCP and 2 of them died, even being treated with Septrim, this last or the strongest antibioticum available.
AIDS was first identified among gay men in 1981 who practiced certain lifestyle behaviors. They, according to New York Times, on July 3rd, 1981, tended to have upwards of 2,000 sexual contacts a year and used a lot of aphrodisiacal drugs, including poppers, amyl nitrite, a very dangerous substance that gay men had been inhaling in epidemic proportions since the early 1970s. And with regard to the sexual activity, you don't need to be moralistic to say that, you know, gosh, you have 2,000 sex partners a year, you develop a laundry list of infectious diseases, venereal diseases, that can do a lot of damage over the long term to your immune system. Doctors and scientists looking at this phenomenon early on said, gosh, they do a lot of drugs, they have a laundry list of venereal diseases. The combination of these factors might well be enough to knock their immune systems for a real loop.
They took tons of antibiotics to treat the perpetual infections they would get by having a lot of different sex partners. And between the drugs and the infections and the antibiotics and the treatments, plus just partying all the time and being very run down, it's really a wonder that they didn't get sick sooner.
One of the leading critics of the war on AIDS is Professor Stefan Lanka, a German biologist and virologist who questions the isolation of HIV and many contradictions and lack of proper scientific reasoning behind the HIV theory, including the wrong form of treatment for a person with AIDS.
The background of AIDS, and we are absolutely sure about this, is the antibiotic resistance catastrophe, killing people in hospitals like flies, because there are no antibiotics available without resistance in some bacteria. So in a state of immune suppression in the hospital, a lot of people come down with bacterial infections. This is called sepsis because of blood poisoning. When too much bacteria are growing and producing toxins, this is going to kill them in a state of reduced immunity. And we had these problems already in the beginning of the 70s. There have been kind of emergency conferences dealing with the problem because they were scared that resistance would spread and they have no antibiotica available. So they invented a very strong antibioticum, and it's not an antibioticum to say it's pure chemotherapy. It's a double folic acid antagonist. The good old sulfonamide and 2 of them put together would kill every microbe. But the problem is they were scared that in the gay scene, new resistance would develop and spread into the population.
I mean, before 1984, when it was announced that HIV was the cause of AIDS, or the probable cause of AIDS, it was sort of more of a level playing field in a sense, because viral causation hadn't been proved, and scientists and clinicians were looking at more of a multifactorial model, maybe an environmental model, or even a toxicological model to explain the phenomena of AIDS.
Many of the early AIDS cases were very, very sick. They were close to death when they got their diagnosis. Some of them had Kaposi sarcoma, which is a poorly understood affliction of the blood vessels. At the time, they thought it was a cancer. Now it's known it's not. But they were given aggressive forms of chemotherapy, which had the result of killing virtually all of them. The doctors later realized it was a mistake only to the extent they stopped it, although the medical profession never quite admits they've made a mistake.
The AIDS definition was there before, saying if you have PCP and if you have KS, caused by nitrites as well, because the nitrites are transformed into NO only in the smallest vessels, because the partial pressure of oxygen is high enough to perform this transformation, and NO is a very potent growth stimulant. So we have this neoplasia and hyperplasia in the endothelia, and this condition is called a Kaposi sarcoma.
It was on April 23, 1984 that Margaret Heckler announced to the world that the cause of AIDS had been found, namely HIV. Dr. Robert Gallow's colleagues said that his research made possible a blood test for AIDS and that a vaccine would be ready for testing in 2 or 3 years. That was in 1984.
AIDS started partly when they said that it's possible to measure the strength of the immune system, analyzing or counting T4 cells, the so to say helper cells. But that's not possible. And it has already been published in '81 in the journal JAMA, Journal of the American Medical Association, saying that it makes no sense to count subsets even of lymphocytes, because there was never a correlation. It could be high or low, and people are healthy or ill, it doesn't matter. So this was already known. But the problem was at this time already that in medicine people would not look to the facts, but what is possible to sell on the market, because it was the year 1977 when it became possible to patent medical techniques. So they wouldn't care if there's any a clinical meaning behind those measurements, but they just sold it on the market. And the model of immunology would say at this time, if the immune system is weak, so cancer would appear. And that has been fundamentally mistaken, and it was wrong when they said it in '81. They knew it already in 1980 that this has been wrong. The immune surveillance theory of cancer came into existence when the war against cancer failed.
About 1970, major cancer research laboratories were passionately involved in attempts to demonstrate that retroviruses were associated with human cancer. They really didn't get very far, not far at all. And somehow, around 1980-81, when the first cases of AIDS were reported, this came to these groups as at least one way out of the mostly negative results they had obtained for about 10 years before. So the AIDS research, I regard it as an extension of an earlier effort to demonstrate retrovirus in human cancer.
They were working with the test, with cells in the test tube, and say, look, we have a high activity of reverse transcription, therefore a virus must be inside, and the virus is the cause of cancer. But the nature of cancer is much different, and when they found reverse transcription everywhere, they gave up the idea that retroviruses would cause cancer. And they were not speaking about it anymore, but wasted billions of dollars into this and developed chemotherapy based on this idea that the multiplication of genetic material, and they were thinking of the viruses, should be blocked. So they developed molecules which were incorporated in a growing chain of newly to build up genetic material, and which would kill the build-up or prevent the build-up of this genetic molecule, and the cell eventually has to die. The idea of retroviruses in cancer is long over, but the chemotherapy still is there because it's sold, and they have no idea why, no rational explanation why they are using chemotherapy.
In 1984, Robert Gallo comes along, gives a press conference and says, hey, all of these diseases are caused by a virus. Here's his theory. HIV kills T cells, decimates the T cell population, causing acquired immune deficiency, which opens the gateway to infection with any number of opportunistic infections, 30 at this point. This is what we call the syndrome of AIDS-defining diseases. Problem is, if all these diseases among these populations were caused by a virus, one would think that these, this constellation of diseases, this syndrome, would spread from the original risk populations into the general population. That's what infectious diseases do. They spread out of the original risk populations. Problem is, through 1992, this simply wasn't the case. After 10 years of this so-called raging AIDS epidemic, over 90% of AIDS patients cumulatively remained within those original risk groups. And of those remaining 10%, you have to consider that those included all homosexuals who didn't care to admit their sexuality to their doctor, all IV drug users who didn't care to admit their drug habits to their doctor, and all infants AIDS patients. So you've got a disease that's really restricted to certain risk populations, and it's not spreading. Hence, it's terribly unlikely that this disease could be caused by a virus.
In science, certain rules must be followed for any agent to be considered a causative factor in disease. The first rule is that an agent that is going to be blamed for a disease should be able to be isolated from each and every case of the disease. That is not true in HIV and AIDS.
In my judgment, and to the best of my reviewing of the current literature on that subject, I've never seen a clear demonstration, of a direct isolation of HIV from patients. I've seen some evidence of virus particles observed occasionally in very complex culture systems. But this, to me, is no evidence for direct isolation from the patients.
It's been isolated by thousands of laboratories throughout the world. It's probably the best studied virus of any viral pathogen in the history of human diseases. So to say that it doesn't exist and it hasn't been isolated is beyond preposterous.
What AIDS researchers call virus isolation, or HIV isolation in this case, consists of two things. They will get their tissue culture where this HIV is supposed to be growing, and they'll check it for reverse transcriptase, which is an enzyme that was supposed to be specific or only exclusively found in retroviruses. And if they find reverse transcriptase in the tissue culture, they say, aha, we have now isolated HIV. Another thing they'll do is they'll check the tissue culture for a P24 antigen, which is one of the proteins that supposedly belongs to HIV. Both of these things, reverse transcriptase and the P24 protein, are about as nonspecific as you can get. In fact, reverse transcriptase can be found in any number of different places. Normal cells contain reverse transcriptase, and under certain conditions, they will reverse transcribe RNA into DNA. The hepatitis B virus also contains reverse transcriptase. And most importantly of all, the cells of people with leukemia have also been shown to have reverse transcriptase activity. And why this is important is that every HIV culture, starting with Robert Gallo, were co-cultured with leukemia tissue. You couldn't just take the blood from somebody with AIDS and culture it in the tissue culture all by itself, because nothing would grow. They couldn't find any HIV that way. So they had to co-culture it with cancer cells or tissue from people with leukemia.
We know what is reverse transcription. That's the repair of mechanism of the ends of the chromosomes. Yeah? And therefore we have high activity in cancer cells or Montagnier embryonic cells. But Montagnier never said that he found the virus of AIDS. He said this could be probably an effect and to be carefully studied.
Now, of all the years and the decades that have gone by where people have studied retroviruses, researchers have concluded that they all share certain common characteristics. First of all, they have a certain density which causes them to band at the 1.16 grams per milliliter density gradient. Their morphological characteristics have to fulfill certain requirements. First of all, they have to be round, They can have a diameter of between 100 and 120 nanometers, no more, no less. They have to have dense cores, and they have to have spikes or knobs on the surface. Well, in terms of AIDS, we didn't even find any retroviruses there in the density gradient. In fact, 80% of the material that ends up there is cellular material, just garbage really from the cells of the tissue culture. And the remaining 20% may or may not be a retrovirus. Just because it ends up there doesn't mean you've proved it's a retrovirus.
If you take any material of cellular origin and put it on the sucrose gradient, you also will get a band at the density of 1.16, but you better make sure you don't declare that this band is pure virus unless you do a careful control of what's in that band by electron microscopy. And I believe that for some reason that control, which is essential in retroviral research, has been neglected for about 15 years, and that has had disastrous effects.
If you want, you can spend a fortune and take electron microscopic pictures, which we did at the beginning, and which other labs did at the beginning, in which there are hundreds of them. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. There's, I would say by now, thousands of pictures of HIV. We have drawers full, stacks full, this high of electron micrographs. Okay, pictures of the virus. So, but banded once you picture,
banded material 1.16.
No, you can look at banded material. You can obvious retrovirus. Do you know what a retrovirus looks like?
I have a picture showing what a density gradient of pure virus should look like. I mean, the way that you determine if something is pure is to stare at one object, take in its appearance, and then look at every other object around it and make sure that they're the same. And you can see that mostly this is pure particles. There are some where these are arrowed which are slightly different, and this is not unusual. However, in March 1997 in Virology, and published by Glishankov from France, the first pictures of purified virus were revealed to the world. You can see from this that this material is anything but pure. In fact, the authors of this paper concede that this so-called pure virus is predominantly cellular material.
The particles that were found in these two 1997 studies did not fit the characteristics of retroviruses. They had no knobs on them, and they were the wrong size. In fact, the volumes of the particles in these studies were either anywhere from 50% greater to 750% greater than the volume that a normal retrovirus particle really ought to be.
Now, it seems hard to believe, but this material that retrovirologists, including Montagnier and Gallo, were isolating from their cultures, labeling pure HIV, and producing by the thousands of gallons in order to make proteins for the HIV antibody test and for other research purposes, was never examined under an electron microscope in order to determine that this material contained pure retroviral particles. Now, I say it was never examined under a microscope. I assume that some scientists must have examined it under an electron microscope, but no photographs of this examination were ever published in the scientific literature. You know, one can only guess why they weren't.
If you take a culture which has never had a retrovirus added to it, and you put it on the bench and wait for a week or two, it may actually start to produce retroviral particles and the other phenomena which go with retroviruses spontaneously. You can increase the rate of appearance of this and the yield many times, millions of times, by irradiating the cultures or by adding the same stimulating agents that are used in AIDS cultures, or by culturing with other cells, co-cultures, as are used to isolate HIV, or just fluids from other cell cultures. And these viruses are called endogenous retroviruses because they come from within and not from without. And the reason that they appear is because we inherit DNA which can actually be made to go to work to actually produce these phenomena, these particles. This is actually called endogenous retroviral expression. I mean, we're looking at 1% of the human genome as being made up of endogenous retroviral information, instructions sitting there waiting to make retroviruses when switched on by some stimulus. And so we don't know if HIV is a genuine retrovirus, that it may in fact be endogenous, and it may be the result of getting AIDS and not the cause. I mean, this will not be the first time that this has happened. Retrovirologists themselves in the past have in fact postulated that diseases may cause retroviruses and not the other way around.
Retroviral-like particles are practically ubiquitous everywhere in cell cultures. You simply can't point to one in an impure cell culture and call it HIV. Even Robert Gallo admits that particles that look like retroviruses but aren't retroviruses because they can't reproduce are found not only in impure cell cultures, but even in the band associated, the density band associated with purified HIV particles. You need more evidence than that before you can point to one of these particles in a cell culture and say it's HIV. Unfortunately, these particles are reproduced by the thousands in newspapers, in magazines. They're the basis of artist conceptions that you see in Newsweek and Time. None of them have been proven by standard means that we have at our disposal to be not simply retroviruses, but a unique retrovirus, HIV.
Little wonder the public is confused about the subject of HIV testing. For on the one hand, we're told to take the AIDS test. The AIDS test is to determine, will we get AIDS? Do we have the HIV virus? Which will then mean we will eventually have AIDS and die. But all one has to do is open the test kit, look at the literature inside the test kit, and clearly it says that this should not be used as interpreting a person has AIDS or HIV virus. Well, therefore, if the test is not testing for the presence of a disease state or even an antibody that could precipitate a disease state, then what is its value?
There are two tests in common use. One's called the ELISA, the other's called the Western blot. The only difference between them is that in the ELISA test, all the so-called HIV proteins, about 10 of them, are all mixed up together in a solution. And in the Western blot, prior to reacting, the proteins have been separated out into a nitrocellulose strip. Now the test that really matters in all this is the Western blot. So we really don't need to discuss the ELISA test. It's used as a screening test, and it is admitted by experts that it is not sufficiently specific to diagnose HIV infection, whereas the Western blot, if positive, is considered synonymous with HIV infection.
The standard screening test is an ELISA. Occasionally you get a false positive. Under those circumstances, a Western blot can absolutely confirm. Western blots are also important when you have people, for example, who have been vaccinated in vaccine trials and making antibody against one protein. The only way you're going to tell if they're infected serologically is by looking at a Western blot showing they make antibodies to the other protein. So it has a lot of value. It's fundamentally a confirmatory diagnostic test.
This is representing a Western blot strip. A Western blot strip is a thin strip, like the strip that your doctor uses to test your urine. And in it, on the strip, placed several proteins, 10 of them in the case of HIV, separated by their molecular weights. And in the test, plasma is added to the strip, and if there are antibodies in the plasma which react with any of these proteins, then the strip turns dark. So a Western blot test appears as a series of dark horizontal bands. Now, one of the problems of the Western blot test is that it is not reproducible. This is a test of a positive serum performed in 19 reference laboratories, all on the same specimen of blood. And as you can see, just by looking at this, no two are alike.
The proteins used on that Western blot strip that scientists claim are HIV proteins may not necessarily be HIV proteins. There's no proof that they are, and there's plenty of evidence that these are normal human cellular proteins that have been misidentified. This conclusion seems hardly debatable in the case of P32, one of these purportedly HIV proteins that's been shown to be identical in amino acid sequence to a normal human protein associated with human T cell function. Another one of these proteins, P41, has been considered by Montagnier's group, Montagnier, the original discoverer of HIV, to be a contaminant, the ubiquitous cellular protein actin. Yet it's right there on your Western blot test, masquerading as an HIV protein.
It's nearly impossible to determine the rate of false positives because there is no gold standard to independently verify test results. People with non-AIDS diseases have antibodies that can register a positive result on the HIV antibody test. Indeed, people with multiple sclerosis, T-cell lymphoma, generalized warts, and other diseases have the P24 antigen.
And we also know that AIDS patients, despite being immune deficient, have lots of antibodies, more antibodies than healthy people. And many of these antibodies react with cellular proteins. That's just data that's widely available and not disputed. And we also know, or we can bet, that AIDS patients also contain other infectious agents, such as other viruses, because we all know that if someone gets needle stuck from an AIDS patient, it's not just HIV that people are worrying about catching. You're more likely to develop antibodies to hepatitis B virus than HIV, 30 times more likely. So we can bet that the proteins from other viruses will be present in the cultures as well.
Based upon the HIV equals AIDS hypothesis, they then gave us the test. Now,
they didn't give it to us, they sold it to us.
Yeah, who sold it to us? Who gets this money off
Bob Gallo himself was getting quite a bit off of it. He had to give a lot back to Montagnier when it was finally proven that he stole the virus from Montagnier in the first place. But Montagnier and the Pasteur Institute are getting $1, I think, or so every time somebody gets an HIV test.
When he came up with his first test, he tested 30% of the American blood donators, so let's say the general population, he tested them positive. And the industry said, no, go home, Gallo. We won't buy your test because this is going to destroy our business. And the only thing what he did, he lowered the sensitivity of the antibody test. And that you can read in your library. You shouldn't believe me a single word. That's about science. Check it. I'm not speaking about thesis, opinions, or things, foggy things. No, everything is there, and we reach the bottom line. There's no way out. They designed a test to select gay people. And when, of course, he's stimulating the cell with all kind of mitogens, carcinogens, and he, of course, added hydrocortisone, which he hasn't published. But this matters. They added hydrocortisone like people under persistent stress, hypercortisolism, that the same proteins are produced.
There's also data from a number of hospitals in the US, which was published in 1988, where they tested nearly 90,000 blood samples anonymously on hospital patients. And these patients were selected to have no risks for HIV infection or AIDS. In some of the hospitals, they found 25% of men were HIV positive on the Western blot, the most specific test, and they found that 8% of women were HIV positive on the Western blot. I mean, this should lead one to question again, how do that many people who have no risk for HIV or AIDS get to have that many HIV antibodies?
Being HIV positive puts you in a precarious position where your health can be judged in a way that no one else's health is judged. And when you're a woman and you're pregnant or you have a family, it presents a danger. When I was pregnant and I did not want to go on the drug therapies, had I had any of the problems that my HIV-negative pregnant friends had, such as chronic yeast infections or even toxoplasmosis, I would have been considered having AIDS, and I would have been considered more irresponsible than I already was for having ever gotten pregnant in the first place, and I would have decidedly risked having my son taken away from me at birth.
There's so many factors that can even cause a false positive, from flu vaccine to herpes or venereal disease, alcoholism, and you can be told that you're positive, and not even be positive, whatever that means. I have friends who've been through this. A friend who went through years of being told he was positive till he went to another doctor who said, we're not finding anything, we're using all of our tests. And now he's confused and goes back and forth. There's no oversight in any of this, but they're terrorizing and ripping people's lives apart with unsupportable data.
Nobody can find free infectious HIV virus in a human being. That is why they have to resort to looking for antibodies to HIV in a person. That is one of the biggest flaws in the HIV hypothesis, that antibodies, which are a sign of immunity, you should be happy that you have antibodies. It means that you are now immune. And yet with AIDS, we have antibodies as a predictor or an indicator of AIDS and future death. That doesn't make any sense to me.
In different countries or institutions or laboratories around the world, what is criteria used to define a positive Western blot test vary considerably. That is, the number of bands required vary considerably. And here we have on the chart several different institutions, France, United Kingdom, Germany, some American institutions, the US Red Cross, the FDA, and you can see by looking at this chart that just about every lane is different. Now this has some interesting implications. For instance, in Australia, which is the second lane, you need 4 bands to be deemed HIV infected. In fact, Australia is probably the hardest country, in fact, in which to be deemed HIV positive. But in other parts of the world, you don't need that many bands. In Africa, you need 2. In some parts of America, you need 2. In some parts of America, you need 3. And in the MAC study, the multi-centre AIDS cohort study, up till 1990, just 1 band was considered sufficient to diagnose a gay man HIV infected.
When you have indeterminate bands and you don't have the full array of them, then there's obviously the iffy situation where you need to repeat it. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with different countries having different criteria, because the different criteria are only really for that small group of patients that come in the indeterminate level. When a Western blot is really positive, it hits you like a truck. It's only for that little indeterminate group that you have to be concerned.
This means, in theory at least, that if you were tested in New York today, then flew to Australia, and you had 3 bands in New York, you would not be positive in Australia, but you would be positive in New York City. Now, I mean, a virus cannot behave in this manner, and this is what has led us to hypothesise that there is no proof that any person with a positive antibody test, no matter how defined, is in fact infected with this so-called lethal retrovirus.
Since '92, there is no Western blot in Great Britain, because they saw it's a waste of money, you know. It's the same principle.
Well, the bulk of the world uses it. If some technology comes across better, I'd be the first to say, do it. I mean, obviously. The Western blot's a valuable test as defining the proteins that you have antibodies to. Everybody uses it experimentally, and most people use it clinically around the world. Not, maybe Britain doesn't use it. Maybe there are 2 countries that found a better way. God bless them.
If they didn't allow them to charge so much for it, I think there'll be a lot less use of it. You know, it's just like in political scandals. Follow the money trail. Figure out who's getting paid for this. Who's getting the money for those Western blots. There's your person who's going to always come down on the side of, yeah, you got a confirmatory Western blots, they call it. You know, do a confirmatory Western blot. Well, let's see. And those things are so hokey, it's just ridiculous. I didn't know they don't even do them in England anymore.
No,
but
not since 1992.
It's totally, and ask a doctor how it works. The doctor who prescribes it says, got to have a Western blot to confirm this ELISA positive thing. How does that work, doctor? Sir, what are they now measuring about me that's different from what they measured with the ELISA test? He wouldn't know. He's not got any idea. I'll bet you there's scarcely 50 physicians in this country that know what a Western blot really is. They know when to order it, and they know they get a kickback on it probably. They make some money from having to take the blood or whatever. And they make money by prescribing AZT. They get money every time they turn around. They get money.
If there's one way we've been told AIDS is transmitted, it's sexually. What is the evidence that AIDS is sexually transmitted? much evidence exists to the contrary.
The statistics have been confirmed over and over again, most recently just last year from the University of California at San Francisco, that it takes on average 1,000 sexual contacts with an HIV person or persons in order to become HIV positive yourself. That means 1,000. Put that in comparison with typical sexually transmitted diseases. It takes on average 2 to 3 sexual contacts to get gonorrhea or syphilis, for example. Now, the CDC has estimated a constant 1 million Americans infected with HIV over the past 10 years. Constant number. That right there should be a giveaway. It's not spreading in society.
That's not an epidemic. The number of cases reported went up epidemically, you know, exponentially, because the number of tests that was done went up exponentially. The first time I ever saw one of these CDC graphs, it showed this thing going off the page. You know, I went up after that and I said, how did you disentangle I mean, did you divide the number that you've got here by the number of tests that were done? I mean, can we believe that this line that you've drawn here about number of positive tests reported, is that really indicative of the spread of this virus? Is the virus getting, is there being more of it, or are there more tests? If you divide by the number of tests you do, you don't get any kind of a curve going up. It's just, how many doctors knew about HIV in 1983? 2. How many knew about it in 1985? Say 500. How many knew about it in 1986? 40,000. So that's where the curve came from. How many tests were done? Same thing. How many tests? They could have just said, how much money did we make off of HIV this year? And they could have plotted that, and it would have looked the same. You know, and they could have said it's an epidemic because we're making more and more money off of it every year.
The heterosexual epidemic certainly hasn't seemed to have materialised in Australia. For example, in 1991, 10 years after AIDS commenced, researchers were able to write that no Australian prostitutes had been infected through sexual intercourse. None.
In the MAX study, as far back as 1987, they have shown that in this prospective study, the only sexual act directly related to the development of the phenomenon which is called HIV and of AIDS was passive anal intercourse. By 1997, Nancy Padian has proven that AIDS cannot be heterosexually transmitted. They had couples there who either one or the other was positive, and they were followed up for more than 6 years. And although nearly 25% of the couples were not using condoms, still no one of the negative couples ever seroconverted. So there is ample evidence that HIV cannot be sexually transmitted.
The thing about safe sex, and using condoms, I think it is important to use condoms, but not for HIV. I think it's important for other like sexually transmitted diseases and just general hygiene.
If it's just caused by needles, or it's just caused by homosexual activities, you're not going to really get a long, sustained public outcry against it, and nobody's going to want to spend $6 billion a year. They're going to say, well, we really didn't like those people anyhow. Great. I can't think of a better solution to the homosexual problem than a disease that'll kill them all. I mean, there would be congressmen that would talk about that quietly, not on television. So the CDC had to say, we can't say that. We got to say it's got to be heterosexually transmitted. There's no proof that it's transmitted at all at that point. So why not just say, well, it's heterosexually transmitted too? It must be in semen. And when they looked for it in semen, they didn't find it. They had no evidence that it was sexually transmitted or any other way transmitted. They just said it because that made it a plague, and the CDC needed one. The CDC hadn't had a good plague since polio. Their funding was probably going to be cut back if they didn't come up with one. The guy that was the head of the CDC, in fact, wrote memos that have been obtained, where he describes this as hot stuff. Those guys have got an agenda, which is not what we would like them to have, being that we pay for them to take care of our health in some way.
The whole idea of sexual freedom and the puritanical America that has reacted to that since the 60s sexual revolution, it fits right into what they want to do. It says that if you have sex, you can die, literally. And it just so fits that whole fundamentalist Christian right perspective. So somebody's pleased by this. And so the right-wing conservative side of America, the anti-sexual freedom side, is very pleased with this whole AIDS epidemic.
Gay sex is not a disease. It's been happening throughout history. Whatever's happening now is something different, but we've been taught to be afraid to be gay and for people to be afraid of gay sex.
There were people who felt that a single virus theory would be useful in helping to raise public awareness about the disease. It would help them get the research they thought was necessary and public funding for its treatment by scaring people into believing that while the disease was affecting gay men now, it was eventually going to spread throughout the heterosexual population. This political definition of the disease has proven to be inaccurate and inconsistent with its real medical nature.
The CDC catches wind of this phenomenon happening among gay men, and they believe that it's a virus that's to blame. Now, of course, there's no historical precedent for believing that a single virus could devastate a normal immune system, but the individual at the CDC investigating this situation on the task force regarding Kaposi sarcoma and opportunistic infections were all infectious disease specialists. They're used to blaming viruses for diseases, and that was their leading theory from the get-go. And in order to validate this theory that a virus was to blame for these immunodeficiencies among gay men, they actively sought out other cases of unexplained immunodeficiency throughout the U.S. in other populations. And lo and behold, they found unexplained diseases of immunodeficiency among IV drug users. I'm sorry, you've got a similar situation. Exposure to innumerable microbes, typically through unhygienic needle use, and heavy-duty drug use among this population of IV drug users. Is it so surprising that they would have immune problems? I mean, junkies are famous for dying of opportunistic infections, including pneumonias. Soon enough, they identified immunodeficiency diseases among hemophiliacs. And they published this finding, much to the astoundment of scientists, doctors, and the general public. It seemed that the virus causing the immunodeficiencies among gay men that had spread through needle use to IV drug users had spread through factor VIII to hemophiliacs. Factor VIII was a new blood product used among hemophiliacs in order to restore their blood clotting capability. The difficulty with factor VIII was that due to purification technology in the 1970s, factor VIII was a terribly impure blood product. In fact, it was 99 to 99.9% impure, meaning that it was loaded with other viruses and foreign proteins from as many as 10,000 donors per dose of factor VIII, which meant that over the course of a year, a regular user of factor VIII might be exposed to the foreign viruses and proteins of upwards of 2 million different blood donors. Now that in itself can be terribly immune suppressive. But the CDC preferred to believe that the immune problems among hemophiliacs was also caused by a virus. And the CDC went on to identify immune problems among babies, all of whom in the early years were born to drug-addicted mothers, and identify immune problems among transfusion victims. And you've got transfusion victims who are getting blood transfusions which have been shown to be immunosuppressive. As a matter of fact, in the 1970s, medical scientists had begun infusing organ receivers with donated blood before receiving their new organs, because that donated blood was shown to suppress their immune system and hence prevent organ rejection. So you've got several populations in which there are perfectly plausible alternative explanations for immune suppression and related diseases.
The only clinical picture which the different risk groups have in common, that's hepatitis. You don't find a single biopsy-confirmed PCP in hemophiliacs or in drug abusers other than homosexuals. But they overcame the problem that every gay person who admits drug abuse would be in the list of drug abusers, so they have some PCP cases. But a drug abuser or a drug abusing women not using poppers never comes down with PCP. They have the definition for women with AIDS, that's candida of the throat, right? Not of the mouth, but even when a medical doctor sees a little bit candida in the mouth, they would say it's an AIDS case, even when tested negative. That's also very important, that you don't need a positive test. Even a negative test would declare you to be an AIDS case when they confirm that you have a PCP.
For more than 15 years, one of the indicators to determine do you have AIDS, how sick are you with AIDS, is your T-cell count. We've been led to believe that by measuring our T4 and 8 helper cells that it will indicate how far along we are in our progression. The lower the T-cell count, the more sick you are.
Now, the CDC muddied the waters somewhat in 1993 when it added a new condition to the definition of AIDS, which was T-cell counts under 200. Now, since 1993, if you have an HIV antibody test that's positive and a T-cell count under 200, you can be considered an AIDS patient. Now, this is quite an innovation. As of last year, according to the CDC's own statistics, 65% of patients who've been diagnosed with AIDS in the calendar year of 1997 were diagnosed solely on the basis of having a positive HIV test and low T-cell counts. Not on the basis of a disease like pneumocystis pneumonia or Kaposi sarcoma. They were diagnosed with a deadly illness on the basis of 2 laboratory findings, an HIV positive test and a T-cell count under 200. The problem with a T-cell count under 200 is that it's never been shown to be a valid indicator of illness. In the only study of its kind of HIV negative healthy individuals that appeared in the Journal of the American Medical Association in 1992, T-cell counts of these individuals were found to range from 237 to 1,817. So suddenly we're looking at a 200 T-cell count as something on the low end of normal. But if you're HIV positive and you have a T-cell count under 200, just once, then you're considered a victim of a deadly disease and considered an AIDS statistic. Suddenly a whole lot of people can qualify for an AIDS diagnosis on that basis and for a lot of government funding.
Certainly, T4 decrease cannot be considered the hallmark of AIDS because it appears in many patients who never develop AIDS. In fact, all you have to do to have a decreased T4 cell is to go on the beach and lie there for a few hours. And if you measure your T4 cells, more than likely they will be very low.
It's not possible to measure the strength of your immune system using the blood. It makes no sense because only 2% of those white blood cells or lymphocytes said to be responsible for immune functions are in the blood. All the others are in the tissues where they have to do their work. It's like looking outside onto the street and counting the police cars coming by every day, and you would count 10 usually, but suddenly only 3, and then you would say 7 of those policemen caught up or were killed by the virus mafia in the Bronx. But that's completely mistaken. They are probably somewhere else to do their job, and that's how it works in our body.
Part of the fear that accompanies this issue is if I do nothing to fight my HIV, something will happen in the future. The HIV will come and get me 10 or 15 years down the line. This is what we're told to believe. That sort of fear is very powerful. It makes people who stop taking the drugs go back on the drugs, even if they're doing fine, but their surrogate markers change, the viral load and T-cell counts change. That's another part of the fear. That's psychological terror. Plain and simple. Nothing else is behind those markers. It's a numbers game that doctors play, knowingly or not, with their patients. And their patients buy into that for the most part and are led by this fear.
I don't think there are any infectious diseases in which everybody who's infected gets sick. I mean, usually it's the minority of people. Poliovirus used to infect many, many, many more people and became paralyzed. Hepatitis B affects many people. They don't even know it. They get better and they're fine. It kills other people. So it's not so straightforward. And the notion that HIV, almost everybody dies from it, would make it, in my more traditional view, a very radical kind of way out notion, which is coming from our established medical profession, who one would have thought would have been a little bit more conservative.
To say that all of you have to die how unfair, how unjust, how cruel. They went too far, you know, declaring an absolute death sentence in AIDS. From the first 5 cases, only 2 died, the 3 survived. So that's very clear that they built up a system of belief because they were misusing the gay scene of New York City from 78 till 80 in order to isolate the hepatitis B vaccine out of them. So they perfectly knew already what kind of proteins and what kind of antiproteins, the antibodies, they have inside their blood and inside their body. So it was very easy for the ones who set up antibody tests to produce similar proteins like the body would produce under persistent stress. And that has been done.
Many believe that thousands of people have died, not because of an HIV virus, but because of the medications aggressively given in otherwise healthy asymptomatic individuals.
Think about Septrim, you know. The FDA says this should be given only 14 days maximum. Otherwise, your own blood picture is going to be destroyed irreversibly, means for the rest of the life, because the damages became inherited. Because it's Septrim, it's pure chemotherapy, it acts on a genetic level. This is why those kind of antibiotica are so effective, because they are destroying the genetic material of the bacteria, the damages are accumulating, and there is no repair. But the damages are accumulating inside our cells as well, and therefore this is the reason why AIDS, it's of greatest importance to everybody, but out of completely different reason. Because humankind is in danger to destroy its own genetic material using this kind of antibiotica and chemotherapy, which would destroy the genetic material of our mitochondria. This is the name of those bacteria inside our cell producing the energy. And then we go lower and lower with energy production, and this is what we are seeing. And if we then have no regenerative power, then it becomes a big problem.
I've done most of my work on AZT, which first started being prescribed in 1987. And that's a long story, but I've shown that the original drug trials, the phase 2 studies, were blatantly fraudulent, proving nothing. And yet it was the basis for the approval of AZT not only in the United States, but 30 other countries.
During the 3 years that I participated in the early AZT clinical trials, I witnessed the most shocking, unethical, unscientific, and corrupt behavior by the clinicians conducting these studies. For anyone who believes that AZT was proven to be safe or effective, I would never claim that based on the results of the studies that I participated in. Whenever there was an adverse reaction or something that could have been an adverse reaction to the experimental drug, this information was supposed to have been recorded on an as-needed form. Some kind of a adverse reaction such as diarrhea or weight loss or night sweats or vomiting or fevers or the development of an opportunistic infection. Often these things were not recorded. And so how would you really know if there were adverse reactions to these drugs if they were routinely left out of the data? It was often the case that patients would not even be asked to sign informed consent forms, or often that they were asked to sign these forms weeks or even months after they had been enrolled on the study. There were many patients who developed blood toxicities. There were many patients who experienced other symptoms of adverse reactions. And think of all the people today who are still taking AZT. Think of all the people who died from what we think was AIDS. Were those people, in fact, killed by AZT?
After 87 cancer of the lymph system, which is directly caused by AZT, and that has been studied in the 60s, and that has been the reason why AZT has been forbidden since then in animals, because it killed all of them and caused cancer of the lymphatic system before.
Glaxo welcomes inserts to the physicians and the physician's desk reference, warns the doctors not to confuse the toxic effects of AZT with AIDS itself. AZT causes numerous AIDS-defining diseases. For example, AZT causes dementia, which is AIDS-defining. AZT causes diarrhea. AZT causes muscle wasting. It causes a whole host of complications, destroys the bone marrow, requiring life-saving blood transfusions of people that use AZT. This information you get from Glaxo Wellcome itself, the manufacturer. So I don't know who better else to go to.
The antiviral drugs are chemotherapies. They're all based on chemotherapies that have been developed 30 years ago, long before AIDS was known, to kill human cells, to kill cancer cells. Hopefully, that's the operating principle of chemotherapy. You kill all growing cells. You want to kill cancer cells, but you have to kill all growing cells because you work with a so-called DNA chain terminator, a substance that terminates the synthesis of the central molecule of life, that is DNA. And when that is terminated, adios cell. The cell is going to die, and sooner or later, you're going to die. Chemotherapy is restricted to a few months in the hope the cancer dies before you die. That's why it has to be restricted. But antiviral therapy, a chemotherapy now used for the first time in the history again of virology, never mind the extremely detrimental effect to human cells, not accidental, not side effects, the designer effects on human cells. These are chemotherapies designed to kill human cells.
What if you were to take completely healthy individuals who had no risk factors for depressing their immune system, and every day, 4 times a day, you give them one of the most toxic chemotherapy drugs ever created, AZT? What would you imagine would be the state of their immune system and overall health within 2 years? And yet that's exactly what has been done with many people who have tested positive for the HIV antibody.
The doctor says, okay, yes, we have here sick people and we treat them, we try to treat them, but we only treat them because we hear from them they have a deadly virus, not because they are sick. Most of them are completely healthy. They are just afraid.
We watch people come in, they'll be taking the medications and they're looking gaunt, their skin's turning funny colors, they're real anemic, they're weak, sometimes coming in with canes. They do a little research on their own. We don't tell them what to do. We're about self-empowerment, self-responsibility, taking charge of your own life and health. They begin doing that, they get off the medications, color starts coming back, they start putting on the weight, they start feeling better. But there's a lapse, they get afraid again, they start taking the medications, we watch them start shrinking up again, they start looking gaunt, they start getting pale again, they start getting weak. Then they go, oh, maybe I should be doing this. They get off, they start coming back again. You actually watch this, and it's coordinated with taking these medications. It's just unmistakable. One of the biggest things that's missing in science today is common sense.
1987 was the year that there was a big rise in the mortality rates of HIV-positive hemophiliacs. 1987 was also the year that AZT was introduced as a therapeutic for AIDS and also administered to hemophiliacs that were HIV positive. And I'm pretty convinced that the rise in the mortality of these hemophiliacs is a direct consequence of the toxic effects of the AZT. AZT was so toxic in the 1960s that it was never used in humans. In fact, it was so toxic it was considered worthless. That's why they didn't even patent it. I'm also concerned with the growing number of states that are passing laws requiring pregnant women to be tested for antibodies to HIV. Following the passage of these laws, it's a short step to compelling or intimidating these women to take these poisons and also to give these poisons to their babies.
When a woman is pregnant, in this country, she's told not to be around cigarette smoke, drink coffee, alcohol. Yet we're telling a woman who tests positive on a non-specific test for antibodies that may or may not have anything to do with HIV that the only reasonable response is to take a drug that terminates DNA chains as they're forming, that causes immune suppression, anemia, seizures, muscle wasting that causes damage to the mitochondria of the cells, that has been shown to produce infants with incredibly horrible birth defects ranging from webbed fingers to misshapen heads to holes in their chest to mental retardation. This is wrong. Women who test HIV positive and are pregnant are having their children taken away from them or being threatened with loss of custody if they don't comply with what the Centers for Disease Control acknowledges are recommendations for therapy and protocols. Testing HIV positive when you're pregnant can be simply a result of being pregnant. One of the first cross reactions on HIV tests that were ever noted was pregnancy itself.
You have a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more people are treated against AIDS, the more people will eventually develop AIDS from it. And then the perfect excuse is delivered with the medication. You can say, Jesus, if I hadn't medicated you, you would have been sick even sooner and would have died sooner. But thanks to my medication, you are only getting sick now, and we're giving you even more medication. We need more money to develop further medications that have yet to cure the first AIDS patients. The old paradigm in science is first you find the cause and then you treat the cause. Well, with AIDS, we have violated both. We have assumed the cause, have never proved it. We have assumed it was infectious. We have assumed among all infectious agents, this virus does it. We have been unable to prove it. And we have cured and cured and cured against this virus, with the result of 600,000 patients, 350,000 dead, and not a single cure in sight. We are claiming more and more money to continue the same vicious cycle.
Who really benefits from the billions upon billions of dollars spent each year on AIDS research?
Those that control and maintain the HIV hypothesis of AIDS are two basic institutions: the Centers for Disease Control, the CDC, and the National Institutes of Health in Bethesda, Maryland. Both of these institutions will probably come as a surprise to the public to learn that they are military organizations. It was certainly a surprise to me to learn this. The leaders of the National Institutes of Health and the CDC have uniforms. They have military ranks. And as everybody who's ever been in the military knows, there's an information flow from top to bottom. Military structures are incompatible with free and open discourse and debate, which is supposed to be what science is about. When you have these military structures in the CDC and the National Institutes of Health, you can control the debate, you can control the information flow. Not only that, since the National Institutes of Health are the primary source of funding for all academic, medical, scientific research, they can control who gets funding to do what research. And in that fashion, they can control what gets published and, more importantly, what you exclude.
For more than 15 years, the American public have been told that the HIV virus is the sole cause of AIDS. Those members of the scientific community who have questioned this dogma, the three-part equation HIV equals AIDS and equals death, have been suppressed.
Peter Duesberg at the University of California, Berkeley campus is seen, as is often done with maverick scientists or others, as someone who is now dangerous. This is typically the way such mavericks are treated. His funding has been cut off. Graduate students are encouraged not to take his courses, and I think his administrative duties have included being in charge of the department picnic. This is a brilliant scientist who should be and is at the height of his powers, and he has not been treated as one would expect of one, a brilliant scientist, and two, a supposedly liberal campus like the University of California at Berkeley.
Peter is a very scholarly person in addition to being brilliant too. He's very careful. He doesn't say anything that he can't support. And also one of the most brilliant people surely the most brilliant virologist, possibly the most brilliant, molecular biologist around. He was a really well thought of guy too, because of his ideas. The whole field, I mean, in cancer, he's the guy that led him into the whole oncogene thing, Big research bonanza. Anybody who could order a little kit from some company and hire a couple of technicians could be a cancer researcher because of things that Peter opened up. And then Peter said, no, I don't think that's actually the cause of cancer. And that made those guys a little bit angry. And then he comes along and does the same thing for AIDS. He said, I think we're on the wrong track here. And for some reason, the second time, it was almost like nobody even had to argue with him. Oh, it's just Peter again, ruining our fun, telling us that all this easy research stuff that we know we can do now for years, and the American people will pay for it, that we shouldn't be doing that. And Peter did that again. He did that twice. We need a lot more Peters.
In 1978, started a new era, a new stage in medicine, and it started in the milk workers in Michigan. There was an epidemic of severe immune deficiency in farmers who were working with milk because the milk got polluted or contaminated with some chemicals. These chemicals were poisons for the cows and were poison for the farmers who were working with them. And both of them, both the farmers and the cows, got AIDS-like diseases. And this is new. This never happened before. So I think that's why nowadays we have a new branch of specialization in medicine that is immunotoxicology.
If you check the first publications on AIDS, and you will see that we have 5 young men. All of them had the use of nitrites reported, and those nitrites were used for sexual stimulation, but they are very dangerous. They are oxidizing the blood. And if the blood is oxidized, no energy is produced inside the body because we need the oxygen to produce energy. And I think everybody knows this. And if this is not possible, of course, the lung itself suffers first. And when the lung suffers, there's no replacement of the old and dying cells. Fungal infections have the possibility to come in and to feed on those and this dead or dying organic matter. And this condition is called PCP. And that's a fungal infection. That's not a protozoan or bacterial infection, which is waiting inside the body till the immune system is going to go down.
You know how you give pneumocystis to a rat if you want to? Put him on a low-protein diet and give him some steroids for about 6 weeks, and he'll get pneumocystis. These guys are doing that same thing. Low-protein diet and a lot of steroids. I mean, all kinds of steroids. And that's the known way. I mean, that's what the people that study pneumocystis, that's the way they produce a rat model for pneumocystis.
What we see, and this is consistent in all industrialized countries, United States, Europe, 60% have fungal infections, 20% have cancer. And the rest are some rare forms of unicellular organisms. Of course, in the beginning they thought a lot of bacterial infections would show up. So they added the bacterial infections inside the definition of AIDS, but then they have to take them out because they didn't show up. And why should established diseases form a new syndrome? We know the conditions why somebody comes down with fungal infections, and of course we know the treatment options to help the body to regenerate, to produce the needed energy, right?
Babies who are born out of with AIDS are babies who are exposed during pregnancy to different immunological stressors. In Africa or in the Caribbean, in Haiti and Trinidad and Tobago, babies who are born of AIDS because their mothers are exposed to malnutrition during pregnancy. And babies who are born with AIDS in America or in Europe are because the mothers are exposed to chemicals or drugs of abuse or or industrial chemicals. But why never before babies were having AIDS? Because toxins were there before, a lot of toxins. I think that the thing is a problem of doses, of amount. I think never before the human being have been exposed to the amount of stressor that we have been exposed in the last 3 or 4 decades. So never before the babies were exposed during pregnancy of the mothers to the amount of stressors that they are exposed nowadays. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that all babies are born nowadays a little weaker than they were born 100 years ago. And some of them whose mother are exposed to higher amount of stressors during pregnancy are shown these new conditions.
Professor Duesberg proposed that it is not this relatively harmless retrovirus, the HIV virus, that could be causing all of this death and disease. Instead, it was recreational drug use. By examining this subculture of the underground fast-track gay community, as well as intravenous drug users within the heterosexual community, were the ones who were being diagnosed with AIDS or suffering from the AIDS-related illnesses.
A third of all American AIDS patients, of the 600,000 American AIDS patients, are intravenous drug users. All the heterosexual AIDS patients, even the babies with AIDS, are in this category. Well, the babies have not injected drugs, but their mothers did. 200,000 American mothers are injecting drugs every year. And they are the mothers of the 1,000 or so AIDS babies that we have in this country.
What is the evidence that drugs are really responsible for the AIDS-defining diseases in the United States and Europe? Well, there is some direct evidence. The nitrites, the so-called poppers, are responsible for the Kaposi sarcoma that is exclusively seen in gay men. At least 98% of it is. And 100% of these men have a history of inhaling these poppers. The nitrites are directly immune suppressive. That is documented in the scientific literature. They're some of the most potent carcinogens and mutagens known.
It continues to be confirmed in large cohort studies of male homosexuals at risk for AIDS that they use these drugs to this very day. And it should go on to this date. Why do I say that? Because the medical orthodoxy, the virologists, the doctors treating AIDS patients, the scientific community does not accept the view that drugs could cause anything, that the drugs would cause the damage is not acceptable hypothesis in America and in Europe these days. You are supposed to think that only a virus could do harm. Drugs are harmless. And in the world's most popular scientific journal of all, Science, an article appeared on the same question, which in fact said in 1994 that heroin is a placidly untoxic drug. The only trouble could be that you might, because you're high, forget to wear a condom and forget to use a clean needle, and then you get infected by HIV. It said that in the same year in which 3,500 fellow Americans died from heroin use, 3,500, and 60,000 spent up to a week in hospitals for heroin-caused diseases. That is to say, the leading scientific journal doesn't even check the statistics that come out from the National Institute of Drug Abuse or from the White House on the health effects of heroin use. They're totally unaware of it.
Drug abusers, who some of them live under persistent stress, or they get dirty street drugs, and which immediately would damage the liver or destroy the liver, so they have hepatitis as well, the drug abusers. We don't need viruses to explain hepatitis, inflammation. You know, alcohol, poisons, and wrong malnutrition, you know. Everything is causing the liver to suffer. When people have a history of hepatitis, most likely they are positive in the HIV antibody test, or put it other way around. I never found a person testing positive who had no problems with its liver. because the liver has a lot of regenerative power, means a lot of decay of cells when being absolute intoxicated, but that means a lot of cells inside your body. And if immune functions are suppressed, then antibodies are produced against your own proteins.
We knew that hemophiliacs were getting more and more infectious, more and more tumors in the early 70s until the early 80s. So we knew that something was going on in hemophiliacs. So the question in hemophilia was, what is causing this immune deficiency in hemophiliacs? And I think what was causing the new things in hemophiliacs was the way we were treating them.
All of them had hepatitis. That means the inflammation of the liver. And they have such a lot of problems because it was a big business selling clotting factors every day. But this destroyed the hemophiliacs. This caused harm to them to great extent. And when AIDS came up, it was an ideal thing to wash their hands and blame it on a new virus which has been transmitted. What they have overseen, and that's a real catastrophe for all chronic disease, where the energy is produced inside our cells. These bacteria are so stable, integrated inside the cell, that a great deal of their own genetic material has been exported inside the nucleus, where there is protection of the genetic material, better than in the bacteria themselves, but they have their own genetic material. That has been overseen. And now think about the antibiotics killing bacteria. They are killing our own energy plants inside the cell. And if the cell is not able to produce enough energy, it might die. So you go into persistent inflammatory conditions if the body has enough regeneration power to build up new cells, or the cell becomes cancerous using fermentation as its source of energy. And in the liver cells we have most of the mitochondria present. 500 per cell. So that's the highest concentration of mitochondria. Of course, in egg cells of the women, we have 500,000. And therefore, AIDS is of greatest importance for women due to completely different reason, because with every shot, with unnecessary shot of antibiotica, they would destroy their genetic material, which they would pass over to the offspring, because the mitochondria are only given to the next generation through the egg cell.
We have to switch our thinking from antibiosis, which means if you are hurt by a microbe, kill the microbe, and many times kill the patient too. But we have to go back to symbiosis from antibiosis to live in peace with our microbes.
If you think about time in terms of evolutionary time, and you see the population of humans growing like it has, the chances of you getting a human virus today are a hell of a lot higher than they were, say, 10,000 years ago. And it goes up in a funny way. Let's just say that there are an infinite number of retroviruses in the world, because they're changing so fast you couldn't really count them. And as more and more people are in your life, you get more and more chances of getting retroviruses. Now, they all might be harmless. The chances are good that they are, because they're just barely alive. But if you hang out with 1,000 people a year in a way that would maybe allow you to get some or most of their retroviruses, and they hang out with 1,000 people a year, and they hang out with 1,000 people a year, you're hanging out with a fourth of the human race. You're getting all the retroviruses from all over the planet. Now, it might be that none of those things by themselves is going to hurt you, but we know that some of them do grow in your immune cells, right? And they come in at very low multiplicity. You don't make an immune response every time you get a retrovirus inside of you somewhere. But if you have a cell in your immune system that has a retrovirus in it, and you promote that to clonality because it's going to be a part of an immune response, that cell, then the retrovirus will definitely escape. It will flower in a sense, and it will then have to be dealt with by the immune system, because there'll be enough of it showing in the blood that the immune system will go for it. Well, now, if you've got enough harmless but different retroviruses in your immune cells, such that every time you mount a new immune response, which means you probably take about 500 different immune cells and make 1 million copies out of each one of them, if you've got enough retroviruses in your immune system such that one of those 500 is going to have a retrovirus in it that you've never made an immune response to before, you're going to have to make an immune response to it this time, because it will, if you make 1 million copies of the cell, it's sure, the retrovirus is certain to flower, to like make infectious bodies, right? Then you have to make another immune response, right? It's called a chain reaction.
Professor Alfred Hassig, one of the world's leading authorities on depression of the immune system and stress relation to that, has put forth within his scientific writings that stress of all forms breaks down the body's capacity to defend its immune system, overwhelms it with stress-related hormones, and that over a period of time, including the verdict that you have been diagnosed with AIDS, that would precipitate a 24-hour negative hormone cascade. Taken into that, your already weakened immune system is enough to cause many of the conditions that we're now calling AIDS.
Persistent stress influences diminish the cellular immunity, the lymphocyte immunity, the thymus immunity, and increase the activity of the humoral immunity, the release of antibodies. So the main item in AIDS, in its pathogenesis, is a persistent stress activation of the metabolism.
It has been known already in the mid-70s by Anthony Fauci, by the way. They knew when stress hormones are released, the immune functions are immediately suppressed, because when we are under stress and we have to run away because the lion is behind us, we need no immune functions and waste energy for the replication of immune cells. But the dangerous thing is when we have persistent stress, heavy stress, not like outside the streets, but heavy stress, right? Be it nutritional, be it toxic, be it traumatic, psychological or infectious stress. If this stress is persistent, your body produces a lot of stress hormones, adrenaline, noradrenaline, and they would activate, they stimulate growth. But this is very dangerous, when this persists. So the body wisely makes a reaction against these activation processes, and that's cortisol. And cortisol suppresses every replication of proteins, and therefore as well the replication of cells. So if you are in a state of persistent stress, you are at the same time in a state of persistent hypercortisolism, a huge amount of cortisolism, and then you become thinner and thinner, and your regeneration won't work, and you become more and more positive, means more and more antibodies. But the most important immune functions are not to take care about foreign or not foreign invaders. This is to recycle your own body. 1% of your body mass, and this is an incredible high number, 10 high to the 12 cells, have to be recycled every day. And if this is not possible anymore, then you are in a very bad condition, because your body's own proteins are going to endanger your own life, because they are poisonous if they are freely floating around inside your body, and fungal infections may grow on them.
Our theory predicted that AIDS patients or AIDS can be treated and prevented by antioxidants. And this has been proven by researchers from Stanford University, where they have shown that AIDS patients, including the T4 lymphocytes of AIDS patients, are oxidized, and that oxidation is directly related to the development of AIDS. And conversely, if you give antioxidants to the AIDS patient, the progression of the disease is inhibited.
There is a paradox. In America, we're told that it's the fast-tracked gay and the intravenous drug user most susceptible to developing AIDS. In Africa, we're told that it is the heterosexual that is most susceptible to developing AIDS. Why the contradiction? Well, we haven't looked carefully at the facts. We've been told numbers ranging from 5 million to 25 million Africans have HIV, and that there's going to be an enormous amount of death. But when you actually go to Africa and you interview the physicians working there, you find that these are presumptive diagnoses.
One of the things that is important to emphasize from the outset is that the definition of an AIDS case on the African continent differs decisively from what constitutes an AIDS case, say, in North America or Western Europe. A definition was arrived at as a result of a World Health Organization sponsored conference in October of 1985. What resulted was what's known as the Bangui definition. The Bangui definition of an AIDS case in Africa is based on 4 clinical symptoms. The clinical symptoms are a high fever, a persistent cough, loose stools for 30 days, and a 10% loss of body weight over a 2-month period. By that definition, a Western researcher like myself has had AIDS. But having gotten on a plane and flown back to California, I'm not considered, of course, an AIDS case. So I think it's important to keep that in mind whenever one looks at the data, the epidemiological data, about what exactly we're counting when it comes to AIDS in Africa.
And tuberculosis is for all intensive purposes, the AIDS disease in Africa is tuberculosis. So what the HIV theory of AIDS is actually asking us to accept is that sometime in the early 1980s, all the traditional causes of these diseases, especially the infectious diseases, the dysenteries, the malarias, the tuberculosis, which are, let's face it, a symptom of poverty, of poor sanitation, lack of immunisation, lack of medical services, hunger, starvation, were in fact replaced by HIV as the cause of all these diseases. I mean, this is not, to our view, this is not a likely scenario.
Where there have been good research reports, it's clear that these HIV tests render a ludicrously high rate of false positives when those tests are done among populations that already suffer from other kinds of endemic diseases, parasitic infections, and malnutrition. There was a study in the Journal of Infectious Diseases in 1994, for example, that made it quite clear that when they did these HIV tests on a population in Zaire, where there was widespread tuberculosis and leprosy, that the test results in 70% of the cases were false positive. If the test results are 2 or 3% false positive, a test is basically invalid. It's useless in terms of epidemiology. Now, what exactly they would be testing positive for is another question entirely. However, the numbers of AIDS cases are run together with projections of HIV seroprevalence or HIV infection. Usually these tests are conducted at a sexually transmitted disease clinic. Maybe 100 or 200 people are tested, or they're done at an antenatal clinic where pregnant women are also tested. And from those samples, then projections are made about the rate of HIV and the rate of HIV/AIDS, which are run together customarily in Africa. Not only HIV/AIDS for an entire country, but projections can be made, as they were made at the AIDS conference in Geneva in 1998, projections can then be made for an entire continent of 650 million people.
All over the world, entire nations are claiming that we also have an epidemic of AIDS. In India, especially in Bombay and Calcutta, in Thailand, in China, in Haiti, Guatemala, Brazil. Therefore, the idea of giving medications to everyone in a country doesn't seem reasonable. What would seem more reasonable is to give these people the type of infrastructure of clean water, proper medicines, good, healthy diet, and de-stressing them from the political conflicts and gross poverty so that they have some optimism and a built immune system to look forward to a future. That is not being done.
What they are finding is the polyspecific antibodies that are normally in people in Asia and Africa because the social conditions there. So they have been exposed to many parasites, so they have to have a lot of polyspecific antibodies in the blood, and that's what they are measuring in the ELISA and Western blot tests.
These are the classic symptoms of urban crowding, of poverty, of malnutrition, and of underdevelopment, which in fact afflict men and women fairly equally across the African continent. However, the value of Africa and this notion about a heterosexual epidemic of AIDS in Africa, I think was extremely important by the middle of the 1980s because it helped to shift the focus and helped to shift media interest to suggest that, well, while AIDS cases initially may have been confined to a small cohort of urban gay men in the West, that what was going on in Africa was a hint of things to come, in which, in fact, AIDS would put everyone at risk, and it would, in fact, become a heterosexually spread disease.
We had the honor of meeting many African doctors who seriously were worried that the whole of the AIDS science was wrong, and they were not afraid to speak out. But it was very dangerous for them to do so. And they were certainly not going to receive any funding. Because in Uganda, for example, there was $6 million arriving that year for sex counseling and condom distribution. And for malaria control, there were $65,000. So that's for a whole year.
Once the notion got started that stopping AIDS in Africa, which was assumed to be a heterosexually transmitted set of diseases, it could be prevented or stopped by safe sex, then I think early on in the going, there was a considerable interest on the part of missionary and church-related aid groups who argued very strongly that monogamy and abstinence and safe sex were ways, in fact, to prevent this particular kind of disease. To that extent, the WHO and the UN has found it very expedient and very practical along political and ideological lines to argue that the causes of these diseases in Africa and the cure for those diseases lies in the hands of the people themselves, rather than looking at the harder nut, the tougher nut to crack, which would be the historical and the institutional forces that make it such in Africa that many people do not have an adequate diet, few people have adequate sanitation throughout their lives, and the vast majority of people in Africa are subject to a wide range of diseases, all of which predated that of AIDS. So I think that's been a major motivating factor. You have to also understand that there's a reason on the African side to buy into this particular equation. With the end of the Cold War, Africa has found itself unable to play the superpower game, playing the United States or the Western powers off of the Soviet bloc. And so many ministries of health and many governments in general accepted that little dogma or not get the kind of aid and the kind of assistance that the US government, the United Nations, the World Health Organization, and so forth felt very strongly that this is what these African governments needed.
In early 2000, South African President Mbeki decided to host an AIDS conference that would give time not only to recognized orthodox spokespersons on AIDS, but to dissenters such as Dr. Peter Duesberg. The mass media fired off numerous attacks, excoriating the irresponsibility of them allowing a forum in South Africa for the people who challenge HIV equals AIDS equals death. Members of the AIDS establishment even went to the length of earnestly calling for the criminal prosecution of AIDS dissidents.
When HIV positive people, children as well as adults, were given effective treatment for the conditions that they actually presented with, which were things like TB, gastrointestinal infections, when they were treated for these conditions, they actually had a better life expectancy than non-HIV positive people within the cohort studied. It was because in the circumstances of these studies, they had undertaken to give medical support to people who tested positive. It was a condition on which the people allowed themselves to be tested. So given that medical support, these people had better health records than those who had not tested HIV positive.
I think this drumbeat of hysteria, of panic, of alarmism, and of fear is doing immense psychological, social, and medical damage to many people in Africa. People who otherwise would have gone to a clinic to get treated for something like diarrhea or a persistent cough or a fever are terrified of going to a clinic because instead of being treated for those kinds of symptoms, they're afraid that they're going to get an AIDS diagnosis, which they understand to be a death sentence. When people do get just such a diagnosis based on those clinical symptoms, and they return to their villages, they return to the villages to die. They basically give up all hope. They lose the will to live. They become an outcast. They are in a culture like many African cultures in Southern Africa, where the extended family is everything. To be rejected by your extended family, to be forced to live in a secluded, segregated little hut away from the rest of the family, to have only meager amounts of food, meager amounts of water given to you, is to prepare the person for death. And what do you think happens? The person dies. And when the person dies, they will say, weepingly, with atrocious photographs in the newspaper, he or she was another victim of the AIDS epidemic, which is everywhere in Africa.
If someone came along and told them there is no AIDS, all there is the same diseases that Africans have been dying of all along, then all of a sudden millions of dollars of funding would dry up. And Africans are colluding with this as well. Not very many of them, but there are a few Africans in positions where they're able to collect a lot of this money. You know, heads of clinics or directors of public health services and people like that. There's an awful lot of money that can come their way as long as everybody thinks that Africa is besieged with a giant AIDS epidemic.
The pharmaceutical giants like Roche and Abbott and Glaxo Wellcome and so forth have made offers to African governments, in which I think they expect to be subsidized for this. They've made offers to African governments over the last couple of years, particularly to South Africa, to offer these so-called antiretrovirals, which are a controversy in and of themselves, like AZT and the other nucleoside analog drugs, but to make those drugs available at what the pharmaceuticals would consider a cut rate price. What they mean by cut rate would be that an individual's dose would cost about $200 a month. Well, the vast majority of people in Africa don't have a per capita income of $200 a year. So someone is going to have to subsidize these kinds of drugs, making them available in Africa. And I think that the pharmaceuticals will look towards state organizations or multilateral institutions.
Here it is, all these years later, and it baffles me that not only is AZT still being used, but they're trying to expand its usage into the third world and into Africa, into poor countries, into poor communities in the United States, in spite of widespread evidence of its toxicity, widespread evidence that AZT, in fact, causes what we call AIDS.
They're taking the show to the third world, and they're not only giving AZT to what will probably be millions of women in the third world, whether they're HIV positive or not, but they're also insisting that they stop breastfeeding and start formula feeding, supposedly in an effort to prevent transmission of HIV, which of course has never been isolated from breast milk. Only antibodies, and even that only 25% or something, pretty much like the semen data. But they are, they're launching here what is bound to be a real disaster, a real serious loss of human life.
Mother's milk, which pediatricians around the world will tell you is the healthiest food that a newborn can have because of the immunological properties in mother's milk, that women should in fact cease breastfeeding their young. Now this to me seems something more than just a crime. This is absolutely diabolical and evil, and I am at least encouraged that there's been some dissension and some skepticism for a change within the bowels of the WHO, an organization that's argued very strongly for breastfeeding is now coming to grips with maybe one of the big contradictions in the whole HIV/AIDS construct.
I can't imagine that it'll work out any other way than that you're going to just see tens, maybe hundreds of thousands, maybe even more babies dying. And they'll probably say they died of AIDS no matter what happens. So nobody will even be held accountable this time. Oh, here's the one thing they're doing. So they can demonstrate that this has nothing to do with any particular formula company making money off of this situation. They're the WHO or UNAIDS or whoever it is insisting that the formula gets shipped in bottles without labels.
For more than a dozen years, virtually every month, magazines would headline amazing new promising drugs in the war on AIDS, the antiretrovirals. The trouble is, when we look back, they didn't work. Lives had not been saved. They were not miracle breakthroughs.
Gallo lost the rights to the test. This was published in Newsweek in '94, and American government let him fall like a hot potato. And already the industry built up a new man. This was David Ho here from New York, and he came up with a completely new model of the virus, saying now we have not a slow virus, but we have a virus à grande vitesse, at high speed. And he was using Kermali's PCR technique, which is a multiplication technique, not a quantification technique, by the way, and multiplying molecules into its millions and equal those molecules with the virus, right? Absolutely ridiculous. Even more, as those sequences he's going to multiply and equal them with the virus, that's the viral load, are present in everybody. It's just a way to save face for the whole AIDS industry, because more and more people are aware that this could not be, you know, because inside the AIDS scene there are a lot of critical medical doctors, but they saw such a lot of contradiction, and it was discussed on conferences. So there was high noon for a new medal and a new test where the pharmaceutical companies could make a great business out of it, you know.
All of this stuff is pure Orwellian deception. It has nothing to do with human beings. It's all a creature of the laboratory. The pictures of HIV, the very few examples of electron microscope pictures of HIV were actually examples of culturing. They were created in the laboratory. There's no published picture of HIV from a human sample, from a blood sample, a tissue sample. You can't find HIV in humans.
I don't know if anybody really knows what the viral load test is finding, but if you're infected with other different viruses, for instance, if you're sick with a cold or the flu or hepatitis or anything, you shouldn't get an HIV viral load test because it's bound to be really high. Now that doesn't seem to make any sense. If what you're measuring is HIV, then why would being sick with something else cause your HIV viral load to go up, unless what they're really measuring is something else?
When I hear constantly AIDS research labs referring to the measuring of viral load, I cannot imagine, to me it defies common sense to speak about viral load without seeing virus particles. And I've never seen any demonstration of virus particles in what is regarded to be a sample in which viral load, so-called, is being measured by PCR methodology.
Even the manufacturer, on the front page, the third paragraph of the instructions, say do not use the viral load test to diagnose either AIDS or HIV. And there's a very simple reason for that. It's because they don't know what it's measuring. The PCR viral load test at best is looking at 3% of the genome of HIV. It's essentially looking at viral debris. The viral load test is equivalent to counting bumpers in a junkyard and assuming that 2,000 bumpers is equivalent to 1,000 cars that you could put the key in ignition and drive off the lot. It's just totally bogus.
Because there are so many, such large variation between the HIV genomes, that is between one RNA, which is said to be HIV, and another piece of RNA, which is said to be also HIV genome, the HIV genomes have been divided in many types. If all these are RNAs of a retrovirus, HIV, and if all the tests, the three tests, were measuring the viral load, then one would have expected all these numbers to be exactly the same. And yet, as you can see, one can have from no virus detected, no viral load at all, to up to 1 million, just by using different types of HIV. The same thing, by using different tests, you can have from nearly no virus detected to a very, very high viral load. So one can find really hard to believe that such tests can be used to measure anything, not to mention a deadly virus.
Viral load, they measure small fragments of RNA, and these are body's own cellular debris in this normal cell turnover. Every day 1 billion cells. But you don't detect in this technology a virus. That's not possible.
I have asked several of the proponents, the major proponents of the HIV hypothesis, Tom Merrigan at Stanford, Martin Markowitz, who works with David Ho at the Aaron Diamond, John Mellors at Pittsburgh. I've asked them, what does the viral load test have to do with infectious virus? Within a heartbeat, the answer is nothing. And the reason they have to say the viral load test has nothing to do with infectious virus is because that's what their own papers say themselves. David Ho's papers in 1996, for example, Piatek's paper in 1993, and all of the other papers. The viral load test has nothing to do with infectious virus, and yet infectious virus is the only virus that causes disease.
The RNA of one HIV with another HIV, whatever that is, it can vary up to 40%. And they're still called HIV RNA. They're still called HIV, which is a little bit hard to accept. It's strange, to say the least.
The miraculous protease inhibitor cocktails are a direct result of David Ho's work that he published in the scientific journal called Nature back in 1995. In that journal, David Ho presented his viral dynamics hypothesis, where he showed that patients that were taking the protease inhibitors, they had substantially reduced viral load numbers, for whatever that means. And it turns out that that paper in 1995 was the principal justification that the FDA used to release the protease inhibitors next year in 1996 for general use among the American public.
They say, the protein of the virus, the first protein is very long and it has to be cut down exactly into its pieces that the new virus is able to be built out of the shorter pieces. And now it starts to get funny. We have 8 different kinds of cutting sites where the protease, the enzyme which is cutting down the proteins, should exactly cut the precursor molecule into its shorter molecules. 8 different sites. Because when they invented the HIV sequence, saying that's the genetic material of HIV, they couldn't think about such details at this time, and now they have the problem to explain it. And they explained it in a way saying, the protease of HIV is unspecific. But how should this work when the protease is unspecific? How then a virus could come into existence when you have 8 different sites and it needs to be cut exactly at those sites to build up the functional virus particle? And if you have 8 sites and the protease is not specific, you mustn't be a mathematician to say that's absolutely impossible that only a single virus could come into existence. And even worse, now they say the protease of HIV, that's unspecific. But our protease inhibitors, they are specific.
These inhibitors do not stop AIDS patients from dying. They do not stop AIDS patients from getting opportunistic infections. In fact, these inhibitors cause more problems than they solve. They cause AIDS-defining diseases. Anthony Fauci has acknowledged publicly in the front page of the New York Times that the protease inhibitors are likely to fail 50% of the time. In the San Francisco Examiner, University of California San Francisco study showed that 53% of the people taking the HIV protease inhibitors were failing. And they went even further. The people, in their words, that needed the protease inhibitors the most were the ones that were failing. They were the ones that had AIDS-defining diseases. They were the ones that had a history of antiretroviral AZT use. The ones that were benefiting on the protease inhibitors were those who were newly infected. In other words, they had no symptoms. They had no history of AZT use. So when you look at it that way, the HIV protease inhibitors are likely failing 100% of the time.
The people are still dying. They are not recovering, maybe just for a short time. And the better outcome of the treatment at the moment is the thing that the combination therapy is not as toxic as the 1500 milligram ACT treatment we started, which was much too much.
There's no empirical evidence that people in this category, here we're speaking about asymptomatic people, people who have no complaints, or people who are in relatively good health, benefit at all from these drugs. They may or they may not. The studies are not going to be done probably because I suppose the big push is to get everybody who's seropositive for HIV onto treatment. That seems to be the sort of major thrust. In such instances, it may well be that the drugs, the net effect of being on these drugs is going to outweigh any possible benefit, and that people will do worse.
AIDS in the 1980s was primarily the result of the recreational drug epidemic in the US and in Europe. However, it shifted considerably in the 1990s. In the 1990s, at least half of all new AIDS cases, maybe even 60% now, are a direct result of the antiretroviral therapies themselves.
The chain terminators specifically were used since 1987, when AIDS was on the increase. So AIDS has continued to increase with antiviral drugs of the DNA chain terminator variety, and has decreased when recreational drug use decreased, and continued to decrease when the protease inhibitors were introduced in '97 because recreational drug use continued to decrease. But it didn't decrease as fast, and guess why not? Well, because people who are HIV positive are now being intoxicated, rendered AIDS patients by anti-HIV drugs, which have virtually the same spectrum of diseases that they cause as so-called AIDS is.
In 1998, a group of researchers at University of California at Berkeley and the University of California at San Francisco joined forces to test David Ho's viral dynamics hypothesis. And in short, their results are that Ho's hypothesis is wrong. Their data actually shows that HAART, which is short for the highly active antiretroviral therapy, which is simply the protease inhibitor cocktails, that HAART actually does what HIV is supposed to be doing. It produces a shorter lifetime for the T cells in HIV-positive people taking the drugs as compared with HIV people who do not take the drugs.
So you interfere on a very basic level of life, and it takes a time that you see the clinical outcome of these damages. And it's worse than AZT. AZT acts quicker on the genetic level, and but we have the possibility that the bacteria inside our intestines are eating up all this AZT. If you have a good digestion, you know, then that's no problem. But the protease inhibitors cannot be cut down because they are artificial. Then they would accumulate over the time inside your body, producing crystallines, destroying the kidney in the first line and other organs. But then, when they accumulate, and would cause all various kind of effects. And this we have predicted some 2.5 years before already in the British journal Continuum. We have warned about not the side effects, but the main effects, you know. And the worst to come, it's the failure of the liver, and of course the blood production. When blood is destroyed, and that's what they say is the side effects, or, you know, when the fatty acid metabolism is destroyed as well, and you have fatty acid accumulation everywhere inside your body, you know.
They cause what's called Crixivan belly or Crick's belly. They cause the buffalo hump. They cause diabetes. They cause numerous things, opportunistic infections. There's almost 1 or 2 new diseases that the protease inhibitors are causing on a weekly basis. All you have to do is go to the British journal Lancet, and you'll see a horror story over the past year of all the toxic effects of these protease inhibitor cocktails.
Protease inhibitors, the principle to inhibit in a stress situation proteolytic activities is in principle correct, but it should not be done with a single substance, with a single drug. It should be done by nutritional supplements which have an anabolic activity and correct a catabolic situation. These individuals are all in an increased catabolic situation, what means more energy is used than produced.
On one level, if you take a sort of social construction view of the phenomenon of HIV and AIDS, we were maybe in part, you know, producing what we thought we were preventing, in a sense. We were doom-laden, we weren't offering, you know, all-out care to people, in a sense. I think we took quite a conservative view that people infected would develop opportunistic infections and would eventually die.
If we're mistaken, at least we haven't done very much harm. Our theory demands that that safe sexual practices are adopted. Not only that people don't share needles, but people don't take drugs at all. So, I mean, we are in complete agreement from a public health point of view with the HIV theorists. Perhaps we've done some good. Maybe we've stopped a few people worrying about their HIV antibodies. Maybe we've stopped a few people taking drugs to kill a virus that they may not have, that may not even exist. But if the HIV theorists are wrong, who can tell how much harm they have done?
AIDS is not even a medical problem. It's a social problem. And as a social problem, solutions need to be in the social realm, not so much even in the medical realm.
It is not possible in one program to cover all the important issues on a subject as demanding as AIDS. But at least if you now have some questions that you did not have before, if you're not as certain in HIV being the only cause of AIDS, the HIV antibody test being accurate, that the antiretroviral drugs are the way to go, that the vaccine is the miracle cure for the future, if any of this has caused you to pause, then this program has served its purpose. I'm Gary Knoll. Thank you very much for watching.
That's how science starts. You make a hypothesis and say, could it be that way? And then you study it. Now we are studying that virus for $3 billion a year for 8 years, and we have no answer. If that happens, then you have to say this was a hypothesis and that's all it was. We have to look for an alternative explanation.
What Dr. Duesberg believes is that AIDS is not an infectious illness, that it is caused primarily by drug toxicity.
By virtue of determining to substitute for the immune system by attacking this alien agent with a drug, medicine has literally replaced the body's immune system. What can it do but become weak?
AIDS cannot be due to HIV alone.
And I have looked at many dozens of studies used to claim benefits for AZT, and there's not a single one of them that I would regard as being scientifically credible.
I feel my T cells are up now. The doubling you're referring to came from use of bitter melon, came from juicing, vegetable juice.
If you really want to pinpoint a culprit, it is the power-hungry Food and Drug Administration. It is now headed by a man named David Kessler.
I know many of these herbs and these nutrients, without any harm, they've been used for thousands of years in different countries. And all of a sudden, the FDA has not approved them.
The first step is to reassure the patient that this is not a death sentence.
I'm Gary Knoll, and this is the untold story of AIDS, dealing specifically with the politics. We've been led to believe that HIV is the sole cause of AIDS, that AZT is the drug of choice for treatment, that once you have AIDS that you'll die. As you will see, this is a program that challenges all of these notions. These are the dissidents. These are the unheard voices thus far in the war on AIDS.
Well, we can say about HIV, believe it or not, that the HIV epidemic in this country is old. Nothing has changed. Ever since we can detect HIV, 1 million Americans carry that virus. That was in '85, and it's true in 1992. That is to say, there has been a totally constant reservoir of HIV-infected people, far less than the potential susceptible people. We have 250 million in this country, and 1 million is positive. And that hasn't moved 1 inch. It is still 1%. But sex has been happening in the last 8 years, at least so they tell me.
They shouldn't say they're HIV positive. They should say they're Western blot positive, because it's not clear with this new information that they have in fact been infected with HIV, because the proteins that they're measuring for can come from other places. It can come from flu vaccinations. It could come from certain kinds of warts. It can come from, you might have gotten white blood cells from somebody else.
The long latent period is an unambiguous indication that this virus cannot be the cause of AIDS. Unless, of course, that's he always say in science, unless we find totally new things, radically new properties in HIV that we haven't found in any other virus or in any other retrovirus. But look at this. Here we have books like this on retroviruses. We have an encyclopedic knowledge on retroviruses accumulated in the last 20 or 30 years. We know hundreds and thousands of them, and so well, better than any other virus. And not one of them does that. There's no way that this virus could have a mystery that isn't in any of these books yet, and any of the other presidents. It is always possible, but we have spent a lot of money and time, and 20,000 scientists have studying it for the last 8 years, and we haven't found it.
Well, I would not personally rule out HIV as having some role in the disease, or at least in this set of diseases. I have not seen anything that would convince me that it's the sole or even the principal cause of the disease.
According to the Sunday Times, April 3, 1994, there is a conspiracy of silence in the United States. However, there are nearly 450 scientists, including Nobel laureates, and physicians and journalists who are suggesting that we must reevaluate the war on AIDS. Included was Dr. Kary Mullis, Nobel Prize for Chemistry, 1993. As applied in the HIV equals AIDS hypothesis is falsifiable, and useless as medical hypothesis. Dr. Stephen Jonas, Professor of Preventive Medicine. Evidence is rapidly accumulating that the original theory of HIV is not correct.
There are 2 or 3 cases where people claimed, I got AIDS from a patient. 2 or 3. And here we have 200,000 AIDS patients over the last 10 years and seen by a potential reservoir of 5 million healthcare workers, and we have 2 or 3 hypothetical infections. And that's supposed to be the contagious disease of the century. There's not one confirmed case, not even one in the literature, that a healthcare worker ever got AIDS from a patient. Not even one, and that's supposed to be an infectious disease. We have 20,000 scientists working on it in their laboratories every day. None of them vaccinated, no drug. Nobody ever got AIDS, not one even, from studying that virus. And that's supposed to be an infectious disease.
Dr. Fabio Franchi, specialist in infectious disease and preventive medicine. I am not an agnostic. I am well convinced HIV is harmless.
If HIV is not the cause, what is the cause? We're talking about going back to the very beginning and looking who knows where, because right now the only medical explanation has been proven false. If it's left at that status, medicine simply is left with nothing more to do, and that's simply an intolerable thing. The sort of renegade who approaches this idea is cast aside as a very definite threat to the enterprise.
Dr. Roger Cunningham, immunologist. An AIDS establishment seems to have formed that intends to discourage challenge to dogma. Dr. Lawrence Bradford, biologist. The cause of AIDS is multifactorial. HIV is neither necessary nor sufficient.
The dramatically escalating consumption of psychoactive drugs beginning after the Vietnam War, and we are still going in numbers. The consumption is still going up. That's what we are looking at. And that's where it's restricted. A third, look at it, a third are confirmed IV drug users. That's an illegal activity, very likely to be underreported. Nobody is going to advertise. I call the CDC and say, well, I'm a junkie too. Please put me on your list. Most people will say, I've never used it, I've never seen it, I don't know what it is. And add to this, the intravenous drug users are the tip of the iceberg. For every intravenous drug user, there are at least 10 who snort it or drink it or take it orally in some way or another, or pop it in here and there. But they're not going to inject it. That's the most committed and most serious type.
Professor Richard Stroman, geneticist. We need research into possible causes such as drug use and behavior, not a bankrupt hypothesis.
That explains why it's in 20 to 45-year-olds and not in the kiddies and not in the old people. That explains why it's mostly in males, because according to the Bureau of Justice records, males consume 80% of the hard psychoactive drugs. And that explains even why the infants have AIDS, because their mothers are junkies. 70% of the mothers of babies with AIDS are junkies. That explains absolutely everything about AIDS. It explains why homosexuals get Kaposi sarcoma, because they inhale poppers to facilitate anal intercourse. And that's where Kaposi is. It's in the face, in the lungs, and in their hands. And the junkies get pneumonia and tuberculosis because long-term injection of cocaine and heroin through malnutrition and other things which nobody wants to study give you immune deficiency and opportunistic infections. That's all that is. And now, in addition, we have a huge reservoir of 120,000 people who get, thanks to the US government, AZT every single day. That's the worst drug. That is AIDS by prescription.
Duesberg threatened an enterprise, is what he did, because right now our science is governed by funding agencies, governmental, private, and so on and so forth. I've submitted proposals to funding agencies. What you do is you look at the various proposals available and you write your research grant to meet the proposal or the proposal requirements. Right now in medicine, everything is based upon the assumption that the HIV virus is the cause of AIDS. All the research funding, all the theoretical papers, all the drug development, all have this very same assumption. This entire enterprise is now threatened by a man who comes along and says, wait a second, you're on the wrong track.
Professor Hyman Catton, ethicist. The orthodoxy will collapse because it flunks the practical tests. The AIDS epidemic was a mirage.
This opens up the door to all the lifestyle measures that medicine has so long discounted. The idea that it could be in the behavior of the AIDS victim, it could be in the diet, it could be in the lifestyle in some fashion. This opens the door to an avenue of therapy that medicine cannot accept because it is not based upon their model, it doesn't use their drugs, it doesn't rely upon their expertise. You don't even have to know the physiology of the body to be able to teach someone a principle of good living. And so Duesberg simply opens the door to this vast area of lifestyle and its effect on health. And if lifestyle is the issue, the doctor can no longer be the physiological authority who cures all. That is simply an unacceptable option.
Inner city poverty is a compounding factor when you talk about disease. That's where the IV drug use problem is. That's where the heterosexual spread is going to be. That's where you're going to see the pediatric cases. So that group needs not only to be educated, they need to be helped in ways that totally transcend biomedical research. They need to be treated for their IV drug use. They need to have the healthcare delivery system improved. They need to get taken out of the squalor of poverty that they find themselves in from birth. So you're dealing with sociological problems that compound the public health problem.
My sense of it is that the issues that are not being debated in the AIDS problem are the same issues that are not being debated in general across the board when one looks at the interface between biology and medicine. That is to say that what's not being addressed are those agencies out there, those signals in the environment which are enormously effective in bringing about a disease. Those are not being addressed almost anywhere, but what is being addressed is the rather narrower issue of what infectious agents cause diseases, what kinds of things go wrong genetically with the organism, either with the organism's own genes or having the organism incorporate a viral genome. These sort of magic bullets in reverse are the kinds of things that the medical science establishment focuses on, and they tend not to look at all at those environmental issues. Life habits, the presence of carcinogens, of toxins in the environment, all these things for which it's very, very difficult to earn a Nobel Prize are being disregarded.
There are at least 400 scientists, journalists, and other interested people in that group for the Rethinking the AIDS hypothesis. But that's 400 people now. They do include amongst those a couple of Nobel laureates. One who's most recent in chemistry, Dr. Karim Mullis, who is the inventor of the PCR test, and he is with us. He does not support the HIV hypothesis. Why scientists are this way? They may be afraid of their grants. I mean, look what's happened to Peter Duesberg. He doesn't have a laboratory anymore. That takes away his credibility as a scientist. He's a laboratory scientist. He's not a theoretical scientist. They're making him a theoretical scientist, but in fact he's a laboratory scientist and one of the great geniuses. He's well known for his laboratory technique. And what has he gained from his courageous stand? He doesn't have a laboratory. I think lesser scientists see that and will keep their mouths shut.
Recently we had a major press conference. All of the media were invited. None showed up. Why is the media so resistant to the story that there are people alive and well who had full-blown AIDS and used natural therapies in the recovery process?
You know, that's almost incomprehensible to me. I cannot imagine why that wouldn't be the biggest news story of the decade. But I guess what we have to do is we have to consider them recipients and suckers to, so to speak, a propaganda effort that apparently has worked.
If they only have one microbe to warn you about, if there's one virus equals one disease, And there's one thing that you should do to prevent it, and that is to have safe sex or not share needles, which is the very simplistic propaganda that we are given by the government and by governmental scientists. That's a very easy message for the press to pick up on.
I certainly do believe that the media has a responsibility also. And that responsibility is to report fairly on all of the latest breakthroughs in whatever it may be it health, be it technologies, that the media has that responsibility to take a close look and report on what they have been able to investigate and what they have seen as the truth.
So what has happened is government propaganda has been translated into editorial style, so that there is absolutely no way for a reporter working within that system to question the propaganda, because it has become concretized into the actual editorial style of the newspaper.
Dr. Charles Thomas, molecular biologist, who says, perhaps the most morally destructive fraud perpetrated on young men and women of the Western world.
One of the things that I've noticed over and over again is the hardest thing to get a handle on is the panic. That intense chronic fear.
Dr. Alfred Hassig, immunologist. The sentences of death accompanying the medical diagnosis of AIDS should be abolished.
The things that we're feeding people emotionally about this disease are much more deadly than the disease, than HIV itself. The emotional content of HIV infection is 75% of the battle.
It's down to a money-making situation, and politics, of course. I mean, that's why you have lobbyists out here. I can remember when the situation started, where they were saying, well, you got to cut back on red meat. You shouldn't eat so much red meat. You shouldn't drink a lot of milk. Of course, you have the dairy lobby and you have the meat lobby, and so they're out there against that.
A lot of alternate health professionals talk about choice. In reality, because our information is so controlled and so limited through our education, through our media, that people really don't have realistic choices to make in the first place.
Now, the doctor says, and the government would say, you know, that's not approved by the FDA, so you can't touch it, you see. But I think it's up to that individual to say, if this is going to help me, if anything's going to help me, because the other thing is not helping me, then I should have the right to try that and not have to be afraid of the government.
Physician is the person that should make these treatment decisions. In fact, we have bureaus like the Food and Drug Administration and the National Cancer Institute make these decisions instead. They have taken away discretion of the bedside doctor and instead placed that authority into the hands of a bureaucrat in Bethesda or in Washington, D.C. And doctors usually do a better job because they're there, they know the patient, they're with the patient. And so today, really, the doctor works from a cookbook that is issued out of the federal government, and they have to abide by that cookbook, or they may be found guilty of malpractice. So doctors are practicing defensively, and patients are running scared.
We are really upset about the fact that 11 years have gone by since this epidemic has been identified, and in spite of the fact that out in the field, in small clinics all over the country and indeed around the world, people are finding methods of survival, of improving quality of life, extending the length of life, stopping opportunistic infections, and they're doing it using a variety of approaches, many of which are non-toxic, minimally toxic, that use natural medicine, and that use some strategically placed conventional drugs. But all of those approaches, because they tend not to be the high-profit drugs, they're not getting federal research, and of course they're not getting private pharmaceutical money being put into them, and therefore we don't have this knowledge being systematized and spread out to the general public through the medical community.
What are you trying to gain by this demonstration today?
Just to get it more into the public that
the general use of supplements is in great danger from the proposals that the FDA is putting out, that their facts are based on scare tactics and not based in the clinical facts. And we need to make this thoroughly known to the public, because most people just don't realize what the proposed regulations could entail.
Why are we relying on the federal government to do something about this war, and why is it in their hands? That's a good question. I think that it's probably there, again, because of tradition, because people have just turned their lives over to someone else. People just don't want responsibility.
People can develop resistance against AIDS. Now, every time that's the case, there can be no epidemic. If there's no epidemic, then there's no need for the massive enterprise built up around the AIDS epidemic.
I don't understand how medicine discounts so many things like acupuncture and vitamins. I thought they were people in a helping profession who were looking at every way to help people, but they're not. They're only looking at if their way works, and it's all about money.
I think it is just a matter of time before the media begins to acknowledge that certain alternative therapies, or what are currently being called alternative therapies, actually are achieving a fair amount of success.
There seems to be a double standard as far as the doctors are concerned. They'll use many of these drugs that haven't been proven on human beings, and they use them on AIDS patients. But these very same doctors will not use herbs, and they will not use vitamins, and they will not use minerals, because, I don't know, could I say that the bottom line could be the profit motive?
I am suspect about everything involved in this AIDS epidemic, because it seems only, if HIV causes anything, boy, if it causes anything, it certainly causes fundraisers, and it raises funds in many different ways. It sells stocks, it supports dances, it has all sorts of, sells condoms, and keeps the AIDS establishment going. I mean, the doctors are treated very well by the pharmaceutical companies. They're wined and dined at the meetings. The meetings are incredible trade shows. People playing with condoms, pulling them over their heads, blowing condoms up, seeing how much air they could hold. All of this stuff goes on. And there wasn't even a lounge for people with AIDS. There were, at some of the conferences that I've gone to, they put a lounge for people with AIDS at the farthest building from the conference, on the 4th floor, without a couch, without even any water in the room. And they had to be reminded, the conference governors had to be reminded that perhaps you could put some water and some fruit, maybe, and maybe a couch. And their ACT-UP had to carry the couch into the room, and then they put guards at the door.
The money and the prestige build error upon error into a mountain of misinformation that creates viral diseases where, in fact, we should be looking elsewhere for the cause.
I would say that disaster, AIDS has taught us that disaster is a career opportunity, and it's used that way. I mean, it's something to make yourself famous over, something to get prizes for, something to get some public recognition, or something that will make you some money.
The technology for AIDS is amazing that they have introduced here. And now biotechnology, they are going to bring in gene therapy. There's going to be a conference in Florence in April on biotechnology and AIDS. This is money. It's not profitable to cure AIDS. It's simply not profitable.
There's a whole empire has been built on AIDS. I mean, there's people that need this now. For corporations, pharmaceutical companies, they have a lot of money invested in our plight, in my plight. I'm angry about that.
The truth becomes lost in the glitter of one side and the apparent mundaneness of the other side. Truth is simple. Truth is ordinary. Thomas Jefferson said he could not believe any matter of the conduct of our life could be a matter of science, because he says for every man of science there are thousands who are not. What would become of them? Here are the thousands who are not. And I agree with Thomas Jefferson. The truth about the conduct of life is simple, is ordinary. It is about you and I, ordinary people living our lives in good and helpful ways. But that lacks glamour, it lacks newsworthiness. Its only virtue is that it happens to be true.
There's every reason to think that AZT will kill you faster from an AIDS-related disease than if you were taking AZT, because it's a DNA chain terminator. It will kill every cell in your body that's making DNA.
I have looked at many dozens of studies used to claim benefits for AZT, and there's not a single one of them that I would regard as being scientifically credible. Now, there are lots of studies of maybe a few people which are merely observed by somebody without a control. These are more or less in the level of anecdotes. But of the studies used to claim benefits for AZT, all of them, without exception, were financed by Burroughs Wellcome, the manufacturer of AZT, and were controlled by them. And I would say, therefore, they are open to question simply on this basis alone. The few studies over which Burroughs Wellcome had no control, one of them being a study conducted in Paris by Durno and colleagues, found no benefits for AZT. And the Concord study, which took place between Britain and France, giving AZT to people who were asymptomatic, also found that there were no benefits to AZT. And perhaps not coincidentally, Wellcome did not control this particular study.
Over the years, I mean, I've been quite hostile to the use of AZT. I remain so, and with respect to AZT being prescribed the way it was recommended, I think that was, well, I can say it was a sort of horrendous decision, and one that has resulted in the mess, partly contributed to the terrible mess we are in as far as treatments are concerned.
We see the proof like the phase 2 AZT trial, garbage. AZT should have never been unleashed. We see examples like the Concord study or the Veterans Administration study that say that these approved medicines only benefit the pharmaceutical companies and their stockholders. There's certainly no benefit to people with AIDS.
The phase 2 trials were the basis of the drugs being approved by the FDA for marketing in the United States, and also the basis for the drug being approved in 31 other countries. There were all sorts of irregularities. Actual cheating took place in at least one of the centers. And on top of that, the investigators, the people working for the FDA, used data which they knew were bad. And yet this study is still being used to claim that AZT extends life.
They tested AZT, it failed, but what they said was, now wait a second, we know it works because the logic is correct. We've proven the logic. We simply have to work harder, do more experiments, but we will not give up the logic. So medicine's proof is the excellence of its explanations. The fact that it fails in tests is considered irrelevant because we know the explanations are correct.
The original research for AZT said that it killed infected cells at a rate 1,000 times greater than healthy cells. But there are now 4 papers after that original one, which is also a Gallo-Bolognese paper, this one, that shows that, in fact, AZT is quite democratic. It kills all cells equally at the same rate. And in fact, that means it kills healthy cells at a rate 1,000 times greater than they said it did.
Rudolf Nureyev was healthy before he started taking AZT. He was HIV positive, he was in a state of extreme anxiety, and he got tested, and he was positive. But at the time he was in great physical condition. It took something like about 2 years before the AZT finally killed him. They attribute it to a type of heart condition which allegedly was caused by an opportunistic infection. But in my opinion, Rudolf Nureyev died of AZT poisoning.
So you feel Brian White's death was due to AZT
Absolutely.
poisoning?
He was taking AZT and had hemophilia, a combination of the two. We helped him die.
When people first take AZT, their white cells do seem to fight back as a natural reaction to AZT, and we will see the the T cells, which is the kind of white cell selectively affected by the AIDS virus, we will see the T cells start to rise, but then in about 4 to 6 months they go right back down again. One of the criteria for AZT failure is T cells 50 points lower than they were before someone took AZT, or a T cell count of 50. I think that's being very generous, actually. We do see T cells march right down to 0, and I do mean 0, while people are faithfully taking AZT. This is a drug that is clearly exerting a toxic effect and not doing anything at that point.
By virtue of determining to substitute for the immune system by attacking this alien agent with a drug, medicine has literally replaced the body's immune system. What can it do but become weak? Medicine's model allows no other logic, however, and as a consequence, since the victim is helpless, the destruction of the immune system is irrelevant. He was helpless to begin with. He's helpless when it's over, but medicine has stepped in with a substitute to save the day.
Many of the current drugs on the market, primarily AZT, tends to, I'd say about 30% of the people I've seen, severely weaken their immunity, and therefore makes their body have to work harder to have immune strength or power, and therefore the body uses up their basic nutrients in the process, and really their body is fighting against the AZT. It's a detriment.
Several years ago, there was a campaign to get everybody who might be at risk for AIDS to be tested for HIV antibodies. And then if they found that they were positive according to these extremely unreliable tests, they were told that they should go for what was called early intervention, early medical intervention. And there were slogans put out, put time on your side. The early intervention meant purely and simply AZT. And rather than putting time on the side of these people, what the drug did and is doing is to terminate their lives.
I think people are out there with AZT in a desperation move, basically, to use a drug to produce some sort of a short-term benefit, but the cost is a further encroachment on the individual's immune system. So it makes no sense except as a sort of a psychological, almost a psychoanalytic, sociological analysis. It makes no sense scientifically.
How do you know which is the disease and which is the effect of the drug? I don't know, and I would challenge a doctor to tell me.
We grow up in systems that are essentially natural, that are a byproduct of our evolution. And yet, because we live with a science that would try to redefine it, that we are stuck with a paradox, that we are basically living in a world that is no longer natural, that doesn't reflect the systems that have evolved over time, and yet we're told with the sense that we have to then change according to the whims of our science.
If somebody could come along and find a non-toxic way of killing the HIV virus, or somehow or another blocking reverse transcriptase, blocking various different receptor sites, I would be all in favor of that. But the fact of the matter is that so far, all of the substances that have been tried have been more toxic than the nutritional approach alone.
I started to find out that there were many alternative treatment options that were working for different people. Different things work for different people.
Immune system gets injured primarily by 4 different mechanisms. Either there are some environmental agents, mold allergy, for example, chemical sensitivities, formaldehyde, or it gets injured by nutritional aspects, not in the narrow sense of nutritional deficiencies, or the third possibility is the stress element, and the fourth is the problems of lack of physical fitness. So in my clinical management, I emphasize all 4 areas.
The FDA has stated that it will now allow testing of hyperthermia. This after pressure from Senator Lautenberg of New Jersey and Chuck DeMarco and DeMarco's remarkable success. DeMarco had advanced AIDS, in fact was given a death sentence with less than a year to live.
Hyperthermia is a treatment where your body is heated up by giving an artificial fever. It's been used widely throughout the centuries, actually, and for cancer and other diseases, including syphilis. And so I went to Italy based upon the advice of the physicians after going through some testing here in the US. Went through the procedure where my blood was removed from my body in dialysis fashion, heated up to about 116 degrees and put back in hot so that a fever could be raised in me above 108 degrees, which is the temperature that viruses are begun to die off at. The very next day, the first thing that was noticed by everybody was that the cough that I had was totally gone. And to this day, 32 months later, it is still gone. The KS lesions I had started to form white rings around them, and they disappeared. The hairy leukoplakia in my mouth was gone within about 48 hours. Incredible amounts of energy. Energy to the point where instead of sleeping 18 to 20 hours a day, I was sleeping now 2 to 3 hours a day. My CD4 count, the T cell count, rose 21 days after the procedure. When I was back here in the United States, it had gone from 220 to almost 890, and it has remained that way ever since. The only times it ever goes down is under stress. The other thing is that I had been tested pre-treatment for PCR, which is a test that checks for DNA for the virus, HIV, and that was positive pre-treatment. The University of Rome, December of this past year, had tested it, and it 3 times, 3 independent labs in Italy, and they have come up 3 times negative that it is no longer present. I do test for the antibodies, though, which is, I think, good, but everything else has shown that I am now healthy.
In the making of this documentary, I've interviewed hundreds and hundreds of individuals using various complementary or holistic therapies, everything from ozone to hyperthermia, to acupuncture and Chinese herbs, meditation, nutritional diets, macrobiotic diets, vegetarian diets. But most of them have something in common. And what that commonality is vitamin C. Now, I'm not talking about a little amount of vitamin C. I'm talking about an IV, intravenous drip of vitamin C. Right now, we're in one of the most popular vitamin C drip centers in the United States. It's the Healing Center on West 72nd Street in Manhattan. Dolores Perry is a registered dietitian, and she's also a certified nutritionist. She has a master's in clinical nutrition from New York University. And Dolores, you have helped hundreds, if not thousands, of persons with AIDS and chronic fatigue syndrome. You put them on various protocols. You work with their physician in getting them a protocol. And you're a big advocate of vitamin C as a vitamin C drip, and that is compared to maybe someone just taking a vitamin C tablet or someone else just trying to get it from orange juice. What's the difference, and why do you advocate this?
Okay, we can't possibly get enough from just what we eat. Vitamin C is a very unstable vitamin, and if you just take it from orange juice, we're getting such an insignificant amount. It's what a cockroach might need. What we need to do is anybody who has any kind of problem, whether it be any kind of virus or anything with a compromised immune system, we got to go to industrial strength vitamin C, which would be the vitamin C drip. And here we're getting from 25,000, 50,000 to 100,000 units of vitamin C. And in the vitamin C drip would be B complex, would be glutathione, would be a multiple vitamin, and also some of the minerals. And then it's bypassing the digestive system and going right to the bloodstream and incorporated into the cells, and it's just absorbed by the cell.
I think that a large percentage of the action of vitamin C, which I like to call ascorbate, to distinguish it from the vitamin C in the sense that vitamin C is with tiny, tiny little doses that are necessary to prevent scurvy, but these huge, massive amounts of ascorbate neutralize free radicals.
We've heard a great deal about AZT being able to affect reverse transcriptase, or the inhibition of the HIV virus to replicate. What we have not heard are that there are natural substances such as quercetin, pycnogenol, vitamin C, bitter melon, and many others that also do the same. One example would be the work at the Linus Pauling Institute and a Dr. Jarwala, who also has been able to effectively destroy the HIV virus from replicating using vitamin C.
The results that have been obtained from laboratory studies show a very strong effect of ascorbate on HIV. And the advantages of using ascorbate are that it is a safe substance even when administered at very high doses.
A lot of doctors, and so mine also, does not believe in giving me vitamin C just because if it's not approved. You know, without it, I know I wouldn't stay stable this long.
I look at vitamin drips as a sort of a way of jump-starting the cellular enzymes. In fact, we've done some studies where one group was not treated with intravenous therapy, another group was treated. Intravenous therapy speeds up the recovery process enormously.
What we have to do is add to this bag various vitamins and minerals depending on the protocol that a patient is under. When we're dealing with AIDS patients, we're dealing with people who are severely ill, who generally have very low, when we first see them, energy levels, and we find that one of the major effects of giving vitamin drips is their energy levels will go up. So what we're involved in doing then is just figuring out what is the best ratio of components to put into their particular drip bag.
What we see is people walking in here, and they're really very, very sick. And when they come out after they've been here for a while, for a few months or whatever it takes, what a difference. I mean, you see them walking out and they're just dynamite. They have energy, they feel elated, and I work very closely with doctors. So it's not just the vitamin C drip, it's the whole combination. You can't just take one thing and take it out of context. It's taking care of what's going into their body, their nutrients, their vitamins, and everything that goes in has to enliven.
So a typical drip bag has a high volume of vitamin C, anywhere from 25,000 to 100,000 milligrams. It'll also have calcium, magnesium, selenium, zinc, B complex with B12, folic acid, adenosine monophosphate, glutathione, taurine. Glutathione is particularly important in AIDS patients because it helps stop the replication of the viruses.
I use intravenous glutathione also, and I have all my clients take on a daily basis N-acetylcysteine, which is called NAC. NAC is an amino acid which becomes glutathione in your body. Glutathione is a remarkable substance. It deserves all the attention that our government and the NIH is giving it right now. Of course, they're trying to find a glutathione derivative, which they can make a patent for and then make a great deal of profit off of. However, glutathione and NAC work extremely well. Glutathione specifically attacks the AIDS virus at about 4 different steps. So we're looking at an expanded way of containing and controlling the virus with glutathione. Glycyrrhizin, which is the licorice extract, has been proven to do the same thing. It's just that glycyrrhizin needs to be used in very high doses intravenously, and it gets to be rather expensive, especially considering that the insurance companies will basically laugh at this kind of protocol and refuse to fund it.
I've used IV glutathione and glutathione powder and oral administration. I have a very detailed protocol which keeps me alive and stable. I just had an immune test back which just astounded everyone at my hospital.
I use garlic, zinc, which is extremely important as an immune system booster, and vitamin A, all in high doses. Actually, the vitamin A is beta-carotene, not vitamin A. Beta-carotene is a safer form, as you know. Another lesser-known fact is that quercetin, which is a bioflavonoid, does have the ability to block reverse transcriptase, which is the way AZT blocks the AIDS virus. So quercetin is a natural person's AZT substitute, and I have all my patients take quercetin on a daily basis. I think that B vitamins are very important in helping the immune system, in avoiding anemia, and especially in avoiding dementia, the mental deterioration that we see with AIDS. I think that people, even early on in the course of their infection, develop problems absorbing many different nutrients, specifically B vitamins. And I've developed a B vitamin complex as an injection, which all my patients take on a weekly basis to get around the absorption problem. In my 5 years of practice with some 600 clients, I have never seen dementia in my practice.
One modality which is shown to be extremely effective both in combating viral infections and in the overall strengthening of the immune system is the use of medicinal herbs.
In my own clinical practice with HIV and other viral syndromes, I've had enormous success using intravenous vitamin C, glutathione, the Chinese herb astragalus, St. John's wort, phytolacca, and echinacea.
People with HIV and other chronic viral illnesses have a wide variety of herbs from Chinese medicine that have been used for many, many years. Oldenlandia is one of them. It's an antiviral. Honeysuckle flower, which is Lonicera in Latin. Bandlangen in Chinese is Isatis in Latin. These are anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, antibiotic herbs. When we're observing people with HIV and their use of Chinese herbs, there have been 10-year studies done in America by Institute for Traditional Medicine, hospitals in Seattle, in California, in Chicago. They've been observing HIV-positive people for 10 years and their use of Chinese herbs. 75% of those people report better energy, better immune function, fewer secondary infections.
I take my herbs on an empty stomach. I take them with medicinal teas that I have from a Chinese doctor, and then I wait. I run around the house and do what else I have to do, and then I eat something, and drink my juice. I have my juice, and then I go on to vitamins, just to keep them separate. Also, vitamins are more readily absorbed with food. I mean, essentially, you should not need any supplementation if you live in a healthy environment and eat well. So you have to treat all of this as food.
With AIDS, bitter melon is something that the AIDS community is extremely interested in. What is the role of garlic? What is the role of particular herbs and spices? And so I would love to see this studied, even though perhaps there's not an enormous profit motive to do this. I think that's one of the things that we want to do more and more, and we want to be an advocate for this kind of change.
We're working with what the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine calls the new 4 food groups, which are whole grains, legumes, fruits, and vegetables. And these are foods which are very high in antioxidants, which help to boost immune system function. Nutrients like beta-carotene, vitamin C, vitamin E, zinc, selenium, these are all plentiful in these foods. For the most part, these nutrients are not found in the high-fat, high-protein standard American diet. So we're offering a different point of view. We're trying to get people to look at a new way of eating that is not about providing calories so much as it is about supporting the immune system.
We have to look not only at the amount of calories that's going in, but the quality of the food, starting with organic. Nobody says much about this, but certainly chemicals are not good for compromised immune system.
You have only to look at this food to see that it's full of life. These greens over here are full of the life that came directly from the earth that grew them, and the vitality of that food is what nurtures us to go through with our life.
For centuries, the Chinese have understood that what makes life itself possible is one's life energy, or qi. Through practices such as Tai Chi and Qigong, this life force can be strengthened and enhanced by many different levels.
The way one can increase their storehouse of energy is through practicing something like Tai Chi, because the process is the environment has energy, and that energy is brought into the system, and it's brought into the system vis-a-vis just the simple breathing apparatus. And in the body goes through an alchemical process, converting that to useful qi in the body. There are organ systems and meridian systems in which one learns to regulate one's qi, basically. So it works that there are 5 organ systems, and each has its own vibratory patterns. And what you do is, through practicing Tai Chi, they start to resonate with the core of the vibration in the body. And then they harmonize themselves. So when you go to a Chinese doctor and they're taking pulses, what they're doing is feeling the different energy levels in different parts of the body. And hopefully through what they're doing, whether it be acupuncture, acupressure, or herbs, they're going towards regulating the different energy systems in the body. My interest is not in quantity of life, but quality of life. And Tai Chi Chuan helps people get stronger, helps people stand on their own 2 feet and face and deal with some curiosity about what's happening to them. And the cultivation, the reanimation of curiosity in the system helps drive the system.
Acupuncture is one therapy that has helped with many of the illnesses related to AIDS because it addresses the causes of symptoms and because it has supported the body's innate self-healing capability.
The qi, or the bioelectromagnetic energy, flows through these pathways, and wherever this disease process is occurring, you'll find a blockage. So the acupuncture needles inserted in these different points, there are 365 points, actually open these pathways and let that energy flow smoothly through those meridians. The other thing that occurs when you're using acupuncture is that it dilates the blood vessels, so the vessels can open, you get more circulation, more of the nutrients, more oxygen flowing through those meridians, which is important in all forms of health. With people that have HIV, we're working on some of the immune system points and also just symptomatically working to open and energize and bring that life force, that qi, to the various areas that are not working smoothly. The immune system then will start to work to alter the different dysfunctional systems that occur in AIDS patients, such as the lung problem. We see symptoms of TB, pneumonia, some of the dysfunctions of the large intestine, some of the parasites. And the reason that people with HIV do lose weight is because they lose the ability to transmute. The intestine becomes weakened, and you don't have the uptake of the nutrients in the small and large intestine. Chinese medicine addresses this, not just the HIV problem.
Yoga is another Eastern practice which is beneficial not only on a physical level, but which also quiets the mind and allows rebalancing and healing on the spiritual level as well.
So we're getting 2 of the basics of yoga, which is proper posture and proper breathing. So as we're breathing, of course, we're expanding the stomach, and as we're exhaling, we're contracting the stomach in. That's to give us a full, deep breath, but we keep it relaxed. And then proper posture, we're making sure we're sitting up, shoulders down and relaxed. Good. Imagine someone lifting you up from the top, as though you have a string of light lifting you, and as though somebody else is pressing down at the hips. The 2 basics, proper posture and proper breathing, are so there's space for the energy to move throughout the system, so that there's space for the body to relax, to breathe, to just be. Good. Now, as you're in the pose, one thing about yoga, there's always a higher meaning. Think in your life, use it as a meditation, where in your life you need to go forward just a little more. Good. Everyone's really relaxing into it. That's right. Let that be as above, so below, as on the physical plane, so on the higher plane. We need to reach forward a little more.
The way you look at the world around you determines the state of your biology under your skin. And that is literally and figuratively true. In other words, you can be in a meditative mode, in a healing self-regulatory mode, and your heart activity, your brain function, your muscle energy, your skin energy, it will all be like Kansas Prairie. Or you can be trying to figure things out, clever way, think your way out, and then your biologic profile is like New York City skyline. Okay, so I call this mode cortical. It is stressful mode. It causes disease. The other mode is an even steady state energy mode, and that's a restorative mode. In our work, our goal is to, number 1, perceive this energy. Number 2, to understand how these changes in energy profoundly affect the various electrophysiologic profile. And number 3, can we allow this energy to guide us into a healing mode? So we want a transition from an ordinary thinking, stressful mode, which causes disease, into a non-thinking, meditative, deep, restorative healing mode. That's our goal.
Meditation, I do it half an hour every morning, and I'm trying to get it to half an hour every night also. And it's at least 50% of the battle is your thought process, I'm sure.
There's nothing like the immune system doing its job against this virus. No amount of AZT can do what your body can do against this virus.
I just had an immune test back, which just astounded everyone at my hospital, because I've now become an immune donor of antibodies. With a full-blown AIDS diagnosis, I give antibodies on a weekly basis so that other people with no immune system can stay alive. It's called passive immune therapy.
People who engage in this process heal by scientifically strengthening their immune system and resolving deep issues and conflicts and stuck places inside that from a scientific standpoint may be perpetuating this conditioned immunosuppressive response. When we put the whole piece together, healing happens.
It's easy to be discouraged when people see a lot of their loved ones dying, and in community, in sharing pain, in recharging with one's spirit, and in living life fully, hope follows. And I see that happen all the time, and I feel it for myself.
Creating hope, Gary, is a very easy thing to do. Sustaining hope is difficult. I do not believe healing is possible without hope.
And there we have it. These are not the only dissidents. I interviewed dozens of other scientists, physicians, journalists, and advocates who also believe, as the individuals you've seen in this documentary, that we have a misguided policy, that politics, special interests, money, ego, self-esteem are behind much of the war on AIDS, and that should change. Thank you very much for watching. I'm Gary Null.
Picking up the torch as the campaign chairman of the American Foundation for AIDS Research.
Use red, nobody's dead.
We'll have red products, we'll have red phones.
Last year we raised over $1 million, we were very happy, and now it's grown immeasurably over the last year.
Members of the public often notice the celebrities who have suddenly and inexplicably become experts on public health. We have turned these kinds of stars into authorities on things way beyond their own training and their own knowledge.
Science, with its harsh efforts at total objectivity, can actually hold within its ways of operating the seeds of its own failure.
At least they should open up the field to people with other theories, because their own has proven to be such a resounding failure.
In science, we cannot have any prejudice. The fact that AIDS started in the gay community has nothing to do with the sexual preferences that this group of people have.
Why do they not acknowledge the virtual immunity of women in the United States and Europe and developed countries?
I think that we've been basically chasing the wrong paradigm for the last 20 years, and I'm afraid to say that it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon.
They'll backtrack a little bit, but they'll never give HIV up.
We should continue as combatively as we can to speak out and shake up the dogma at all levels.
The next generation of younger doctors is going to now be able to see all the information before them.
We are told that the most lethal epidemic of the last 100 years is AIDS. That around the world you hear figures as high as 250 million people could be infected. Millions dying. In South Africa alone, 5 million infected. What is the truth of this? We're also told that you need the drugs. They'll put time on your side. Without them, you're absolutely going to die. We're told that once you're infected, it's going to be there forever. You can't get rid of it. Is that the truth? We're also told that we need an antibody test. That's the only way to determine, do we have AIDS? Is that factual? I'm Gary Null. I'd like to welcome you to a special program, a program that will look at AIDS from a different point of view.
The old paradigm in science is first you find the cause and then you treat the cause. Well, with AIDS, we have violated both.
Not a single retrovirus has been ever demonstrated to be responsible for any single human disease, and certainly not killing anybody.
To think that the collapse of the human immune system, which is a very sophisticated system that's built up over millions of years, just started happening in 1980? I'm sorry, this is science fiction.
Dr. David Raznick is one of the developers of protease inhibitors, part of the antiretroviral drug treatment commonly used to treat AIDS patients. Over the past 26 years, Dr. Raznick has done extensive research on the subject of HIV and AIDS.
The best evidence against the HIV hypothesis is that there is no evidence for it. In the vast scientific medical literature, over 100,000 journals published so far on HIV/AIDS, we cannot find anywhere in this vast literature the evidence that HIV causes AIDS, that AIDS is a contagious disease, or that it's even sexually transmitted. We don't know the names of these people who have done this work. For example, if this had been shown that AIDS is caused by HIV, we should know who these benefactors of humanity are by name. These would be candidates for the Nobel Prize.
In 1983, a French virologist named Luc Montagnier published a paper in which he hypothesized that a virus he had isolated was the cause of the mysterious new syndrome affecting gay men known as acquired immune deficiency syndrome, or AIDS. 1 year later, Dr. Robert Gallo at the National Cancer Institute made world headlines after he claimed he had discovered the virus that causes AIDS, using a sample he had borrowed from Luc Montagnier. Dr. Gallo also claimed that he had devised a test for the virus and could reproduce it in the large quantities needed for further research. The worldwide convention that HIV is the cause of AIDS dates from this moment. More than 20 years ago, Dr. Peter Duesberg, a noted molecular biologist, world-renowned virologist, and UCLA professor, was one of the few voices in the world of AIDS dissidents. Around 1987, he began asking a question that seemed like heresy in its day. Was it possible that the scientists were all wrong when they equated HIV with AIDS?
I know Gallo, and Gallo is not a bad virologist. He would have found a virus that is there at concentrations where it could cause a disease. But Gallo proved to the scientific world with this, what proved to be nearly a scandal in the scientific history. He claimed the virus from a colleague as his own. He proved that it was very, very difficult, even for an excellent laboratory as Gallo was operating it at the NIH, to isolate a virus from an AIDS patient.
There has never been viremia, which means the blood flooded with whole cell-free infectious viruses. If HIV were actually doing anything, making people sick, there would indeed be viremia, meaning millions of whole viruses per milliliter of plasma. In fact, nobody has ever observed even one of them.
Some of the most vocal critics of the HIV equals AIDS hypothesis are a group of Australian researchers led by Dr. Eleni Papadopoulos-Eliopoulos. In their breakthrough report, the scientists raised serious questions about the accuracy of HIV antibody tests, and more importantly, the very relationship of HIV to AIDS. In fact, they question whether HIV has ever been isolated.
As far as we're concerned, if one goes through all the HIV literature which exists to date, I think one will find it bold and incredible to still believe that there is proof for the existence of HIV. When a particle looks like a retrovirus, you have to isolate it, then put it in another culture, show that the cells in the secondary culture produce particles exactly like the particles from which they originated. That the two particles from the two cultures are exactly the same can be shown only by determining their constituent proteins and RNA. So isolation is extremely important to prove that a particle is a retrovirus.
From the very start, the hypothesis that the hypothetical HIV was destroying a subfamily of human lymphocytes was making no scientific sense whatsoever, because retroviruses are fundamentally not cytolytic, as we say in medicine. They are not destroying the cells they infect. They coexist with them.
Nobody can find free infectious HIV virus in a human being. That is why they have to resort to looking for antibodies to HIV in a person. That is one of the biggest flaws in the HIV hypothesis, that antibodies, which are a sign of immunity, you should be happy that you have antibodies. It means that you are now immune. And yet with AIDS, we have antibodies as a predictor or an indicator of AIDS and future death.
Retroviruses don't really have much power to cause harm. We have studied retroviruses, but HIV in particular has never been clearly defined in terms of its genetic structure and its molecular structure. And what I mean by that is that you can try to determine the genetic sequence of HIV from one person and compare it to another person, or even different viruses in the same person's body, and you'll find that there are huge variations in their genetic sequences. And now we're starting to talk about different strains and mutations and all this stuff. What that really means is that nobody's really sure exactly what HIV is, what the exact genetic sequence is.
The long latent period is an unambiguous indication that this virus cannot be the cause of AIDS. Unless, of course, as he always say in science, unless we find totally new things, radically new properties in HIV that we haven't found in any other virus or in any other retrovirus. But look at this. Here we have books like this on retroviruses. We have an encyclopedic knowledge on retroviruses accumulated in the last 20 or 30 years. We know hundreds and thousands of them, and so well, better than any other virus. And not one of them does that. There's no way that this virus could have a mystery that isn't in any of these books yet.
If you really sit down and look at HIV research and all the findings that have been presented over the years, you still find no demonstrable qualitative or quantitative activity. Those are scientific words that basically mean we can't find either enough of the type of the virus or enough of it to explain what we then see with the decline of the immune system. There is no real relationship, if you really get down to brass tacks and look at the fine details, which I and others have done, between the amount of HIV in a person's system and whether they get sick or not, or how fast they get sick.
HIV has never been isolated directly from one single AIDS patient. Some pictures, some electron microscope pictures were taken in cell cultures, highly contaminated with a variety of other cells, just to make sure that some retroviruses would be found in them. But this was never demonstrated as originating from a single AIDS patient.
There is this notion that HIV jumped from a chimpanzee to a human sometime in the 40s or 50s in Africa. The problem is they've never been able to isolate that previous strain in the chimpanzee. Where is the pre-human version of HIV? It ain't there. They cannot find any animal carrier or any animal reservoir for HIV in the wild. It seems to have been in humans quite some time. And as a matter of fact, Jonas Salk, a very famous scientist who developed the polio vaccine, told me and others in 1994-95, before he passed away, that he probably thinks that HIV was 900 years old in humans, and other researchers have basically postulated even longer.
California microbiologist Dr. Kary Mullis was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1993 for his development of one of the most widely used current techniques in molecular biology today, the PCR, or polymerase chain reaction. This revolutionary technique allows scientists to take a sample containing a very minute amount of DNA and replicate that DNA sequence until there are many copies. One of the first applications of PCR was to analyze human tissue for the presence of HIV. PCR is commonly used in medical and biological research labs for the detection of virus culture in infectious persons.
The people that are AIDS researchers now are getting neurotic if you ask them any questions. There was a time when I first started asking questions, all I wanted was, where are the papers? Just tell me the papers that you read that convinced you that HIV was the cause of AIDS, because I need to reference those papers in some of the, I was working on a test for HIV with PCR, and I needed to write a little report to the NIH and say, here's the progress we've made. And the first line of it was, HIV is the probable cause of AIDS. And I thought that was true. This is before I got involved. And I said, what's the reference for that quote? And I looked for it for about 2 or 3 years, and I never could find it. And by the end of 2 years, I'd ask everybody at every meeting that I'd gone to that talked about AIDS, I'd ask, I'd look through every computer database. There is no reference. There is nobody who should get credit for that statement. Now that's a pretty weird situation in science, where getting credit for a discovery is the most important thing in your life as a scientist.
It's not just Peter Duesberg or some outsiders who criticize the failure of our war against AIDS. It's the orthodoxy itself. They advertise they have not saved one single life. That means in conventional scientific logic, there could very well be something profoundly wrong with the basic hypothesis, with the basic approach that we use against AIDS.
It wasn't a plot, it wasn't even greed or anything like that. It was a mistake in certain circumstances that happened, but the failure has been that science failed to correct that error. Subsequently, it's had plenty of opportunity to do that, but the whole kind of bandwagon that got rolling.
This year, an estimated 40,000 individuals in the United States and almost 6 million people worldwide will become infected with HIV.
With all the feeling associated with it, the compassion for AIDS patients, the fear of what was happening as this purported virus was thought to be spreading sexually in the world's populations, that feeling, that emotion, stopped science from following its normal checks and balances and putting right this fundamental mistake.
After 20 years of research, with nothing on the vaccine horizon, pretty inconsistent treatments, and no actual mechanism by which we are to understand this tiny little piece of genetic material causes the complete collapse of the immune system, I think it's high time that we started looking at other alternatives. Not to say that HIV has nothing to do with AIDS, but there probably is something going on, and some of the biggest minds in AIDS science are beginning to suspect this as well.
This is Stonewall. This is where it began. June 28, 1969. 8 New York City police officers showed up here. They came to do what they had done dozens of times, arrest and harass gays. A major confrontation ensued. Within 2 hours, there were nearly 2,000 gays in the street and 400 New York City police. The New York City police realized that it can no longer arbitrarily and capriciously harass and attack individuals who are simply choosing to honor their own lifestyle. This was the beginning of gay liberation. It was also the beginning of the sexual revolution within the gay community. And within the next few years, hundreds of clubs like Stonewall would open throughout New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco.
From the mid-1970s until 1984, when the so-called official cause of AIDS was announced to the world, many individuals in the gay community were suffering from a unique form of diseases that baffled scientists. The original theory was that living an unhealthy lifestyle, including the use of poppers or amyl nitrate and unsafe anal intercourse, were the causes of AIDS.
After years of struggling for their sexual predisposition to be accepted by society, with the whole gay lib movement and everything that stood for, here was what was at first called a gay plague by the US administration in the early 80s. They were more or less saying, we wash our hands of this. And that presented a very big threat to these guys because they knew that their friends were dying, that there was a genuine new syndrome there, and the government was seemingly not showing much interest.
The name was suggested for that disease to name it gay-related immune deficiency, GRID. So it was strictly associated with the fact that these 5 initial patients were homosexuals. That created an extremely passionate reaction from the gay community that regarded as totally intolerable that such a discrimination was pointing at their lifestyle and the disease.
AIDS was first identified among gay men in 1981 who practiced certain lifestyle behaviors. They, according to New York Times, on July 3rd, 1981, tended to have upwards of 2,000 sexual contacts a year and used a lot of aphrodisiacal drugs, including poppers, amyl nitrite, a very dangerous substance that gay men had been inhaling in epidemic proportions since the early 1970s. And with regard to the sexual activity, you don't need to be moralistic to say that, gosh, you have 2,000 sex partners a year, you develop a laundry list of infectious diseases, venereal diseases, that can do a lot of damage over the long term to your immune system. Doctors and scientists looking at this phenomenon early on said, gosh, they do a lot of drugs, they have a laundry list of venereal diseases. The combination of these factors might well be enough to knock their immune systems for a real loop.
In addition to the drug use and anal intercourse, gay men suffered from AIDS typically practiced other immune suppressive habits such as drinking and smoking, intravenous drug use, very unhealthy diets, and a gross lack of sleep. This combination of hazardous lifestyle choices is often referred to as fast tracking. And while found primarily in the gay community, certain aspects of the fast track can be also seen among heterosexuals.
Now, the lifestyle hypothesis has been around a while. And the reason, of course, it hasn't really been taken seriously by the medical establishment is there's not really any one thing that you can point to actually work on, to target. And careful epidemiology has now been able to separate some of these things out. So there was obviously a very strong suspicion that these poppers or amyl nitrates were a cause, and I think the good epidemiology work has essentially now ruled that out because there are aspects of the fast-track gay lifestyle, which include drinking and smoking and various types of sexual activity that are not correlated with becoming HIV positive and developing AIDS. After all, lots of heterosexuals drink and smoke and do many of the same fast-tracky kind of things that gay men do, and yet they're not dropping dead of AIDS. So there has to be more careful look at the epidemiology to get past the lifestyle label. Because to many, of course, that's seen as a homophobic condemnation of a whole lifestyle that's not actually scientifically or medically supported. We have to look at the individual aspects of lifestyle. Is there one of these lifestyle factors, gonorrhea, syphilis, tanning salons, poppers, that is far more associated with both becoming HIV positive and then later dying? And the answer is yes. Syphilis has been correlated as the most prominent prior condition associated with becoming HIV positive more than any other single condition, and this was proven by a large US Army study conducted and published in 1992, which showed you were 40 times more likely to become HIV positive if you had syphilis than if you hadn't. A similar study in Amsterdam showed the same thing.
Dr. Stephen Chiesa started his private practice in Manhattan in 1982, primarily treating gay men. Chiesa quickly noticed an increase in the number of cases of gonorrhea and herpes, while seeing a relatively small level of cases of syphilis by comparison. He found the low incidence of syphilis among his patients very odd considering their lifestyle. This is an excerpt from an interview I did with Dr. Chiesa on my radio show around 1990.
After working for several years with these patients, there was something more than a single entity disease going on. The dogma was one cause, one disease, ultimately one magic bullet. And in my experience, and again from 82 to the present day, I've, for all practical purposes, done nothing but AIDS, I felt that can't be. How could a simple virus, which I believe has only 9 genes, I could be wrong on that, cause such a variety of clinical illnesses? I then began looking for co-infections. The one I came up with, which seems to be the most important and even more important in terms of initially suppressing your immune system than HIV, is of all things syphilis. Now, why then don't we see more syphilis is the obvious question. The answer is we do see it. We're seeing it every day. We're having a true pandemic of syphilis, but because of the presence of HIV, the blood tests that we doctors grew up to believe in don't work. I've been taking all my HIV positive patients, and whether I can find serologic, that is blood evidence of syphilis or not, I'm treating them for syphilis in a rather aggressive way. And quite frankly, I, and apparently no one else, can explain the results I'm getting given orthodox dogma.
So what you're saying is that AIDS as a single virus simply does not exist.
AIDS is a complex disease caused, and state-of-the-art knowledge, and this may change, certainly syphilis, chronic syphilis you don't know you have, that's been on board minimum a year, okay? That's probably 70% of the ball game right there. But you add to that things like, and you made this point very well, Gary, you add herpes to that, and we now know herpes is playing a role in this. It's a 10% role, but 10% is still 10%. HIV is certainly playing a role in this. Again, it's a 10-15% role, but still 10-15%. There may be other things, chlamydia, amoebiasis, lifestyle. Every 10% is going to count, but it does seem to be quite clear now that if you hit the patient hard and early, I have to emphasize that I can't put together a train wreck. You gotta come early, but if I can get my hands on an infected, but essentially healthy person early, that person will plateau and live a normal life.
Since the official discovery of the AIDS virus in 1984, we've been told that HIV, the virus that is supposed to cause AIDS, is sexually transmitted, and that everyone who was sexually active was at risk.
The risk reduction results remain positive and significant for drug users, for heterosexual populations, and for gay men.
Although the science of AIDS is still very much up in the air, the early work done by the Centers for Disease Control epidemiologists, now I'm talking about the early 1980s, 81, 82, in my view, pretty much proved that something that was passed on through sexual activities was decimating the immune systems of the people who were engaging in these activities. And there has been no evidence that has come along since then to basically dissuade me or my colleagues from that view.
The statistics have been confirmed over and over again, most recently just last year from the University of California at San Francisco, that it takes on average 1,000 sexual contacts with an HIV person or persons in order to become HIV positive yourself. That means 1,000. Put that in comparison with typical sexually transmitted diseases. It takes on average 2 to 3 sexual contacts to get gonorrhea or syphilis, for example. Now, the CDC has estimated a constant 1 million Americans infected with HIV over the past 10 years. Constant number. That right there should be a giveaway. It's not spreading in society.
That's not an epidemic. The number of cases reported went up epidemically, you know, exponentially, because the number of tests that was done went up exponentially. How many doctors knew about HIV in 1983? 2. How many knew about it in 1985? Say 500. How many knew about it in 1986? 40,000. So that's where the curve came from. How many tests were done?
Look at the articles in the literature that talk about sexual transmission of AIDS. I've found at least 15 of them, and in every case they were unable to find sexual transmission of HIV positive at a rate greater than 5 for every 1,000 acts of unprotected intercourse. And in a few of those studies, they actually controlled for use and non-use of condoms and found that use of condoms made no difference. This is not a sexually transmitted disease.
The heterosexual epidemic certainly hasn't seemed to have materialised in Australia. For example, in 1991, 10 years after AIDS commenced, researchers were able to write that no Australian prostitutes had been infected through sexual intercourse. None.
Prostitute women don't have higher rates of HIV or AIDS than anybody else. And in fact, any research that has been done has also shown a number of other things that indicate that prostitute women are taking very good care of their health and the health of clients and the community in general.
In the MAX study, they have shown the only sexual act directly related to the development of the phenomenon which is called HIV and of AIDS was passive anal intercourse. By 1997, Nancy Padian has proven that AIDS cannot be heterosexually transmitted. They had couples there who either one or the other was positive, and they were followed up for more than 6 years. And although nearly 25% of the couples were not using condoms, still no one of the negative couples ever seroconverted.
In just about every group where you had men and women present, the infection rate of men is 2 or 3 times that of women. AIDS started in the 1980s. There were 95% of AIDS patients were men. Over the years that has changed, and it's now about 3 to 1. So, AIDS has affected men and women differently over the years, and HIV has affected them the same over the years.
In Haiti, they told me they'd followed 780 couples over 8 years. To their amazement, 1 couple was positive and 1 negative, I hasten to add. 750, 8 years? Do you know how many became both positive, concurrent, I think it's called? 36.
If it's just caused by needles, or it's just caused by homosexual activities, you're not going to really get a long, sustained public outcry against it, and nobody's going to want to spend $6 billion a year. They're going to say, well, we really didn't like those people anyhow. Great. I can't think of a better solution to the homosexual problem than a disease that'll kill them all. I mean, there would be congressmen that would talk about that quietly, not on television. So the CDC had to say, we can't say that. We got to say it's got to be heterosexually transmitted. There's no proof that it's transmitted at all at that point. So why not just say, well, it's heterosexually transmitted too? Because that made it a plague, and the CDC needed one. The CDC hadn't had a good plague since polio. Their funding was probably going to be cut back if they didn't come up with one. the guy that was the head of the CDC, in fact, wrote memos that have been obtained, you know, that where he describes this as hot stuff. You know, those guys have got an agenda, which is not what we would like them to have, being that we pay for them to take care of our health in some way.
In 1996, in the Wall Street Journal, a couple of investigative reporters had found that the Centers for Disease Control in the 1980s had hired a public relations firm to campaign along the lines, everyone is at risk of AIDS. And they did that not because they thought everyone was at risk of AIDS, but because they thought if it remains a disease associated with gay men and drug users, we're not going to get any funds to do anything about it.
The religious right liked it because they felt that we'd all been a bit too loose about sex, and now that this virus was out, you know, people would be more careful about sleeping around. And the left liked it because it became a sort of icon of their desire to express their compassion. And virologists loved it because they'd failed to find a virological cause of cancer in President Nixon's war on cancer, and there was a lot of money in that, and they wanted that money to keep rolling. And so this new threat to humanity meant that their community was going to get a lot of money. And the journals loved it. Journals like Science and Nature, their pages have swelled with ads for biotechnological advances, thanks to the some 150 billion of taxpayers' money, US taxpayers' money alone, that's gone into HIV/AIDS research and treatment. So many different constituencies wanted this.
There were people who felt that a single virus theory would be useful in helping raise public awareness about the disease. It would also help them get the research they thought was necessary and public funding for its treatment. By alarming the public into believing that while the disease was affecting principally gay men then, it would soon spread throughout the heterosexual population. This political definition of the disease has proven to be inaccurate and inconsistent with its true medical nature.
To suggest, as was suggested in the mid-1980s, that everyone was equally at risk from AIDS was a lie. And the chief medical expert at the American Foundation for AIDS Research, AMFAR, at the time, Dr. Joseph Sonnabend, quit because he knew it was a lie.
You've had people in the gay community starting to blame other people in the gay community for saying, you had the wrong kind of sex, you didn't wear condoms, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, you got HIV and it's your fault.
So the gay community wanted this to be taken seriously. So they were very pleased when a virus theory was put forward, because it seemed as if that would be a way to democratize this illness. Everybody was going to be at risk of it in time. They'd just been unlucky enough to be hit first.
The same people who in 1990 were saying Peter Duesberg is a homophobe because he says people who use drugs got AIDS, he's blaming the victims for their illness. And now the same people who used to say that are themselves blaming the victims for their illnesses.
I think public health advice that you give to people in the midst of an epidemic has to be grounded in the science. And the science did indicate, and still does, that AIDS as we understand it is definitely something that sexual activity is one of the big risks for.
T cells are a type of white blood cell called lymphocytes, and they play a central role in the body's ability to fight off all kinds of germs and diseases. Now, based upon the theory that HIV piggybacks onto T cells and renders them useless in fighting off infections, T cell counts became increasingly important as an indicator of how far along the disease had progressed. Starting in 1993, in addition to an HIV antibody test, a T cell count below 200 would now be used to diagnose someone as having AIDS.
According to the CDC's own statistics, 65% of patients who've been diagnosed with AIDS in the calendar year of 1997 were diagnosed solely on the basis of having a positive HIV test and low T cell counts.
certainly T4 decrease cannot be considered the hallmark of AIDS because it appears in many patients who never develop AIDS. In fact, all you have to do to have a decreased T4 cell is to go on the beach and lie there for a few hours. And if you measure your T4 cells, more than likely they will be very low.
It's not possible to measure the strength of your immune system using the blood. It makes no sense because only 2% of those white blood cells or lymphocytes said to be responsible for immune functions are in the blood. All the others are in the tissues where they have to do their work.
The health infrastructure throughout a whole country.
Security agenda is protecting lives.
Many Americans may not realize
Got 25 years of unlimited money being spent on AIDS, and yet there is absolutely nothing serious to show for it.
It's too dangerous for the government to fund basic research, because with government funds comes politics, and politics only permits one view to prevail rather than competing views.
All this money spent, this $1 billion, is not preventing AIDS, not curing AIDS, but making the problem bigger.
Science nowadays, it's no science anymore. It's more about public relation, power, business, industry.
The whole thing might have been based on bogus science.
Why are we spending so much money today on AIDS research? In fact, more than we spend on either cancer or heart disease. Where has all this money gone? And to what benefit? What are the results? What groups of people have found relief? Certainly not those who need it when they enter into research programs seeking some form of improvement or a cure. Is that the reason so many in the gay community are very vocal and organized, gathering at conventions, at open city areas, demanding a release, a cure after all these years?
They're going down a particular path which is leading them nowhere because they're not solving the problems. And all the time the public are saying, where is the magic cure? We've spent millions in this direction. What's happening?
Having created and marketed the HIV story, the US government scientists, Fauci, Gallo, who were primarily responsible for doing this, they needed a drug to go with it because gay men at that Washington AIDS conference, they were demanding, I remember the demonstrators there saying, give us the drugs now. You know, they were really afraid and they really felt that drugs were the answer.
No results. And the establishment themselves obviously realize that they've got to put on a brave, confident face. So anyone that attempts to challenge where they're going will get flattened because they're really frightened of showing that the cracks in what they're doing.
So very strong pressure groups and interest groups involved with AIDS. There are immunologists and virologists and the pharmaceutical companies who are all trying to find vaccines and antiviral drugs to deal with HIV. And such is the asymmetry of information. The public still believe that it is a general threat, that it's been very difficult for these fundings to be cut back.
After all of this time, who really benefits from the billions and billions of dollars spent each year on AIDS research? There is so much TV coverage. AIDS is good media play, and ratings zoom at the hint of a breakthrough of a new miracle drug. And Hollywood has stepped into the spotlight in support of HIV/AIDS research, yet we're still no closer to finding a cure.
The scientists who started AIDS, they were looking for another disease that they could say that retroviruses cause, and it had to be something infectious. So I think they went into it with a certain mindset. We need an infectious disease because we're retrovirologists, and if we don't have some kind of a disease that goes along with our germs, then we're kind of out of a job.
Scientists are supposed to have some evidence that leads them tentatively to some conclusion or to some action. They're supposed to be able to show that to other scientists, any interested person, in fact, who's willing to understand what it is that was used as evidence should be able to say, yeah, I agree with that. That makes sense, using rules of inference that we've used since Aristotle.
Those that control and maintain the HIV hypothesis of AIDS are two basic institutions: the Centers for Disease Control, the CDC, and the National Institutes of Health in Bethesda, Maryland. Both of these institutions will probably come as a surprise to the public to learn that they are military organizations. When you have these military structures in the CDC and the National Institutes of Health, you can control the debate, you can control the information flow. Not only that, since the National Institutes of Health are the primary source of funding for all academic, medical, scientific research, they can control who gets funding to do what research. And in that fashion, they can control what gets published and, more importantly, what you exclude.
The scientists are, like you say, they are considered the final arbiters of what's good for the planet or what's bad for the planet. And they hadn't got the slightest idea. Instead of wearing white robes, they wear white lab coats, you know. Instead of bringing you the word of God, they bring you the word of the EPA or whatever. And they don't have to understand what it is that they're making you do, in fact. And people, you know, I think they fall naturally into it because there is a need in humanity for something like a religion, something that makes you feel a part of some larger kind of group, something that you think, in spite of your wormy little life, makes you a part of something good, something big.
It's a kind of pathological science, not a deliberate deception, but a sort of sickness that has gripped these great communities, these great professionals. And to take that on board is a big challenge to your sense of your place in the world. I think that's been the biggest factor that in the more recent years has led to this sensitivity about anything that could challenge the HIV theory.
When beliefs get tangled up with facts, matters of fact become matters of religious kind of significance, where if somebody gets mad at you for asking him a question in a scientific meeting, or says, we're never going to have Kerry Mullis at the European Union of whatever kind of scientists, so they put it in Nature, because he came in there and had the audacity to tell people that it might not be that bad to have sex, that AIDS might not be something you get from sex, that I don't see any evidence for it, is all I said. I don't see any evidence for it. What? You can't tell young people that.
The issues that are not being debated in the AIDS problem are the same issues that are not being debated in general across the board when one looks at the interface between biology and medicine. That is to say that what's not being addressed are those agencies out there, those signals in the environment which are enormously effective in bringing about a disease. Those are not being addressed almost anywhere, but what is being addressed is the rather narrower issue of what infectious agents cause diseases.
Disbelief in science is the essence of progress. We don't get anywhere in science by belief. We get anywhere by using data, by elaborating hypotheses, putting them to the test. We shouldn't despise criticism in science. We should welcome it.
There are many scientists that are nowadays working inside the conventional institutions, like in NIH, like in the CDC in Atlanta, like in Pasteur Institute. And many of these scientists are very close to our views. However, why they don't come open? They cannot come open suddenly. Why? Because they will lose their jobs.
Today, there are many scientists and physicians working within the conventional institutions who have similar viewpoints to those of the dissidents. Well, why don't they come out? Why don't they speak their minds? Is it possible that they take a look at what has happened when you do question the HIV equals AIDS equals death hypothesis? They've been suppressed. Dr. Peter Duesberg, noted scientist, was the main person in the line of fire.
Peter is a very scholarly person in addition to being brilliant too. He's very careful. He doesn't say anything that he can't support. And also one of the most brilliant people surely the most brilliant virologist
Peter Duesberg at the University of California, Berkeley campus is seen as someone who is now dangerous. His funding has been cut off. Graduate students are encouraged not to take his courses, and I think his administrative duties have included being in charge of the department picnic.
Look what's happened to Peter Duesberg. He doesn't have a laboratory anymore. That takes away his credibility as a scientist.
My funding, for example, from the National Institute of Health will not be renewed as of this year, and I may be out of business then. Also, my colleagues have essentially excommunicated me. I'm not invited to meetings, or hardly ever to meetings anymore, not ever to one on AIDS. I'm not allowed to publish in the same journals anymore as I used to. Even as a member of the National Academy, I cannot publish in the National Academy my views that drugs may be the cause of AIDS. And I have plenty of evidence to support it, to document my claim, which might be very relevant to the health of millions of Americans and people on this planet. Yet I'm censored because I'm essentially considered to be an outcast or an odd man or somebody who has controversial views.
He was a really well thought of guy too, because of his ideas. The whole field, I mean, in cancer, he's the guy that led him into the whole oncogene thing, you know? Big research bonanza. Anybody who could order a little kit from some company and hire a couple of technicians could be a cancer researcher because of things that Peter opened up. And then Peter said, no, I don't think that's actually the cause of cancer. And that made those guys a little bit angry. And then he comes along and does the same thing for AIDS. He said, you know, I think we're on the wrong track here.
One of the main problems in the war on AIDS is it's essentially become a battle for, or between truth and power.
If HIV causes anything, boy, if it causes anything, it certainly causes fundraisers, and it raises funds in many different ways.
In Africa, in India, and especially cities like Bombay and Calcutta, in Bangkok, Thailand, with its excessive sex trade, and emerging suburbs and cities in China, Haiti, Guatemala, and Brazil. Impoverished people in these countries around the globe are said to be experiencing an epidemic of HIV and AIDS. Their governments welcome the cash flow that drug companies provide with open arms. The effects of overwhelming poverty, malnutrition, and disease are taking their toll. Many of these poorer nations cannot afford to help their own people and look to their wealthier neighbors for relief. Money pours in from various sources, mostly drug companies, who are offering new drugs for test subjects. The testing is being done in the name of research, but who really benefits?
The pharmaceutical giants like Roche and Abbott and Glaxo Wellcome and so forth, they've made offers to African governments over the last couple of years, particularly to South Africa, to offer these so-called antiretrovirals, which are a controversy in and of themselves, like AZT and the other nucleoside analog drugs, but to make those drugs available at what the pharmaceuticals would consider a cut rate price. What they mean by cut rate would be that an individual's dose would cost about $200 a month. Well, the vast majority of people in Africa don't have a per capita income of $200 a year. So someone is going to have to subsidize these kinds of drugs, making them available in Africa. And I think that the pharmaceuticals will look towards state organizations or multilateral institutions.
So business came in on the story after, in my view, it had been created by these social and political pressures. Once the story got going, and the mega dollars for research and treatment started to flow, then business also became a big player. And the huge profits that were made from the early AIDS drugs, for which a lot of money was charged because there was great fear about this, those profits got fed back into AIDS organizations, gay men's organizations in some instances, activists, and thousands of NGOs actually today owe their existence to these funds.
The doctors are treated very well by the pharmaceutical companies. They're wined and dined at the meetings. The meetings are incredible trade shows. People playing with condoms, pulling them over their heads, blowing condoms up, seeing how much air they could hold. All of this stuff goes on. And there wasn't even a lounge for people with AIDS. There were, at some of the conferences that I've gone to, they put a lounge for people with AIDS at the farthest building from the conference, on the 4th floor, without a couch, without even any water in the room. And they had to be reminded, the conference governors had to be reminded that perhaps you could put some water and some fruit, maybe, and maybe a couch. And their ACT-UP had to carry the couch into the room, and then they put guards at the door.
The way to get rid of AIDS is to stop funding it. Just stop everything that's called AIDS research. Somebody tries to get a grant for AIDS research, say, we don't do it anymore. We don't have AIDS. If you want to study pneumocystis carinii, we'll maybe look at your paper and see if you've got something to say about that. You want to study any one of those diseases by itself, try to cure it, we'll talk about that.
At the moment, the pharmaceutical companies are making so much money from antiretroviral drugs, they don't want any investigation into any other possibilities, despite all a mountain of evidence. One way in which they have rather forced the debate is by funding generously organisations which support their point of view. If any organisation has got a highly paid executive and they're receiving huge amounts of money from a pharmaceutical company, most will be pretty stupid to bite the hand that feeds them, because they find in the next year, all of a sudden, that funding's disappeared.
So the money pours in from various organizations in the United States and Western Europe and the UN, all in the name of finding a cure for AIDS. The people are desperate for treatment, and they trust the doctors who provide them with medications. Sadly, these people are often used as human guinea pigs for new products that generally do not work, and in many cases may actually make the person worse or even kill them. As long as assistance arrives in the form of pills to treat the symptoms, instead of infrastructure changes that can provide clean water, proper medications for malaria, tuberculosis, schistosomiasis, healthier diets, and an end to political conflict and gross poverty, the death toll will continue to rise. Little wonder the public is fearful of HIV testing. A positive HIV antibody test means that a person will eventually develop AIDS, considered by most to be a death sentence. We're also told that early detection and treatment can prolong your life, and that the HIV antibody test is the most accurate method of detection. However, the scientific literature that comes with the test kit clearly states that the test should not be used to diagnose someone as having the HIV virus. Well, if the test kit's own manufacturer states it should not be used for diagnostic procedures, what then is the value of this test?
There are two tests in common use. One's called the ELISA, the other's called the Western blot. The only difference between them is that in the ELISA test, all the so-called HIV proteins, about 10 of them, are all mixed up together in a solution. And in the Western blot, prior to reacting, the proteins have been separated out into a nitrocellulose strip. Now, the test that really matters in all this is the Western blot. So we really don't need to discuss the ELISA test. It's used as a screening test, and it is admitted by experts that it is not sufficiently specific to diagnose HIV infection, whereas the Western blot, if positive, is considered synonymous with HIV infection.
The standard screening test is an ELISA. Occasionally you get a false positive. Under those circumstances, a Western blot can absolutely confirm. Western blots are also important when you have people, for example, who have been vaccinated in vaccine trials and making antibody against one protein. The only way you're going to tell if they're infected serologically is by looking at a Western blot showing they make antibodies to the other protein. So it has a lot of value. It's fundamentally a confirmatory diagnostic test.
It is nearly impossible to determine the rate of false positives because there is no gold standard to independently verify test results.
Depending on the dilution of the blood sample, basically we are all seropositive. It all depends on the dilution of the sample.
At the moment, there is not a gold standard to know if we have antibodies for the presence or absence of antibodies against HIV-1 or HIV-2 in human blood.
There's also data from a number of hospitals in the US, which was published in 1988, where they tested nearly 90,000 blood samples anonymously. These patients were selected to have no risks for HIV infection or AIDS. In some of the hospitals, they found 25% of men were HIV positive on the Western blot, the most specific test, and they found that 8% of women were HIV positive on the Western blot. I mean, this should lead one to question again, how do that many people who have no risk for HIV or AIDS get to have that many HIV antibodies?
If you imagine that this was a breathalyzer and this was an antibody test. Now, breathalyzers are carefully calibrated by comparing them to alcohol. No HIV test, if you look at the literature that comes with them, has ever been calibrated by comparing it to HIV infection. In fact, the instructions actually say that they presume that the presence of antibodies implies presence of the virus. HIV tests have got a well-documented huge list of over 60 things in medical literature, established medical literature, which shows that these tests are completely non-specific. Now, if breathalyzers were validated on that basis, you'd have people convicted of drink driving with a test which has never been compared properly to alcohol, and which it's known that tea, coffee, fruit juice, cola and milk can produce false positives. You'd never be able to convict anybody of drink driving on that basis, but that's the basis on which people are given a diagnosis of a biological death sentence every day.
The arguments that Peter Duesberg originally made, that antibody is normally a sign of immunity, normally is correct. Antibodies are normally a sign of immunity. And it's highly paradoxical that a virus whose levels in the blood are brought down to undetectable levels following the appearance of antibodies can somehow later on go and kill someone 10 years later. It's a real medical conundrum, and the scientific community has not been responsible in addressing this paradox.
One of the best ways to change from positive to negative is simply to change your residence to a different country. This was published in Continuum magazine from London. It was made up by Val Turner, a scientist in Australia who's done a lot of work on HIV antibody tests. There are different criteria for reading these tests, and each one of these columns shows the different criteria from different countries or places. In Africa, all you need is 2 of these bands to be positive. In Australia, you need 4. In the United States, we have 5 different sets of criteria for reading Western blots, and they are all totally different. So if you go to a lab that uses the American Red Cross criteria, you may be positive. And if you go to a lab that uses the FDA criteria, you may be negative. And if you go to a lab that uses the CDC criteria, you will more likely be positive there because they use much more lax criteria.
I don't think that there's anything wrong with different countries having different criteria, because the different criteria are only really for that small group of patients that come in the indeterminate level. When a Western blot is really positive, it hits you like a truck. It's only for that little indeterminate group that you have to be concerned.
In theory, at least, that if you were tested in New York today, then flew to Australia, and you had 3 bands in New York, you would not be positive in Australia, but you would be positive in New York City. Now, I mean, a virus cannot behave in this manner, and this is what has led us to hypothesize that there is no proof that any person with a positive antibody test, no matter how defined, is in fact infected with this so-called lethal retrovirus.
Everybody uses it experimentally, and most people use it clinically around the world. Not, maybe Britain doesn't use it, maybe there are 2 countries that found a better way, God bless them.
When he came up with his first test, he tested 30% of the American blood donators, so let's say the general population, he tested them positive. And the industry said, no, go home, Gallo. We won't buy your test because this is going to destroy our business. And the only thing what he did, he lowered the sensitivity of the antibody test.
If they didn't allow them to charge so much for it, I think there'll be a lot less use of it. You know, it's just like in political scandals. Follow the money trail. Figure out who's getting paid for this. Who's getting the money for those Western blots? There's your person who's going to always come down on the side of, yeah, you got a confirmatory Western blots, they call it. They don't even do them in England anymore.
No,
but
not since 1992.
It's totally, and ask a doctor how it works. The doctor who prescribes it says, got to have a Western blot to confirm this ELISA positive thing. How does that work, doctor? Sir, what are they now measuring about me that's different from what they measured with the ELISA test? He wouldn't know. He's not got any idea. I'll bet you there's scarcely 50 physicians in this country that know what a Western blot really is. They know when to order it, and they know they get a kickback on it probably.
AZT causes diarrhea. AZT causes muscle wasting. It causes a whole host of complications.
AZT causes instant old age.
How do you know which is the disease and which is the effect of the drug?
There were many patients who developed blood toxicities. There were many patients who experienced other symptoms of adverse reactions. Think of all the people who died from what we think was AIDS. Were those people, in fact, killed by AZT?
Using drugs that are targeted against HIV has been a tragedy, worse than useless. AZT was a terrible drug, and many AIDS doctors will admit that quietly and privately these days. Nobody, in a caring profession like medicine, likes to admit that they may have killed a lot of their patients.
AZT is an antiretroviral drug that became the first drug approved for the treatment of AIDS and HIV infection in 1987. It was originally intended to treat cancer, but it failed to show efficacy and had unacceptably high side effect profiles. However, the unavailability at that time for alternatives to treat AIDS affected the risk-benefit ratio greatly.
The antiviral drugs are chemotherapies. They're all based on chemotherapies that have been developed 30 years ago, long before AIDS was known, to kill human cells. Chemotherapy is restricted to a few months in the hope the cancer dies before you die.
If you started taking any other chemotherapeutic agent for the rest of your life, it would be that agent probably that killed you. When you give chemotherapy to somebody with cancer, you give them a round of it for maybe 14 days or a few days. Hopefully you're not going to kill the patient, you're going to kill the cancer. The patient's going to survive. But you don't keep giving it to him until he dies, because he certainly will.
AZT not only terminates DNA synthesis of all sorts, but it also acts in other ways. It acts in the mitochondria to lead to the oxidation of the mitochondrial DNA in ways which were not suspected. I'm thinking of the work of Miyazawa and Ozawa. It destroys mitochondrial function, and the mitochondria may be the secret to the degenerative diseases.
Initially, it was administered in much higher doses than today, typically 300 to 400 milligrams every 4 hours, even during the night. Modern treatment regimens typically use much lower doses, and like other antiretroviral drugs, it is almost always combined with other drugs in what is often referred to as a cocktail or highly active antiretroviral therapy. It is combined with other drugs in order to prevent mutations of the HIV virus into an AZT-resistant form.
A 1,200 milligram dose of AZT originally handed out to patients like candy, and they were desperate to take it, in 88 and 89 and 98 resulted in countless unnecessary deaths. This is proven beyond a doubt by the largest and longest study ever conducted of the drug AZT amongst asymptomatic people, that is, people who have HIV antibody but do not have symptoms yet. That was the Concord trial. And if you actually look up the Lancet publication of that trial, you find that the trial is divided into two groups of people. They're all healthy, they're all HIV positive. The one, the group that gets a placebo, a dummy drug that does nothing, and the other group which gets the real thing without telling people. Follow them for 3 years. When you looked at the people who went on the drug right away, in that group of people, there were 169 deaths. In the group of people that waited until symptoms developed to take the drug, there were a scattering of deaths, 2 or 3. Now, I think that's pretty persuasive evidence that that drug is and was harmful.
I've shown that the original drug trials, the phase 2 studies, were blatantly fraudulent, proving nothing. And yet it was the basis for the approval of AZT not only in the United States, but 30 other countries.
During the 3 years that I participated in the early AZT clinical trials, I witnessed the most shocking, unethical, unscientific, and corrupt behavior by the clinicians conducting these studies. Whenever there was an adverse reaction, such as diarrhea, or weight loss, or night sweats, or vomiting, or fevers, or the development of an opportunistic infection, this information was supposed to have been recorded on an as-needed form. Often these things were not recorded.
Was it possible that drug companies knew that their trials were misleading, that people were getting hurt by drug trials that produced no positive results?
The original research for AZT said that it killed infected cells at a rate 1,000 times greater than healthy cells. But there are now 4 papers after that original one, which is also a Gallo-Bolognese paper, this one, that shows that, in fact, AZT is quite democratic. It kills all cells equally at the same rate. And in fact, that means it kills healthy cells at a rate 1,000 times greater than they said it did.
Glaxo welcomes inserts to the physicians and the physician's desk reference, warns the doctors not to confuse the toxic effects of AZT with AIDS itself. AZT causes numerous AIDS-defining diseases. For example, AZT causes dementia, which is AIDS-defining, destroys the bone marrow, requiring life-saving blood transfusions of people that use AZT. This information you get from Glaxo Wellcome itself, the manufacturer.
They tested AZT, it failed, but what they said was, now wait a second, we know it works because the logic is correct. We've proven the logic. We simply have to work harder, do more experiments, but we will not give up the logic. So medicine's proof is the excellence of its explanations. The fact that it fails in tests is considered irrelevant because we know the explanations are correct.
So far, there have been no drugs that are effective, that don't have major side effects, that are affordable. But throw more money at us, and one of these days, maybe we'll come up with the vaccine or the drug or something that will cure this. But we're not making any promises. Don't ask us to promise that in 5 years we've actually made a difference with our drugs, because we can't possibly promise that.
What if you were to take a very healthy individual who had no risk factors for depressing their immune system, but every day, 4 times a day, you gave them one of the most toxic chemotherapy drugs ever created, AZT? What would you imagine would be the state of that person's immune system and overall health within 2 years? And yet that's exactly what has been done to countless individuals who have tested positive for the HIV antibody.
I initially was diagnosed in '89 and tested at a 900 level T4 count and was prescribed at that time AZT, which I took for a month and a half. And of course subsequently became very, very ill from it. And I decided in the meantime that as I was taking AZT to find out more about the drug, and as I learned it was extremely toxic, and I decided then to stop taking it and immediately got better. So at that point I had already had an early experience with the medical system and HIV treatment that had scared me and made me realize that they probably didn't know as much as they told me they knew about treatment.
They'll be taking the medications and they're looking gaunt, their skin's turning funny colors, they're real anemic, they're weak, sometimes coming in with canes. They do a little research on their own. We don't tell them what to do. We're about self-empowerment, self-responsibility, taking charge of your own life and health. They begin doing that, they get off the medications, color starts coming back, they start putting on the weight, they start feeling better. But there's a lapse, they get afraid again, they start taking the medications, we watch them start shrinking up again, they start looking gaunt, they start getting pale again, they start getting weak. Then they go, oh, maybe I should be doing this. They get off, they start coming back again. You actually watch this, and it's coordinated with taking these medications. It's just unmistakable.
To suggest that these drugs can be basically blamed for the symptoms of AIDS is lunacy, because these drugs, as I mentioned, only came along around 1987, 88, and lots of people died of AIDS before then. So you're going to have to explain, if you posit that antiretroviral drugs are the sole cause of AIDS itself, then you're going to have to explain how all the people who died, gross disfiguring deaths before those drugs came along, what made them die.
AIDS in the 1980s was primarily the result of the recreational drug epidemic in the US and in Europe. However, it shifted considerably in the 1990s. In the 1990s, at least half of all new AIDS cases, maybe even 60% now, are a direct result of the antiretroviral therapies themselves.
While the release of AZT in 1987 was not a cause of the 30 to 70 conditions considered to be the result of HIV infection, AZT certainly helped to hasten the deaths of countless individuals who were given the drug. And based upon my own research conducted within the fast-track gay community in New York City during the late 1970s and early 80s, there is no doubt in my mind that prior to the release of AZT in 1987, the development of the phenomena later identified as AIDS and the deaths of those individuals suffering from it were brought on in no small measure due to the hazardous lifestyles that they were living.
Protease inhibitors are medications that are very toxic. However, protease inhibitors have few good actions. They are antibiotic. So if the patient has an infection, it's going to work in the infection. They are antiparasite. If the patient has a parasite, it's going to be good for it. If the patient has a fungal disease is going to work also as an antimycotic. But beside that, the protease inhibitors are antioxidant. So at the beginning or for a while, the protease inhibitors are going to do good. However, in the long run, when we give to a patient protease inhibitors, we are blocking the metabolism or proteins all over the body. So in the long run, the patient is going to die. And this is why nowadays the HIV/AIDS establishment is still repeating, there is no cure for AIDS, there is no cure for AIDS, there is not a single cure for AIDS.
AIDS has continued to increase with antiviral drugs of the DNA chain terminator variety and has decreased when recreational drug use decreased and continued to decrease when the protease inhibitors were introduced in '97 because recreational drug use continued to decrease. But it didn't decrease as fast because people who are HIV positive are now being intoxicated, rendered AIDS patients by anti-HIV drugs.
The biggest reason for people who are HIV positive to die nowadays is liver failure. Liver failure is not an AIDS-defining condition. Liver failure is, however, a common side effect of AIDS drugs.
You have a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more people are treated against AIDS, the more people will eventually develop AIDS from it. And then the perfect excuse is delivered with the medication. You can say, Jesus, if I hadn't medicated you, you would have been sick even sooner and would have died sooner. But thanks to my medication, you are only getting sick now, and we're giving you even more medication. We need more money to develop further medications that have yet to cure the first AIDS patients.
Since the mid-1980s, on a regular basis, the headlines have touted amazing new promising drugs in the war on AIDS, the antiretroviral drugs. The trouble is, when you look back honestly, they didn't work, and tens of thousands of lives have been lost. Very few lives saved. These were not miracle breakthroughs that we were promised.
The miraculous protease inhibitor cocktails are a direct result of David Ho's work that he published in the scientific journal called Nature back in 1995. That paper in 1995 was the principal justification that the FDA used to release the protease inhibitors next year in 1996 for general use among the American public.
Dr. David Ho, named Time Magazine's Man of the Year in 1996, was first to propose the dynamic nature of HIV replication in infected persons. According to Dr. Ho, when antiviral drugs were administered to an AIDS patient, replication of any new HIV would cease. then viral loads would decrease accordingly. However, the reality was, in a few days of administering these drugs, the remaining virus would mutate into a form resistant to drugs, and after several weeks the viral load would return to its pre-treatment levels. This paper was largely responsible for the advent of combination antiretroviral therapy, including the use of protease inhibitors.
In 1998, a group of researchers at University of California at Berkeley and the University of California at San Francisco joined forces to test David Ho's viral dynamics hypothesis. And in short, their results are that Ho's hypothesis is wrong. Heart actually does what HIV is supposed to be doing. It produces a shorter lifetime for the T cells in HIV-positive people taking the drugs as compared with HIV people who do not take the drugs.
And he came up with a completely new model of the virus, saying now we have not a slow virus, but we have a virus à grande vitesse, at high speed. And he was using Kerr-Miller's PCR technique, which is a multiplication technique, not a quantification technique, by the way. Even more, as those sequences he's going to multiply and equal them with the virus, that's the viral load, are present in everybody. And a new test where the pharmaceutical companies could make a great business out of it.
Invented by the AIDS dissident Dr. Kerry Mullis, PCR, the polymerase chain reaction, is a technique that enables a scientist to take a sample containing a minute amount of DNA and replicate that DNA sequence until there are 1 million copies. One of PCR's first applications was to try to detect HIV. According to Dr. Mullis, PCR amplifies whatever DNA is in a sample, regardless of whether that DNA belongs to HIV or a contaminant, and that there is no sure way to determine which part of the amplified material could be HIV and which part could be a contaminant. According to Dr. David Ho, viral load was measured when antiviral drugs were administered to a patient. These drugs were supposed to prevent replication of any new HIV, and viral load would decrease accordingly.
The pictures of HIV, the very few examples of electron microscope pictures of HIV were actually examples of culturing. They were created in the laboratory. There's no published picture of HIV from a blood sample, a tissue sample. You can't find HIV in humans. Even the manufacturer on the front page, the third paragraph of the instructions, say do not use the viral load test to diagnose either AIDS or HIV. The PCR viral load test at best is looking at 3% of the genome of HIV. It's essentially looking at viral debris.
Viral load tests measure what's called HIV RNA. RNA is the part of the HIV virus that knows how to replicate itself. Scientists are able to identify HIV RNA in a person's blood, and by using the PCR method, the HIV RNA can be replicated in a laboratory test tube. The results of these tests are given as number of HIV RNA copies per milliliter of blood, similar to a T4 cell count.
The HIV genomes have been divided in many types. If all these are RNAs of a retrovirus, HIV, and if all the tests, the 3 tests, were measuring the viral load, then one would have expected all these numbers to be exactly the same. And yet, one can have, from no virus detected, no viral load at all, to up to 1 million.
The major proponents of the HIV hypothesis, Tom Merrigan at Stanford, Martin Markowitz, who works with David Ho at the Aaron Diamond, John Mellors at Pittsburgh. I've asked them, what does the viral load test have to do with infectious virus? Within a heartbeat, the answer is nothing. And the reason they have to say the viral load test has nothing to do with infectious virus is because that's what their own papers say themselves. The viral load test has nothing to do with infectious virus, and yet infectious virus is the only virus that causes disease.
Sex, blood, death, and numbers
That's an inescapably good combination to sell papers.
If they only have one microbe to warn you about, if there's one virus equals one disease, and there's one thing that you should do to prevent it, and that is to have safe sex or not share needles, that's a very easy message for the press to pick up on.
I certainly do believe that the media has a responsibility also. And that responsibility is to report fairly on all of the latest breakthroughs in whatever it may be it health, be it technologies, that the media has that responsibility.
Truth becomes lost in the glitter of one side and the apparent mundaneness of the other side.
As members of the Fifth Estate, the press has been vested with the public trust and has an obligation to report the truth. Has the media been laxed in its responsibility to fairly report all aspects, all views of the HIV/AIDS challenge? As journalists, there is a big responsibility. You need to consider how you cover a story, how you've been gathering information, the reliability of your sources. There is a need to see both sides of an issue impartially. Unfortunately, all too often, journalists are hampered by the thought of losing their jobs or simply not being published because of the controversial nature of their findings.
When I was first reporting on the views of scientists who challenged the HIV story, I really thought that my colleagues would be quick to pick up and look at this themselves too soon. And I was amazed that instead of doing that, they not only ignored the critique, but they actually attacked me and the Sunday Times for having raised these issues, that this whole thing is a kind of house of cards. It's an illusory thing where our good feelings, allied with greed and ambition and things like that, but primarily often our good feelings have led us into a huge trap where an unvalidated theory has been marketed to the world and today is causing untold harm.
The Journal of the American Medical Association, the British Medical Journal, The Lancet, Nature, and the New England Journal of Medicine, the 5 most respected medical journals in the world, will not allow dissident views on the cause or treatment of AIDS. How then does one encourage the dialogue to challenge the orthodoxy?
The 5 major medical publications in the world will not allow dissident views on the cause or treatment of AIDS or any information around it. How then are you going to encourage a dialogue that could challenge the orthodoxy?
The 2 main aspects of the hypothesis are that AIDS is caused exclusively and finally by HIV, and secondly, that this is universally infectious and will cause a pandemic by heterosexual transmission in the general population. Now, the Lancet has published some stuff, mainly by me, in the form of letters, which cast doubt on those 2 essential pillars of the hypothesis. They haven't published much else, and the other journals have published nothing at all. They've been asked to do so again and again by myself and others.
Reporters came, asked these questions, and found them, my views or my hypotheses, very logical and convincing. But they never aired them because they were censored at the highest level, presumably when an executive producer would have called the National Institute of Health, is it all right to show this view, advanced by Duesberg from Berkeley.
I submitted a manuscript to journal, Nature's and others, to publish my finding and to publish the impact of medication and the corticosteroid on the influence on the AIDS epidemics. And I am a pathologist and toxicologist, but they rejected the articles. The main Journal of Immunology, New England journals, and Nature's and Science, they are publishing only one side of view.
There must be someone who has the authority, who has the ear of the media, who will sit down with a group of the leading scientists, including a number of Nobel Prize winners, who have this different perspective of HIV/AIDS, who know of the problems of the HIV paradigm. There is a need to sit down with these people and to hear what they have to say.
We have had great difficulty with a fairly short paper
based entirely on data in the UK and USA, all verifiable, all factual, and they're coming from an immense and well-validated database in both countries. We cannot get that published. It's only 4,000 words. We cannot get it published. We sent it to the BMJ, the Lancet, the New England Journal of Medicine, the Journal of the Royal Society of Medicine, and we've discussed it in other quarters, and they will not only not publish it, they will not give reasons for not publishing it, and they did not subject it to peer review. Now, I think, Gary, you should get those editors and ask them all individually to give you the reasons.
In fact, the World Health Organization accused me personally, when I was writing on these articles, of being responsible for millions more projected deaths. Millions more projected deaths. In the UK, definitely, and, you know, worldwide. They were saying, by raising these issues in an important paper like the Sunday Times, you will be doing so much damage to our efforts to tell people about this peril that is awaiting. And they would believe this when they were saying it. I can't think of another national newspaper, any other national newspaper, that came to the support of the Sunday Times when it was doing this. All the medical and science correspondents were united in either being silent on the issue, or else they would be ready to join in with others in attacking the Sunday Times and accusing it of irresponsibility.
Censorship in the gay press is a tragedy, a disgrace. It's been almost complete. There are people in this city who work quite hard to try and create the space in which a proper discussion can be had.
AIDS was subsequently cooked up in 1981-82 to explain why certain groups of people were ill. But nobody seemed to ask the one simple question: are we absolutely sure that all these so-called high-risk groups of people would have been perfectly well without HIV? And the answer to that has to be no.
As I continued to work the issue as a journalist, I gradually became more and more skeptical. At the same time, I was also involved in AIDS activism and could see how the organizations changed over the years. Activists who were concerned about finding a solution to AIDS would grab onto, they would be interested as I attempted to share my growing doubts about the HIV/AIDS model. And instead, I saw people clinging to HIV with an almost religious fervor.
It's become very difficult for gay media to promote a perspective which is not dependent on the HIV causes AIDS hypothesis, because if they did, they'd risk losing all their funding and going out of business. You know, it's a kind of commercial reality, if you like. One of the things I found very surprising is the degree to which science journalists have just followed the medical industry line and not seriously challenged it to a large extent. For example, I had an African journalist staying with me, and he turned around and said to me, if what you're saying is true, then surely other well-known journalists would have been talking about it by now. Well, it just so happened that I had within arm's reach Neville Hodgkinson's AIDS, the Failure of Contemporary Science. Neville Hodgkinson, of course, being a former Sunday Times science writer. So I reached out and showed it to him, and he just didn't want to know. And that seems to be a widespread phenomenon in the media. They just don't want to know. And I find that astonishing from a profession which is supposed to be truth-seeking.
It's anathema, it shouldn't ever be mentioned. If the great and the good say this is so, it must be so because everybody says so. But, so therefore, there's bound to be some form of censorship.
And whenever I or anyone else raises the argument that we should start looking at the alternative views, we're immediately told that we're being highly irresponsible, that we're encouraging the gay community into things like unsafe sex, and we're being completely and utterly disregarding the anxieties of people who have HIV and AIDS, because we're creating doubts and anxieties that they don't need. And this is quite wrong, because as a journalist, I believe in totally open debate in whatever the area should be.
Truth is simple. Truth is ordinary. Thomas Jefferson said he could not believe any matter of the conduct of our life could be a matter of science, because he says for every man of science there are thousands who are not. What would become of them? Here are the thousands who are not. And I agree with Thomas Jefferson. The truth about the conduct of life is simple, is ordinary. It is about you and I, ordinary people, living our lives in good and helpful ways. But that lacks glamour, it lacks newsworthiness.
And the truth is that if you're a journalist who says, I'm going to report the truth in today's market where a few very powerful people control the media outlets in most countries, you'll lose your job.
Anyone who tries to venture into this field of trying to report fairly and accurately all sides of the story will immediately be pushed out onto the margins and told that they're being irresponsible and that they are trying to support people whose views are just not credible and they're nutters. And so the journalists themselves will then become treated as nutters and as rogues. And so they begin to lose their credibility. And so it's a very brave journalist who puts forward any of these views, because immediately he's in danger of having his whole journalistic career discredited.
One of the best defenses of the AIDS establishment is telling you that it's far too complex for you to understand. You can't possibly understand it. Don't try, just trust us. And that has been very successful so far. At some point in time, and I hope it's not in the too distant future, we will be looking back on AIDS and saying, how could we have been bamboozled for so long? How come nobody spoke up?
The current generation have too much to lose of orthodoxy, of journalists. They've invested their lives in trying to be helpful to the AIDS debate. They think that their journalism is helping. In actual fact, it's based on a false premise. Now, they're not going to backtrack, neither the journalists nor the scientists. Nobody's going to backtrack. There's too much to lose.
Either they cover it with ridicule, or they don't even mention it at all, because they seem to think that would mislead the public, give them a false impression, might make them more relaxed about having safe sex, etc.
And so there's a kind of absence of skepticism, an absence of critical thinking, which in part has explained how AIDS has been able to be interpreted only one single way, which is it's caused by a virus. Sexual behavior is at the root of it. Changing your sexual behavior is what will make you free of AIDS.
Africa is a country where they say everyone has so much sex all the time, that they're spreading this virus terribly, and that the lorry drivers are spreading it up and down the big highways.
Malaria, malnutrition, the lack of elementary facilities, the abuse of women, the neglect of children. All of those things conspire towards creating what appears to be registrations of a huge pandemic.
Poverty is the main factor of AIDS in Africa, which is not the case, of course, in the States or in Europe.
Weight loss of greater than 10% of your body weight, chronic diarrhea, a persistent fever and cough.
By that definition, a Western researcher like myself has had AIDS.
The test picked up immune system activation from this great variety of causes. People were testing positive in millions who had nothing to do with any new disease agent.
In Africa, what's called AIDS is simply relabeling other diseases. People are ill from malnutrition, which causes immune deficiency, malaria, which causes immune deficiency, TB, which affects your immune system.
Since you have two things going on with tuberculosis. Number one, it cross-reacts on the HIV antibody tests, and number two, it can cause T-cell depletion all by itself. Then you've got a big problem in Africa. Do these people have AIDS or do they have tuberculosis?
What AIDS has become in Africa is a great distraction. It distracts us from the questions of better foods, clean drinking water, more appropriate ways to dispose of toxic waste, and it puts the burden back on Africans and their alleged promiscuous sexual activity.
Is it because of their sexual behavior? Absolutely not. A definition was arrived at as a result of a World Health Organization sponsored conference in October of 1985. The Bangui definition of an AIDS case in Africa is based on 4 clinical symptoms: high fever, a persistent cough,
loose stools for 30 days, and a 10% loss of body weight over a 2-month period.
Any person with severe starvation has AIDS regardless of HIV positive or HIV negatives, because starvation causes atrophy of the lymphoid system.
But instead of giving these people clean water, nutritious and adequate food, what do they need? Well, they need condoms, and they need expensive and toxic drugs.
It's a tangled web of madness. By calling all those things AIDS, by just making it more and more and more complicated to figure out what causes what. See, it's like, that's not the way science works. It's a real bizarre thing to have 100,000 people being paid to do something that strange, to take a whole bunch of diseases, to lump them all into this one big thing. This great, I mean, pretty soon, there won't be anything that's not AIDS if they keep going at the rate they're going. You say, well, let's see what will happen in 100 years. How many diseases will be on that list?
Among people who are well-to-do or middle class, if you have the symptoms that define an AIDS case, you have a wealthy or wealthier middle-class African businessman or professional, or an Indian, an Asian, or a European who has a high fever or a persistent cough or diarrhea or is losing weight, those people by definition are going to go to a doctor. They're going to seek out medical treatment. But in the case of impoverished Africans, it is assumed that these symptoms have come about because of their sexuality, because of their sexual behavior.
Africa is always described as the place where, because 50% of the HIV cases are in women, that heterosexual spread is to blame. It's all wrong. And it is not only wrong, it is a crime to do this to that continent and to those people.
Much of what is claimed about AIDS in Africa is not only based on weak statistics and dubious numbers, it's also based on a kind of racist, arrogant set of assumptions that were popular 100 years ago, but now have been brought back into vogue.
The claims often made by AIDS researchers about African sexuality take us back to the 19th century. They take us back to the Victorians. They take us back to old National Geographics from 70 years ago with the strange sexual customs of the natives kind of thinking.
What is the benefit of all the billions upon billions of dollars that are spent fighting the so-called African AIDS crisis? Many believe that money could have been much better spent elsewhere.
A question comes up about what happens to patients in clinics around Africa. Doctors find themselves short of basic medication. They find them short of staff. They find that their budgets have been savaged over the last 15 or 20 years, but there is plenty of money to distribute AIDS literature, condoms, and most damagingly, in my mind, so-called AIDS medications.
It's very hard for people in Africa to turn down foreign currency, big grants of foreign currency, to reject the paradigm that money is coming for, of promoting the HIV/AIDS theory, even if their heart tells them that it's wrong. Very hard for them to speak out against it when they can earn more from attending some conference on AIDS than they get paid by their government in a year, which is the case in a number of African countries.
The money in Africa is riding on a large number of people being diagnosed with HIV and AIDS. All of the organizations in Africa that have money are associated with AIDS.
If someone came along and told them there is no AIDS, all there is the same diseases that Africans have been dying of all along, then all of a sudden millions of dollars of funding would dry up.
In 1988, Dr. Philip Kreinen and his wife trained in tropical medicines before moving to Africa to help AIDS orphans. They were told that this was an epicenter of AIDS in Africa, where more than 50% of people had HIV and AIDS. But upon arrival, they did preliminary testing and found that only 13% of the population tested positive, not 50%. Shortly thereafter, they did more definitive testing and found that the number fell below 5%.
It is the first time in Africa
then a village has volunteered as a whole to be tested for a dreadful disease, that everybody has got its results, and that the truth has been 5 times lower than the figures given by the World Health Organization of the AIDS control program.
When a person had tested HIV positive, he would give them support, nutritional support, help with housing, help with drugs for the illnesses that they actually suffered, like it might be TB or intestinal infections. He would give them direct help for what might otherwise have been called AIDS. But he would give them the medicines appropriate to their actual diseases, and he would give them nutritional support. And he found that these people, after a period of support like this, had lower death rates. This is the people who tested positive and who his charity was set up to help.
Because of AIDS, with the diseases which are called AIDS here, which are similar to the symptoms of AIDS, they are less and less since now 2 years.
He ended up by saying, you know, Neville, after 5 years we've concluded that there's no AIDS and no AIDS orphans. And since that time, he's had a policy that his charity and the regions that it serves have completely renounced the HIV/AIDS story altogether. They just have nothing more to do with it because they think it does such harm.
How can you ask people who believe they're going to die tomorrow, how can you ask them to look into the future, which are the children? They give up. They don't invest. They don't want to come to work in northern Kagera because they think they're going to die of AIDS or to contract it.
The World Health Organization claims that 10 million HIV-positive Africans are responsible for 300,000 cases of AIDS reported since 1981. Unlike in developed countries, where over 90% of the AIDS cases are promiscuous homosexual males, intravenous drug users, and blood transfusion recipients, African AIDS is supposedly suffered by men and women in equal numbers, who contract it presumably through heterosexual intercourse. The African figures are often cited by the AIDS establishment and safe-sex activists in Europe and the United States to prove that everybody is at equal risk.
This has become a calling. This has become a kind of endeavor fighting AIDS, in which people who believe in what they're doing cannot, in good conscience, hold a contrary thought. It's what psychologists call the mentality of taboo. Holding a critical thought, if you are in the AIDS orthodoxy, is against the rules. It's a taboo because it means, or it suggests to mean, that you are turning your back on the people that you are supposed to be helping. The cure for AIDS in Africa is as near at hand as an alternative hypothesis as to what is making Africans sick in the first place. And that is what I strongly recommend people do before giving any more money to these AIDS organizations.
If you ask me, are people sicker today than they were 30 years ago? I would answer you based upon my knowledge of what is taking place in Samoa, Ethiopia, Kenya, Senegal, South Africa, the massive civil wars that have occurred, the starvation, the enormous refugee camps, the malaria and tuberculosis that goes virtually untreated. Yes, there is no doubt in my mind that people are sicker in Africa and living shorter lifespans. When people get an AIDS diagnosis based upon clinical testing, they return to their villages to die. They basically give up all hope. They lose their will to live. They become outcast. They're rejected by their extended family, forced to live in a secluded, segregated little hut where they're given only meager amounts of food and water and prepare themselves for death.
What people don't realize about Africa is that life expectancy there has never been particularly long. To think that the arrival, shall we say, of HIV or AIDS in Africa has suddenly started shortening life expectancy in African countries is really contradicted by the evidence.
The media reports that 1,000 people a day die of AIDS in South Africa. It is a number with no statistical grounding, no evidentiary basis whatsoever. It is simply something repeated in the media. But if one goes and checks that number against the actual official statistics of South Africa, what you will discover is in 2004, in South Africa, a country of 46 million people, the total number of deaths that were attributable to HIV diseases was about 13,000. That's about 36 a day.
There has been a lot of death and disease and AIDS in Africa for many centuries. And again, our clinical tools and Western medicine penetrating some of these more remote corners of the world has allowed us to define a phenomenon that may well have been there for a very, very long time.
There was a study in the Journal of Infectious Diseases in 1994, for example, that made it quite clear that when they did these HIV tests on a population in Zaire, where there was widespread tuberculosis and leprosy, that the test results in 70% of the cases were false positive. If the test results are 2 or 3% false positive, a test is basically invalid. It's useless in terms of epidemiology. Usually these tests are conducted at a sexually transmitted disease clinic. Maybe 100 or 200 people are tested, or they're done at an antenatal clinic where pregnant women are also tested. And from those samples, then projections are made about the rate of HIV/AIDS.
The infrastructure, social and medical, is non-existent. Post-colonially, over all these 20 to 30 years now, 40, the services have disappeared. Malaria control, TB control. In areas like the Rakai in Uganda, there is no water that's clean. The pathogenic assault, the toxic assault of filthy water, malaria 11 times before you're 7 years old, diarrhea 7 times before you're 1 year old, makes your immune system very, very at risk and depressed. And if you test people with a severely challenged immune system, it is likely, according to the work of Professor Hessig and Eleni Eliopoulos now in Perth, that you will show antibodies that come up from the stress. And these antibodies are being called specific to HIV and are being called infected by HIV. I don't believe that. I believe they are autoantibodies that are developed as a result of your body's immune stress.
One of the reasons that HIV is thought to be new in Africa is we have blood samples from the 60s that show no evidence of HIV. But the one question that journalists haven't answered is where that blood came from. And if you look carefully, it did not come from the same risk groups that we are now drawing blood from today and finding lots of HIV. It came from British school children in Uganda in a sort of the colonial time when Dutch and French and Brits were colonizing Africa.
If we're really honest, we would go back and we would do much more retrospective analysis, even go back 100 years, to find embalmed tissue, embalmed organs, and test them for HIV, and I think we'd be very surprised by what we would find. I believe we would find that both HIV and the group of infections known as AIDS are old phenomena found all over the world. Based upon my 25 years of research and massive interviewing, more than 3,000 physicians, scientists, experts, and activists on the subject of AIDS and AIDS-related illnesses, particularly how it was affecting Africans, there appears to be only one startling conclusion that I can reasonably come to, and that is, AIDS is not about a virus. No, it is about the untreated underlying diseases such as malaria, tuberculosis, malnutrition, and waterborne illnesses including diarrhea and parasitic infections. It is about living in dire poverty and conditions of chronic civil war. It is about suffering the lethal effects of the AIDS diagnosis itself, including the harmful drugs that are prescribed. In clinic after clinic where AIDS individuals are provided, however, with good nutrition and clean water and proper medications for underlying illnesses such as malaria, the vast majority of individuals return to proper health. But when AIDS individuals are severely compromised in their immune systems and are given the most lethal medications ever created, they do get sicker and they die. But their deaths and illnesses are then blamed on the HIV virus instead of the real illnesses underlying their AIDS conditions. More and more experts are agreeing on this view of AIDS, and yet this view has been suppressed as contrary to the financial interest of the AIDS establishment and its drug manufacturers. Isn't it time that we take a closer, unbiased look at AIDS in Africa and its real causes and real solutions?
It destroys people's immune systems, but there are other things that can lead to quicker deaths. And I think it's one of many viruses that are out there that people can succumb to.
If you were to ask me, does HIV cause AIDS? The answer is undoubtedly yes.
I'm pretty certain that HIV is the causative factor in AIDS.
I truly believe that I had an infectious virus that was going to kill me.
Whether it's people I'm afraid to tell, or media reports that come back HIV equals death, that has been far harder for me to deal with on every level than I think the HIV in my system.
Your doctor will look very sorrowfully at you and say, "You have just tested positive for the AIDS virus. You are going to die."
And he says, "You're one of 4 patients who is a positive carrier of HIV. I said, "What does that mean in time?" And he says, "Anywhere from 2 to 4 years."
I warned that this was going to be something that was going to far transgress and transcend the so-called risk group that it was in now, that it was something that might become a rather global problem, and sure enough, that's exactly what happened.
The majority believe that AIDS is becoming a pandemic, that this was predicted, and that this is so, that AIDS is spreading by heterosexual transmission throughout the general population.
There's absolutely no evidence that there's an epidemic of AIDS anywhere in the world.
The principal arbiter in this, as in any other long-term medical problem, is not the ability or agility of the scientists, it's the passage of time.
AIDS is a bureaucracy and not an illness.
It has always been known to have multifactorial causes before the rewriting of science.
I think the cause of AIDS is different in different risk groups.
AIDS is not a gay disease, it's a lifestyle disease, yes, absolutely.
If the HIV test is so accurate, why is it that 1/4 of the population of southern Japan has tested positive for the HIV virus, but only 14 have gone on to develop AIDS?
We're going to make a lot of money off this. Everybody in the world is going to have to take this test to find out who's going to die of the plague.
But there was never really, to my mind, I've looked at this very closely now, evidence of a new virus actually being isolated.
Do I still even believe that HIV exists? And I'm beginning to think no.
The war on AIDS has been science by publicity.
They have never come up with a plausible explanation for how HIV kills T cells.
The dogma that HIV is a cruel, relentless killer is palpably wrong.
AZT and so-called antiviral therapies cause the very disease they're supposed to prevent.
The AZT has been discredited by some of the leading experts in the field.
I feel that the major scientific journals of the world have failed to allow the critics of the HIV hypothesis a proper forum.
I'm quite confident that quite soon people will realize that there's a vast body of knowledge about AIDS and HIV which has been withheld from them.
I'm Gary Null, and we're going to take a look at what these dissidents are saying to give them a forum. They feel they've been closed out of all the public debate. They haven't been invited before respected groups of scientists and legislators to share their views. and therefore they feel frustrated. They feel the American public has been manipulated, both by compliant media and self-serving bureaucrats and special interest groups. It's their time then to have a voice and a forum. And that's what I'm providing in AIDS, A Second Opinion.
There's absolutely no AIDS epidemic anywhere unless you define an epidemic as a few cases trickling in here and there, which I don't. It certainly has never lived up to the gross exaggerations and the hysteria that has been generated on the issue of AIDS.
Not only haven't the predictions come true, but it's comical. We're in San Diego County, there's 2.5 million people. We have an epidemic with a total number of AIDS cases of 7,000, that's in 15 years. There's 57 heterosexual men with AIDS out of a potential 1 to 1.2 million. In the 1985, they told us that there were 1 to 2 million Americans that were positive. Now the number is down to 600,000. This is extremely troubling if we feel a scientific theory rises or crashes based on the validity of its predictions.
Of all the predictions given in the 1980s about AIDS, very few, if any, have come true. First, we were told that it was not harmful to medical personnel. Then we were told that medical personnel was highly at risk. We were told that it would affect only the gay community. Then we were told that women were the most afflicted. We were told that the intensive research for drugs and vaccines would yield satisfactory results. We haven't seen any. In fact, all we have seen is a large lie.
Since the first cases appeared, the epidemic has become a battleground, pitting various groups one against the other. We have had all forms of scientific dispute. It won celebrity as a human rights cause, as a lawyer's bonanza, and as a media sensation. In its short career, AIDS has become the most talked about, anxiety-laden, and fiercely contested and lavishly resourced event of modern times. If the prestige of disease is ranked by the resources allocated for care and therapy and development and research, then AIDS is the most prestigious disease ever.
I think, like myself in that second half of the 80s, it was a great story, and we took it on board as a kind of public health emergency too. And that's a danger for any group of professionals, whether they're media workers or scientists, to get too close to the sort of propagandizing that happened with AIDS. We lost our sense of judgment, I'm afraid, on this issue, because we felt that sense of fear and urgency. It was like a war. And in those circumstances, the critical judgment went out of the window, I'm afraid, for too many of us.
There's absolutely no evidence that there's an epidemic of AIDS anywhere in the world, whether you consider the percentage of the American gay population that supposedly have AIDS has always been and will always be probably about 2% of the gay population. It has never increased. We are constantly told that the gay community is being decimated by an infectious disease, yet that the numbers don't hold out.
Both in America and in Australia, that they have recognized that there is no general epidemic of AIDS spreading to the general population, and they too have also acknowledged in print that the epidemic is overfunded.
We've been led to believe that the HIV diagnosis automatically is an AIDS death sentence. What is the proof of this?
I think Peter Duesberg stimulated us to think more deeply and really led us to reaffirm that the evidence was very strong and becoming stronger, that HIV was the genuine cause of AIDS, and that you don't get AIDS without HIV.
Dr. Robert Gallo, director of the Laboratory for Tumor Cell Biology, the National Cancer Institute, made world headlines in April 1984 as the discoverer of the AIDS virus. The media rejoiced that the path to vaccine prevention of AIDS was open, and that a vaccine will likely be ready for trial in 2 or 3 years. His contribution did not end there. Dr. Gallo devised a test for the presence of the virus and mastered the art of growing the virus in the large quantities needed for research. The worldwide conviction that HIV is the cause of AIDS dates from this moment.
There are so many things that are completely wrong about the HIV, the virus AIDS hypothesis. I mean, for example, if HIV is such a deadly infectious virus, why is it that the partners of people who are positive don't get HIV and don't get AIDS? It's very, very rare that anyone living with a person with AIDS or HIV has become infected, so to speak. And the wives of haemophiliacs who are HIV positive, a tiny proportion were said to have become infected, which was less than what you would normally expect in that group of people in the community as a whole, okay? So the whole business of infection is wrong.
Do you believe that HIV is the cause of AIDS?
No, I don't think HIV is the cause of AIDS. I've really studied the issue quite a bit, and it seems to me like retroviruses don't really have much power to cause harm. We have studied retroviruses, but HIV in particular has never been clearly defined in terms of its genetic structure and its molecular structure. And what I mean by that is that you can try to determine the genetic sequence of HIV from one person and compare it to another person, or even different viruses in the same person's body, and you'll find that there are huge variations in their genetic sequences. And now we're starting to talk about different strains and mutations and all this stuff. What that really means is that nobody's really sure exactly what HIV is, what the exact genetic sequence is, and some scientists out there are not even sure if HIV really exists as a definite microorganism.
The opportunistic infections, which are indicative of the AIDS syndrome, and it is a syndrome with multiple faces, has always been known to have prior causes before the discovery or invention of the viral reasoning. PCP pneumonia had been tied in with malnutrition and chemotherapy. KS was named after Carposi, a dermatologist in the late 19th century who observed this in syphilis, and on and on and on.
You see, the irony is that was the first thing that was accepted. That's why it's called acquired immune deficiency syndrome. You had acquired it by some kind of a lifestyle, by some kind of practices associated with your lifestyle. It became only infectious really in 1985 or 84 when Dr. Gallo, your friend, our friend Dr. Gallo, discovered the so-called cause of AIDS, the human immune deficiency virus, which actually had been discovered by Montagnier a year earlier. But before then it was largely considered a non-infectious disease acquired by lifestyles and clinical risks, behavioral and clinical risks. And I would say that is what it is, and that is what it has remained in the last 8 or 10 years ever since we know AIDS.
The leading science writer in the world, for years the chief science writer for the Times of London, is Neville Hodgkinson. And Neville was one of those individuals, as you will hear, who staunchly believed that everything we've been told about AIDS was correct, that HIV was the cause, until he did something that was unique and different from other journalists. He looked at the evidence, and having a background in science, he studied the evidence so carefully that he finally began to disprove the myth. These are his views now.
In 1991, that was the first that I heard that a different way of looking at the causes of AIDS had been put forward by Professor Peter Duesberg. I had missed this story. He had published on this in 1987. I didn't know anything about that paper until 1991. And when I first heard that there was a different way of looking at it, I was concerned. It was like a threat to a lot of the reporting that I'd done, and I didn't like to feel that I was going to have to change tack on something that I'd invested so much time and energy and so much reporting from that point of view. So when I was told that there was this different perspective, I was resistant to it. And I hoped that I'd be able to dismiss it. And I had a bit of space in early 1992 where I was able to read in more detail the literature, the challenge that Duesberg and one or two others had made to the conventional view, and to see what had been said in response. And to my surprise, I found that there'd been an enormous amount of abuse with which his arguments had been greeted, either ignored or abusive response, but that actually nobody really grappled with the points that he was making. And that made me feel that perhaps there was something here that was worth putting before the public.
He thought that HIV could not possibly cause AIDS because retroviruses were never known to kill cells. It's only when AIDS came along that all of a sudden they started saying that a retrovirus, HIV, was killing cells.
Professor Kary Mullis is one of the most unique minds in America. He won the Nobel Prize. Well, Dr. Mullis believes, well, I'm not going to tell you what he believes. You can hear for himself. He's a very unusual person. We did this interview late at night at his home on the ocean.
The people that are AIDS researchers now are getting neurotic if you ask them any questions. There was a time when I first started asking questions, all I wanted was, where are the papers? Just tell me the papers that you read that convinced you that HIV was the cause of AIDS, because I need to reference those papers in some of the, I was working on a test for HIV with PCR, and I needed to write a little report to the NIH and say, here's the progress we've made. And the first line of it was, HIV is the probable cause of AIDS. And I thought that was true. This is before I got involved. And I said, what's the reference for that quote? And I looked for it for about 2 or 3 years, and I never could find it. And by the end of 2 years, I'd ask everybody at every meeting that I'd gone to that talked about AIDS, I'd ask, you know, I'd look through every computer database. There is no reference. There is nobody who should get credit for that statement. Now, that's a pretty weird situation in science, where getting credit for a discovery is the most important thing in your life as a scientist.
This agent just hasn't passed the very first tests for a pathogenic agent. And of course, this was what Peter Duesberg pointed out in his 1987 paper, his first to demonstrate and draw together the evidence that demonstrated very, very clearly that if HIV existed, it could not be found at all easily, even in the bodies of AIDS patients, let alone those who tested HIV positive. He pointed out that with most infectious illnesses, you have billions of virus particles present in small quantities of blood and elsewhere in the body of a person, especially those with active disease. But that even in AIDS, HIV couldn't be isolated directly from the bodies of these patients. What you had to do was take samples from the patients, kickstart them with stimulants for the immune cells, mix them with cells from other people, and eventually you could get something out. But it wasn't isolatable in any conventional sense. And it really should have been basic science that told people that the HIV theory was deeply flawed.
I feel that there is no scientific evidence to prove that HIV is either the primary or any of the causes of AIDS, because no appropriate tests have been done. Now, HIV is a virus that is present in a lot of AIDS patients, but that does not make it the primary cause.
You could predict, and I did predict, that the outbreak of AIDS in Britain, and even in New York City, which was one of the original epicenters of AIDS when it started, even there, AIDS would follow a predictable course of increase among men, especially in high-risk groups. It is still mainly 90% a disease of men in high-risk groups.
I think the cause of AIDS is different in different risk groups. For gay men, for example, we have to have one thing very clear. Only a very small group of gay men are affected by AIDS. If you play with the statistics, you come down with less than 3% of the American male homosexual population is affected by HIV, not even AIDS. And that's less than gay men dying every year of heart disease, drug-related issues. But in a certain minority group, amongst gay men, and certainly as far as we could trace it down, the early AIDS cases qualified as such, certain behavior could clearly cause the two diseases that were initially the AIDS-defined diseases, PCP and KS.
If you were to challenge the HIV hypothesis, what parts of it would you challenge as being unsupportable?
Well, they say that HIV is the singular cause of AIDS. Yet the original AIDS-defining disease was Kaposi sarcoma, which is a very unusual form of cancer, which was occurring amongst gay men. However, if you check the figures out, there isn't a single case of Kaposi sarcoma in any British haemophiliacs or American haemophiliacs. There are no cases in blood transfusion recipients. There are no cases in IV drug users. But these people have HIV, but they do not develop Kaposi sarcoma. So the diseases that the different risk groups are dying of are different. So this means that HIV itself is not the cause of Kaposi sarcoma, and Kaposi sarcoma was the original AIDS-defining disease. Robert Gallo, Anthony Fauci, Baltimore, and everybody admit HIV is not the singular cause of AIDS, because they admit HIV is not the cause of Kaposi sarcoma.
There are many things out there to suggest that HIV has got something to do with AIDS, but I know too many people that have been HIV infected for 10 to 15 years that have gotten no diseases or no consequences because of it. So I think the question is still open.
It's extraordinarily difficult to become infected with HIV. You have to have a very special receptor on your cells. This is only recently, and the New York Times put this out last week, that some work was done where they found that you need another protein called fusin so that HIV could actually infect the cell. So the fact is, unless there is something that people can take to make them susceptible to HIV that could mimic this fusin so that HIV can infect cells, the cells are not so easily infected.
Is this the most studied virus ever?
Absolutely. 60,000 papers have been published on it just earlier last year. 60,000. That's 6 papers for every little nucleotide that's in that virus. That is orders of magnitude more than on polio, on measles, on mumps, on all viruses combined.
And yet we still cannot prove that it explodes and is massive to the population.
Or that it causes AIDS, for that matter.
I don't think there's just one weakness in the HIV equals AIDS equals death hypothesis, but one of the central ones has got to be, by any intelligent estimation, the non-specificity of the antibody test. It's getting to the point where I'm feeling genuinely weary of hearing people say that HIV is spreading, when what they mean is testing is spreading, and the testing is non-specific. Non-specificity of the antibody test, the fact that the antibodies that are detected by Western blot or by ELISAs cannot be specifically related to a virus, when after 12 years and how many $billion, they certainly ought to be able to be, means that there must be some questions that are not being addressed.
In the case of the HIV tests that are routinely manufactured and licensed in developed countries, the ones that I have seen or examined the credentials or use in my lab are highly specific to HIV. They do not cross with related viral genomes that all of us humans do have in our body, and they do not cross with tuberculosis.
Big problem with the ELISA test, which is the main one used in the States, is that it's highly inaccurate. Many things can throw up a positive ELISA test, glandular fever, other viruses, even sperm. So many people can be labeled HIV positive and given a death sentence, in a sense, when they don't have the virus. The other test, the Western blot test, is just as inaccurate. But it's been found that in one study, it was determined that although some hundreds of thousands of people were tested positive with the HIV ELISA test, with the Western blot they found only some hundred actually had the presence of antibodies.
The HIV antibody test is a very bad test. I believe that it is one of the worst frauds committed on the American public in the century. Well, just about everybody believes that if you get one of these tests, it will actually tell you whether or not you are infected with HIV, and if it's positive, that that's some kind of a prediction of whether or not you'll get AIDS. And that is absolutely not true. First of all, a positive result on that test doesn't mean that you're infected with HIV, and there is no way that it can mean that. There's a basic scientific principle that most people are totally ignoring, and right now I'm talking about the scientists and the doctors who are advocating these tests. The people that say these tests are 100% accurate. I would say more that they're 0% accurate. And the reason for that is this test contains what you call antigens. They are proteins from the HIV, the virus. And the principle of it is that the HIV proteins in the test kit are supposed to react with any kind of HIV antibodies that may be present in the person's blood sample. So the HIV antigens would react with the HIV antibodies. And theoretically, only HIV antibodies react with HIV antigens. Now, in reality, what really happens with antigens and antibodies is that they're not exclusive with each other. They're more promiscuous. In other words, antibodies will react with antigens that they don't belong to. In other words, let's say I have tuberculosis, and I have antibodies to the tuberculosis organism in my body, and I go out and take an HIV antibody test. What might happen is that my tuberculosis antibodies will cross-react with the antigens to HIV in the test kit, thereby giving a false positive. And these kind of cross-reactions are very, very common and very, very predictable as far as HIV antibody tests go.
We get a lot of cross-reacting. For instance, if you've recently had a flu jab, you're told not to have an antibody test because you might come up positive. 41% of patients with multiple sclerosis in one study tested positive for HIV. 12% of people with generalized warts. If you live in an area where tuberculosis or leprosy or malaria are endemic, you could come up positive for HIV even though you don't have HIV. So there's so many different variables as to what might give a positive reading. I don't believe that any test has ever yet given absolutely specific HIV antibody results or reactions.
You can test positive because normal body proteins like actin and mycosin react with the test. You can test positive for all sorts of strange reasons, and that will go on your medical records, and your doctor will look very sorrowfully at you and said, "You have just tested positive for the AIDS virus. You are going to die."
Now, it's a deadly thing to tell somebody when they have a head full of 10 years of the imagery of AIDS that they are now HIV positive and in a risk group for developing AIDS, in the risk group for developing AIDS, because HIV positivity is built into the definition of AIDS.
And HIV positive means antibody positive. It doesn't mean that you've got the virus. On the contrary, it means exactly the reverse, and hence you should be protected and not predisposed towards getting the disease.
That's the whole purpose of vaccination, to give you an immune response to the virus in the form of antibodies that would be measured on an antibody test. So it's really ridiculous to say to people that because you test positive on these tests that you're going to get AIDS and you're going to die prematurely. It just doesn't make sense.
The Western blot really is, the main difference between that and the ELISA is that in the ELISA you have the HIV proteins just globbed up into a big mixture or a big soup. And in the Western blot they separate all the proteins out onto a strip, and each protein is on its own separate little band. And the criteria for the Western blot are that you have to have a certain number of these bands react positive. There are 3 main proteins of HIV, and they would like you to react positive to those major ones, but sometimes if the minor ones are positive, that can help you out if you want to be positive. The problem with the Western blot, and there are many, is not only that it is susceptible to the same flaws that cause cross-reactions on the ELISA, but that is not reproducible and it's not standardized. It is possible to test positive or negative on the same Western blot done on the same blood specimen, depending on what test kit you use, whether it's from a different manufacturer, what day of the week you go in, what lab you go to, or even what country you live in.
Now, the Western blot is considered the more specific of the 2 tests because it uses 10 proteins to detect antibodies, whereas the ELISAs conventionally use 2 or 3. Western blot uses 10. You can get a positive Western blot in Africa that would not be considered positive in Australia. You can get a positive, by official, this is official guidelines, you can get a positive Western blot in Britain that is far more specific than a positive Western blot for the largest gay men's study, HIV and AIDS, the MAX study in America. In the MAX study in America, on the Western blot, which American viewers will know is essential to HIV-positive diagnosis, you required only 1 strong antibody band out of a possible 10 in order to be called positive. In Britain, that is insufficient. So we're in a situation where even on the most specific test, it matters what country you got tested in. So is this absurd?
I have a chart here that will show you that one of the best ways to change from positive to negative is simply to change your residence to a different country. This was published in Continuum magazine from London. It was made up by Val Turner, a scientist in Australia who's done a lot of work on HIV antibody tests. And he has pointed out that there are different criteria for reading these tests. And each one of these columns shows the different criteria from different countries or places. Now, as you can see, going from one column to the next, there are different criteria. Without looking real closely, you can see it's pretty obvious. In Africa, all you need is 2 of these bands to be positive. In Australia, you need 4. In the United States, we have 5 different sets of criteria for reading Western blots, and they are all totally different. So if you go to a lab that uses the American Red Cross criteria, you may be positive. And if you go to a lab that uses the FDA criteria, you may be negative. And if you go to a lab that uses the CDC criteria, you will more likely be positive there because they use much more lax criteria. Now, this is totally ridiculous. How can you say that somebody is infected with HIV or not, depending on whether they live in the United States or in Australia? It's totally absurd.
What are the different antigens and antibodies and conditions will cause a false positive reading?
Well, like I said, we have hepatitis B, and we have herpes simplex, which is a very common condition. There must be millions of people in the United States infected with that. And flu, or a flu vaccination will do it, and even the common cold. Now, this would be a very rare chance that that would happen, but it is a possibility. And in countries like Africa, where it's supposed to be riddled with AIDS, or in Southeast Asia or India, where we are supposed to have these new up-and-coming heterosexual AIDS epidemics, what's really happening there is that there are such huge amounts of endemic tuberculosis and malaria and hepatitis B, and all of those things cross-react on the tests, that's what's happening. When people are tested in those regions, it is very easy for a cross-reaction to take place. And there are other things, such as alcoholic hepatitis, the connective tissue disorders such as lupus or mixed connective tissue disorder, or rheumatoid arthritis, and there are a lot of people that have that. And the methods of the viral load papers and studies, the methods are wrong. They're shoddy science. They don't make sense. They're based on PCR, which isn't really good for HIV, and they just don't do the right calculations. Plus, even if they did actually find millions of viruses like they claim to have found, what they're claiming to have found is not the latent viruses that have infected the cell, but free virus, which is outside the cell. Now, the old standard mainstream AIDS research says that free virus, which is outside the cell, is not infectious, because when it is outside the cell, the envelope of the virus is very fragile and it usually will fall off. So in order for one cell to infect another with its HIV, the cells have got to butt up against each other. And if the virus is just free and it's out floating around in the bloodstream, it's probably lost its envelope. And the envelope is a crucial part of the infectivity process. Without the envelope, it can't infect because it can't bind on to the little site, the receptor site, where it's supposed to bind itself.
The general public doesn't understand the idea of a gold standard here. Neither do doctors, physicians. So, I mean, you know, you just pull the average physician away from his convention someplace in Cincinnati or something, and sit down and have dinner with him and talk to him about this kind of a situation, and see how much he really knows. Like, does he know what a Western does? Does he know what a Western blot actually does? I mean, how is it different from this ELISA test? Does he understand how an ELISA test is operated? Does he understand anything about the statistics associated with the times when they've been tried? No, he doesn't. And he doesn't give a damn either. What he knows about is that when he has a patient, he charges them a certain amount of money for every treatment that he does, for every little prescription that he writes, and he likes to have a lot of patients. And the county health department also knows that due to the Ryan-White Act, for every single person who is diagnosed as having AIDS in the county, $2,500 a year from the federal government. So the county health department is actually pressuring doctors by their little subtle ways. They're not coming over and beating them, but don't miss an AIDS case. You report it to us. If it's a positive test on the HIV, you report it to us because it's $2,500 in our pocket every year.
I'm suggesting specifically, Professor Stewart, is that if JAMA, Nature, the British Medical Journal, the Lancet, New England Journal of Medicine, the 5 major medical publications in the world, will not allow dissident views on the cause or treatment of AIDS or any information around it, how then are you going to encourage a dialogue that could challenge the orthodox?
Good question. You've mentioned the big 5. You've mentioned Science, Nature, the New England Journal, the Lancet, and the British Medical Journal. Now, with the possible exception of the Lancet, all of these have refused to publish views which doubt the existing hypothesis about AIDS. And the 2 main aspects of the hypothesis are that AIDS is caused exclusively and finally by HIV, and secondly, that this is universally infectious and will cause a pandemic by heterosexual transmission in the general population. Those are the 2 prime tenets of the existing hypothesis, which is held by the consensus. Now, the Lancet has published some stuff, mainly by me, in the form of letters, which cast doubt on those 2 essential pillars of the hypothesis. They haven't published much else, and the other journals have published nothing at all. They've been asked to do so again and again by myself and others, but they will not publish.
Reporters came, asked these questions, and found them, my views or my hypotheses, very logical and convincing. But they never aired them because they were censored at the highest level, presumably when an executive producer would have called the National Institute of Health, is it all right to show this view advanced by Duesberg from Berkeley, that AIDS is not infectious. And he probably was told from the by the National Institute of Health this is impossible, you can't show that because people will stop practicing safe sex or will stop taking their ACT. That will endanger our anti-AIDS prevention programs and treatment programs. So that would be a disaster. Don't show Duesberg, and that's what they do. They follow orders like everybody else.
How much censorship has there been in the gay press concerning looking at all issues and all arguments from all sides, fairly and objectively?
The censorship in the gay press is a tragedy, a disgrace. It's been almost complete. There are people in this city who work quite hard to try and create the space in which a proper discussion can be had.
As I continued to work the issue as a journalist, I gradually became more and more skeptical. At the same time, I was also involved in AIDS activism and could see how the organizations changed over the years. I've been involved in Being Alive San Diego, I've been involved in ACT UP San Diego, and now I'm a co-founder of HEAL. It always seemed to me that this would be an issue that activists who are concerned about finding a solution to AIDS would grab onto. They would be interested as I attempted to share my growing doubts about the HIV/AIDS model. And instead, I saw people clinging to HIV with an almost religious fervor.
The consensus controls the thinking, the funds, the grants, the publicity, and the policy.
The media has just gone along with the government party line, and it's partly their fault and it's partly the government's, because I know that any journalist who dares speak against what the government says is cut off, and the government won't give them the story or the information they need to write. So I blame both the government and the media.
Do you feel scientists have also allowed themselves to be co-opted because if they challenged, they wouldn't get any funding?
Yes, scientists who speak up against the HIV theory are cut off almost immediately. This happened to Peter Duesberg. He has no funding when he used to be able to get any grant he wanted. And one kind of hears through the back door of various scientists who agree with him, and they come to him in private and say, "Don't say my name, but I agree with you, and I can never say that because I know I'll lose my grant if I do."
My funding, for example, from the National Institute of Health will not be renewed as of this year, and I may be out of business then. Also, my colleagues have essentially excommunicated me. I'm not invited to meetings, or hardly ever to meetings anymore, not ever to one on AIDS. I'm not allowed to publish in the same journals anymore as I used to. Even as a member of the National Academy, I cannot publish in the National Academy my views that drugs may be the cause of AIDS. And I have plenty of evidence to support it, to document my claim, which might be very relevant to the health of millions of Americans and people on this planet. Yet I'm censored because I'm essentially considered to be an outcast or an odd man or somebody who has controversial views.
Anyone who tries to venture into this field of trying to report fairly and accurately all sides of the story will immediately be pushed out onto the margins and told that they're being irresponsible and that they are trying to support people whose views are just not credible and they're nutters. And so the journalists themselves will then become treated as nutters and as rogues. And so they begin to lose their credibility. And so it's a very brave journalist who puts forward any of these views because immediately he's in danger of having his whole journalistic career discredited.
That the current generation have too much to lose of orthodoxy, of journalists. They've invested their lives in trying to be helpful to the AIDS debate. They think that their journalism is helping. In actual fact, it's based on a false premise. Now, they're not going to backtrack. neither the journalists nor the scientists. Nobody's going to backtrack. There's too much to lose.
There has definitely been a form of self-imposed censorship by the major media on these issues. We experienced that at the Sunday Times with a hysterical response to articles that had had a lot of work go into them. We were accused of being sensationalist and irresponsible, of damaging the public health campaign.
By fair and objective, they seem to think all they have to do is represent the orthodox view. That to represent or to mention that there is any kind of argument, either they cover it with ridicule or they don't even mention it at all, because they seem to think that would mislead the public, give them a false impression, might make them more relaxed about having safe sex, etc., or in other words, not to have safe sex. And so they just don't want to know about the alternative view. As far as they're concerned, it's anathema, it shouldn't ever be mentioned. If the great and the good say this is so, it must be so because everybody says so. But so therefore there's bound to be some form of censorship, and not out of any sort of moral thing, but just I think out of fear.
And whenever I or anyone else raises the argument that we should start looking at the alternative views, we're immediately told that we're being highly irresponsible, that we're encouraging the gay community into things like unsafe sex, and we're being completely and utterly disregarding the anxieties of people who have HIV and AIDS, because we're creating doubts and anxieties that they don't need. And this is quite wrong, because as a journalist, I believe in totally open debate in whatever the area should be.
I think it's very important that people really educate themselves and take nothing for granted. Are you really HIV positive at all? I'm holding up a very prestigious scientific journal, Biotechnology. In June '93, they look at the issue. Is testing positive on a Western blot test proof of infection? They come to the conclusion it's not.
As I understand it, there is not a single HIV, so-called HIV antibody test which can reliably prove the presence of a virus in a person. And that's good news. That means that anybody who's been told that they're HIV positive cannot rely on that piece of information, and ought to be thinking about living long and living well, not about preparing for death.
They've expanded the list of diseases, they've expanded the criteria for diagnosis, and they've essentially rewritten the rules, because if they had kept the definition of AIDS as it originally was, and to the point where it actually made sense that it might be an infectious syndrome, it would have ended by now. As John Lauritsen has said, the AIDS epidemic, if you keep the definition constant, peaked in 1988 and it's over. But because you have this vast infrastructure that needs new cases, that needs to justify itself to stay in business, then you have this constant redefinition, constant reclassification, constant rewriting the rules, all so you can continue with the idea that there is an AIDS epidemic and we need to put billions of dollars into it every year.
So the latest change was in 1993, and that brought in 3 diseases which really have nothing to do with AIDS, one of them being pulmonary tuberculosis, which now means that anybody with TB can have AIDS. And you ought to know, too, that TB all by itself causes a depletion of T cells, and when you have TB, it can look exactly like you have AIDS, but you don't, you have TB. They are virtually indistinguishable. And another thing the new definition brought in was cervical cancer. I don't see how anybody could relate this to a retrovirus. It was purely a political move to make sure that women got more health benefits. It has nothing to do with who has AIDS and who doesn't. And then the most important thing was that they said if you are HIV positive and your T cell count is 200 or less, you have AIDS. And that means that people who have got nothing wrong with them whatsoever except a low T cell count and a positive antibody test can now be classified as having AIDS.
It's a tangled web of madness by calling all those things AIDS, by just making it more and more and more complicated to figure out what causes what. See, it's like That's not the way science works. It's a real bizarre thing to have 100,000 people being paid to do something that strange, to take a whole bunch of diseases, to lump them all into this one big thing. This great, I mean, pretty soon there won't be anything that's not AIDS if they keep going at the rate they're going. You say, well, let's see what will happen in 100 years. How many diseases will be on that list?
I think the problem is that the establishment realizes that they don't know where they're going. They're going down a particular path which is leading them nowhere because they're not solving the problems. And all the time the public are saying, where is the magic cure? We've spent millions in this direction. What's happening? No results. And the establishment themselves obviously realize that they've got to put on a brave, confident face. So anyone that attempts to challenge where they're going will get flattened because they're really frightened of showing that the cracks in what they're doing. And they're petrified, I think, of allowing too much of a debate because it will expose them as floundering around, not knowing where they're going.
I don't think it's worth my time to worry about the details in this thing because the really big fact is missing. Why do we think, just because Bob Gallo gets up, takes his sunglasses off and says, gentlemen, you discovered the cause of AIDS. That's all we have. New York Times article, CDC report, that's all we have. That's not enough. That's not enough to you know, that is not sufficient to like publish even a meager little scientific paper somewhere. That isn't enough for scientists to believe some inconsequential fact about some star 50 light years away. You know, that's certainly not enough to treat at the cost of billions of dollars a year and at the cost of a lot of lives and anguish and just destroyed, you know, lives have just been totally ruined by this thing on the basis of some flimsy little statement made by a guy who's known to be a crook in lots of other ways. He lied about a whole lot of other stuff. Why we trust him there? If he was a witness in a courtroom, we wouldn't trust his testimony. We've caught him in too many lies. So you don't trust him anymore.
One of the most respected voices in science, leading virologist Dr. Stefan Lanka, maintains that HIV isolation meets none of the scientific standards required for proof of its existence. Therefore, there has been no HIV viral identification.
Nowadays, they say the application of those genetic testing, cloning, it means amplification of isolated genetic materials and detection of stretches of it with the PCR techniques is proof of the existence of viruses, just ignoring all history of virology. That first, of course, if you say you have a virus, you have to isolate it to show the whole particle, to show its proteins by direct techniques, to show its genetic material, etc.
PCR came along right about the same time that HIV did. And it was at CETUS that people started looking with PCR for HIV. That was the only way to see it, except for culture, which was a long, protracted procedure, which a lot of times didn't turn up the right. The results there weren't very good either.
Can be contaminated.
Oh, the cultures, the whole method, that cell biology is a bunch of magic half the time. And those culture, you know, the people that say they can do quantitative estimations of HIV from cultures are just, they're fooling themselves.
There was never really, to my mind, I've looked at this very closely now, evidence of a new virus actually being isolated in the way that I've been taught is needed to be sure that you have a specific agent that is responsible for this condition. Because of those difficulties and because the interpretation of what was called isolation of HIV was actually indirect and rested on a number of indirect measures, the HIV test never got properly validated. And I think that this has been the root of the whole problem.
If they take only patient material from a patient, they never will succeed in viral isolation. They may detect a certain protein of a given size saying, well, this is part of HIV. They will find stretches of genetic material amplified with PCR saying, well, this is part of of HIV. And this is absolutely wrong.
I've seen virus-like particles, but you can make virus-like particles which are identical to HIV come out of cell lines which are not infected with any virus at all. And exactly the same virus-like particles start to appear. Of course, you have to spray it with a mitogenic drug first. In fact, if you have a cell line which is infected with so-called HIV, it sits there and it does nothing until you spray it with a mitogenic drug.
It's silly to hear people saying, you don't believe that HIV causes AIDS? You don't believe that? I mean, it's just a word, but it's a very, very important distinction. I think that you know, that's why, it's become a very emotional kind of thing, because people actually, they get personally committed to what really is a body of evidence that can be analyzed, you know, by lots of people, and at this point there's so much of it out there, nobody can really analyze it, all of it, but nobody can write a review of it that says HIV causes AIDS because of this. You know, if a postdoc were to write a review of their literature that showed without much doubt that HIV was the cause of AIDS, that guy would be famous. Now there's 100,000 guys out there who had the opportunity. Just 10 years has passed. We've been waiting for this star postdoctoral fella to distinguish himself forever and get a lifelong grant from Tony Fauci, but he hasn't shown up. No one has bothered to write a definitive review. Any journal would take it. That right there proves that HIV does not cause AIDS.
This is a case of self-deception, at least, and deception in case of all other scientists who were supplied by cloned genetic stretches said to represent parts of the HIV genome. Working with this and believing that the original isolation has been performed in a proper way.
What proof do we have that HIV is the cause of AIDS? Many scientists today believe that it's not HIV that causes AIDS, but rather lifestyle and cofactors.
It's as if they had found a cause before anybody had even noticed an effect. Adult T-cell leukemia wasn't known to medicine until 1975, 5 years after Tayman and his colleagues discovered the enzyme, which we call today reverse transcriptase, and established the phenomenon of reverse transcription. So 5 years later, they discover a disease which seems to fit and seems to have a correlation with this HTLV1 virus. But to find the potential cause of a disease 5 years before anybody's even noticed the disease is a bit like saying that Robert Koch could discover the cause of tuberculosis 5 years before anybody had even noticed tuberculosis. And then, of course, AIDS was subsequently cooked up in 1981-82 to explain why certain groups of people were ill. But nobody seemed to ask the one simple question: are we absolutely sure that all these so-called high-risk groups of people would have been perfectly well without HIV? And the answer to that has to be no.
Over the years, it became clear, despite continued protestations to the contrary, that AIDS was not spreading outside the original risk groups. It was not spreading in the way that one would be expected if this were a sexually transmitted disease and an infectious disease. With that, you would indeed find an equal distribution between the sexes as time went on, but it hasn't been like that in the countries most affected by AIDS.
The whole business of infection is wrong. In Haiti, they told me they'd followed 780 couples over 8 years. To their amazement, one couple was positive and one negative, I hasten to add. 750, 8 years? Do you know how many became both positive, concurrent, I think it's called? 36. They couldn't work it out. Why would that be?
Prostitute women don't have higher rates of HIV or AIDS than anybody else. And in fact, any research that has been done has also shown a number of other things that indicate that prostitute women are taking very good care of their health and the health of clients and the community in general, and have traditionally always used condoms. We're insisting on condoms long before the AIDS industry promoted them as the cure for AIDS.
People are being told right off the bat that HIV will kill them. It will eventually cause AIDS, and you will eventually die in almost 100% of the cases. They are not told, and I was never told in 25 years of being sexually active, that hepatitis, that gonorrhea, that syphilis would kill me, that recreational drugs would kill me, that antibiotics would kill me. I was told if I get syphilis, if I get gonorrhea, I take a drug and I get rid of them.
Back in the early 80s, there were two schools of thought very much about what was causing AIDS in a particular section of the gay community at that time. One said that it was the explanation most likely lay in substance abuse, which had become epidemic and a part of the gay scene in the gay lib years of the 70s. It's pretty clear that poppers, the amyl nitrite inhalants, are highly toxic, highly damaging drugs, probably centrally involved in AIDS in many cases of AIDS in the gay community. A sort of a cumulative consequence of that was one factor. Perhaps multiple partners where, you know, every partner that you had in that gay lib scene was like a blow for the freedom of a gay man to live his life as he wished. And so the immunological challenge from having hundreds and sometimes even thousands of partners, that too was a possible cause. Plus pooling microbes into a small group of gay men in that bathhouse scene where so many partners, so much sex was going on in a fairly contained group of guys. These factors were behavioral, they were environmental, and they were possible causes, but they were politically very non-correct to talk about those kind of causes because of the challenge to the lifestyle that had become identified with gay lib. Another way of thinking was that a new virus was causing this problem, and that was more comfortable for the gay men involved in that scene. It was more comfortable for the scientists too, who didn't want to seem homophobic to the people that they were dealing with.
Here we have a bunch of people that are definitely sick from some reason. It's likely that their behavior was so radically different than the behavior that had gone. It was an experimental kind of behavior in a way. It's not unlikely that they would have some kind of problems, some health problems. People stop sleeping and eating. People start using all kinds of substances instead of food. And they're associating with the world's getting more and more densely populated, and we're spreading more and more diseases around. It's not totally shocking that those people should come down with some diseases that'll kill them. So we don't need to postulate that there was an infection going on, since nobody actually did show that there was.
Drug addicts were starting to die of unspecified pneumonias as early as the 60s, and they had all the appearance of people with full-blown AIDS. They were weight loss, skeletally thin, very pale, malnourished, obviously, and they started to die in noticeable numbers in the 60s.
In the 1960s, two of my friends that I grew up with were heroin addicts. They both died before their 25th birthday. They both had emaciation. They had all types of infections. One of them was demented. This was no surprise to the doctors. This was called, for lack of a better word, a strung-out sick junkie. 20 years later, we are told these same people with the same presentation of symptoms have what is a 3-year mystery, and the solution becomes a virus which our federal government owns the patent for the test for.
When someone tests positive for the HIV antibody, they take nothing else into account. We just look at the HIV antibody. We don't look at all the other health problems in these people's lives. We don't look at psychology. We don't look at nutrition. We don't look at the lifestyles. So we forget all about that.
Anthony Fauci is now head of NIAID, the National Institute of Allergies and Infectious Diseases, and the super peer reviewer of AIDS research, AIDS literature, AIDS funding in the USA, and consequently very influential throughout the world. I want to know why he no longer discusses his 1970 papers, papers published 5 of them through the 1970s, about the effects of the stress hormone, cortisol, on T cells in the human body. He carried out experiments and published the results that when you inject pharmacological doses of cortisol into people, their T cell counts in peripheral blood are depleted. The T cells migrate to the bone marrow where they stimulate B cell antibody production. If it's as simple, in a sense, as that, if stress alone can reduce T cells, why is he not making the connection between the intense stress of an HIV diagnosis and the depletion of T cells? Somebody needs to get a straight answer from Anthony Fauci about that.
The more fear we have regarding our external environment, the more our adrenal glands start to secrete adrenal hormones. These very same adrenal hormones are very important in reducing the immune response. So the more we have fear of the external environment, the more greatly reduced our immune system is in handling its own internal consequences. So for example, a person with AIDS might have an immune defect or immune problem which the person is trying to cope with. But at the same time, if they're dealing with an external stress about their own life, their own existence, that external stress will weaken their immune system and allow the AIDS virus or whatever the AIDS syndrome is associated with to take more charge, more power over the individual.
There's a ritual amongst the Australian Aboriginals, which is called bone pointing. It's a very effective form of capital punishment in their society. When someone has broken a taboo, which is unacceptable, a ritual is held and a bone is pointed at them and they're told that they will die. And inevitably, in the course of 6 to 8 weeks, they do. The antibody test is exactly as effective as that. I see people again and again whose will to live and confidence to live is destroyed.
People who are told they're HIV positive have every reason to believe it. And this belief could be deadly. And we see many, many people who are otherwise healthy who suddenly stop sleeping and eating. Their whole life is turned upside down. They don't have the energy for the future. And every little health problem they have is greatly magnified as they believe this is living proof that they're dying.
There were new groups, not the original risk groups, who were also getting diseases that you could call AIDS, with the symptoms of AIDS. For example, in 1984, very early days in AIDS, our attention was drawn here in London to a disease in Uganda called Slim disease. It was called Slim disease by local people because the chief feature to them was that they lost weight and then died. In fact, it was AIDS. As it spread across Uganda into Tanzania, we could see from analyzing blood samples that HIV was spreading in exactly the same pattern. So there was a new risk group.
I feel that we have grossly overstated the seriousness of AIDS in Africa. In fact, I even wonder whether there is any kind of epidemic of AIDS in that continent. I've reached this view after looking at the issue for over a period of years now, but including within that a personal visit when the newspaper sent me to several Central African countries to talk to health ministers, virologists, hospital doctors, patients, and charitable organisers to find out what was going on. One of the first things these charitable workers did when they set up their operation back in the late 1980s in Kagera province was talk to local people and say, let's do something about this emergency that you're facing. And they found widespread pessimism and dispiritedness of a people who said, what's the point? You know, we've been told that up to half of our people test HIV positive. We're all going to die. We've no future. So one of the first things that they did after learning of that state of mind was set up their own HIV testing laboratory and institute surveys to see if the picture was really as bad as they'd been led to believe. And they found it was nothing like that, with careful repeat testing, so that your first wave of false positives were checked, and then maybe sometimes a third test. They found that the figure was nothing like 50%. In fact, in some of their surveys, it was as low as 5%. And they found that when they treated the illnesses that these people suffered from, they recovered the same as anybody else. So they'd ended up concluding that there was no AIDS in that region.
What I discovered in Africa was that the infrastructure, social, and medical is non-existent. Post-colonially, over all these 20 to 30 years now, 40, the services have disappeared. Malaria control, TB control. In areas like the Rakai in Uganda, there is no water that's clean. The pathogenic assault, the toxic assault of filthy water, malaria 11 times before you're 7 years old, diarrhea 7 times before you're 1 year old, makes your immune system very, very at risk and depressed. And if you test people with a severely challenged immune system, it is likely, according to the work of Professor Hessig and Eleni Eliopoulos now in Perth, that you will show antibodies that come up from the stress. And these antibodies are being called specific to HIV and are being called infected by HIV. I don't believe that. I believe they are auto-antibodies that are developed as a result of your body's immune stress position.
A virus as a parasite will do more damage in a body that is already weak than in one that is strong.
Many of the world's illnesses are caused by lack of drinking water and lack of sanitation, which is a direct consequence of poverty and lack of resources. And yet, a lot of the money is being poured into the AIDS industry rather than being put into the basic health care that people need to survive.
What we have is a situation where Uganda and many other Central African sub-Saharan countries are being considered as huge AIDS risk countries, and they're receiving quite a lot of money from international organizations like USAID, the Centers for Disease Control, the WHO, our Medical Research Council for AIDS. That money goes into testing or condom distribution or sex education. So what you see is huge Toyotas driving around country lanes in Uganda, full of condoms in the back, full of smart, bright, young American AIDS sex counselors, telling people that it's their fault they got AIDS or sick because they made love to somebody new, making them feel enormously guilty. And the money that should have been going to giving them medication, because, you know, I saw their dispensaries are empty, their cottage hospitals are empty, there are no medicines. The money that should have been going for TB cures, for malaria cures, for clean water, has all been stopped. It's all for AIDS. $6 million went into Uganda in 1992-3 for AIDS. $250,000 went for malaria control. How on earth can you justify that?
I think that probably a good third or half of the African AIDS cases have tuberculosis as their AIDS indicator disease. And since you have two things going on with tuberculosis, number one, it cross-reacts on the HIV antibody tests, and number two, it can cause T-cell depletion all by itself, then you've got a big problem in Africa. Do these people have AIDS or do they have tuberculosis? Of course, in Africa, they don't do T-cell counts and they don't do HIV antibody tests for the most part anyhow because they don't have the money. And so you don't even know who would be positive in Africa. It's all just a big guessing game.
People who tested positive were at more risk in that the test picked up immune system activation from this great variety of causes, whether it was malaria, whether it was TB, whether it was the leprosy agent, whether it was activity of these microbes and many others in Africa because of chronic malnutrition. In those circumstances, people were testing positive in millions who had nothing to do with any new disease agent. And that was the great tragedy of this test.
The healthcare budgets in many African countries are just so low, so minimal, that they don't perform these tests at all. They do it on the basis of a clinical case definition, and that definition includes such things as weight loss of greater than 10% of your body weight, chronic diarrhea, a persistent fever and cough, things like that, which are very nonspecific symptoms. In fact, those symptoms could be the symptoms of tuberculosis or any other number of things. But in Africa, they can give you an AIDS diagnosis based on that constellation of symptoms.
I recently went to Haiti because I'm writing a book about AIDS, about our 9-year experience. It's called Only Make Believe. And I went to Haiti to research a chapter called Whatever Happened to AIDS in Haiti. I went to one of the hospices there. It was actually St. Teresa's Hospice in the middle of Port-au-Prince in Haiti, where they told me there were lots of AIDS cases. I was shown round by a very, very nice Mother Superior, the nun, and she was obviously doing her best, but didn't know, in a sense, how awful it was, what was going on. She told me that 100% of the people in these wards had TB. But because the charity had enough money to test them for HIV, they sent everyone's blood for testing. 90% of the women in the ward I was in, she said, were HIV positive. Because they had AIDS and were going to die anyway, they were not receiving medication for TB. Well, as you know, if you have TB, you're very likely to test positive because there's a cross-reaction. And they weren't being treated because they were going to die anyway. And this is something I saw in Africa as well. The death sentence means, let's not bother, you know?
Haemophiliacs have a single gene defect in one of two clotting factors, and the more severely affected need treatment. The symptoms they get, bleeding, is well described, well defined, and is different from AIDS. Now, if you're saying, well, no evidence from haemophiliacs is valid because they are not as healthy as, say, you or me, well, too bad. I just disagree with you.
The idea that hemophiliacs are healthy people is utterly absurd. Hemophilia itself is immune suppressive. When you compound that by multiple blood transfusions, each blood transfusion is known to suppress the immune system. The body is having to cope with innumerable factors from another person's blood, and this itself causes immune suppression.
Haemophiliacs have always had the haemophilia condition which has rendered them ill. The clotting factor that they'd been given since the late 60s was alleged to have infected most of them, if not all of them, with hepatitis viruses, or hepatitis agents as they were called.
The hemophiliacs, which were since '69 were given prophylactically factor VIII preparation, which was forbidden before because they were afraid of antibody production against the factor preparations because they're very impure. Only 0.3% is pure activity. The rest is cellular debris, proteins, foreign proteins. There are all the liver diseases coming from in the case of hemophiliacs. And of course, this results in positivity. They have huge amounts of foreign proteins introduced to their body. The body makes antibodies against, and then they come up with a positive HIV test.
In America, you have 11,500 people who are supposed to have been infected with HIV via contaminated factor VIII. The only evidence that we have that any hemophiliacs are infected with HIV is antibodies. HIV has never, ever been isolated in factor VIII. I've offered a £5,000 reward for that. Duesberg cannot give me a reference. Baltimore cannot give me a reference. Gallo cannot give me a reference. Montagnier can't give me a reference. John Maddox at Nature, nobody can give me a reference. The simple fact is HIV was not and could not have been in factor VIII.
Virtually all the factor VIIIs that was alleged to have infected the haemophiliacs was commercially made from paid donors' plasma. In other words, people walked into bucket shops and sold their plasma for so much a donation because they needed the money. That meant everybody from Bowery bums to winos to drug addicts, very sick, very poor people who couldn't manage on welfare stamps. They needed the money.
When they were switched to a purified form of factor VIII treatment, one that didn't contain proteins from thousands and millions in some instances with these preparations of other people, that their immune systems, on the basis of the very basic T-cell counting, which has always been a hallmark of decline towards AIDS, their immune systems become stronger. The T cell counts do a U-turn in many instances.
A study on haemophilia in Edinburgh, which had shown that only the HIV positives got AIDS and the HIV negative haemophiliacs didn't. Actually, that interpretation, as Duesberg pointed out to me, was not accurate. Half of the HIV positives got AIDS, and half of the HIV positive haemophiliacs didn't, but nobody ever said that. And the only ones that got AIDS had a genetically inherited blood disorder, a very severe one. It's called HLA haplotype or something like that.
Is there a link between the drugs given to treat AIDS and the AIDS condition itself?
The so-called late-term effects of AIDS are actually, to the effects of the antiretrovirals and other drugs that could be in the environment. Late effects of fungal infections, even without antifungals, will be identical. The levels of T cells are affected in similar ways by high infections of Candida. Certain anti-inflammatories can give you similar effects. A hodgepodge of medical products can give you similar effects. Saying that only, quote, HIV-related AIDS will cause these effects is being completely ignorant of pharmacology.
Sulfa drugs known as Septrim, Bactrim, Cotrimoxole and TMP-SMX have been used since the 70s extensively against infections. This therapy, used in all HIV positive tested people today, damages the bone marrow where the cells of the immune system are formed. They damage the thymus gland where these cells are elevated. They damage the intestinal mucosa that we need to uptake nutrition. And it damages the mitochondria that we need as an antioxidative and respiratory system.
I initially was diagnosed in '89 and tested at a 900 level T4 count and was prescribed at that time AZT, which I took for a month and a half. And of course subsequently became very, very ill from it. And I decided in the meantime that as I was taking AZT to find out more about the drug, and as I learned it was extremely toxic, and I decided then to stop taking it and immediately got better. So at that point I had already had an early experience with the medical system and HIV treatment that had scared me and made me realize that they probably didn't know as much as they told me they knew about treatment.
AZT actually, according to the Merck manual and according to the manufacturer, is in and of itself a profoundly toxic, potent immunosuppressive drug.
I don't know how many of the people who have died, so-called of AIDS, have actually died of AZT, because it certainly would wreck your immune system to take that stuff for a few years. It's like if you started taking any other chemotherapeutic agent for the rest of your life, it would be that agent probably that killed you. You know, when you give chemotherapy to somebody with cancer, you give them a round of it for maybe 14 days or a few days. Hopefully you're not going to kill the patient, you're going to kill the cancer. The patient's going to survive. But you don't keep giving it to him until he dies, because he certainly will. And AZT is just like those things. It's a little more lethal than most of the anti-cancer things that people take for that.
AZT not only terminates DNA synthesis of all sorts, but it also acts in other ways. It acts in the mitochondria to lead to the oxidation of the mitochondrial DNA in ways which were not suspected. I'm thinking of the work of Miyazawa and Ozawa. It destroys mitochondrial function, and the mitochondria may be the secret to the degenerative diseases. AZT causes instant old age. AZT causes you to age more rapidly.
The Glaxo Wellcome Company needed a new market. So they've latched on to pregnant women, people who've been told that they weren't at any particular risk for AIDS until now, people who are a brand new market, who are very naive about this stuff, who don't know what this horrible drug does, and they're being coerced practically bludgeoned by the medical establishment to have themselves tested for HIV, and if they test positive, they're going to have this full court press from the medical establishment to get them to take AZT, and they'll say, well, it's for the good of your baby. You don't want your baby to be born with the deadly AIDS virus, do you? What they're not saying, of course, is that in the studies that they cited to justify this nonsense, only 25% of the babies born to HIV-positive mothers tested positive themselves in the control group. So we're talking about 3/4 of the babies who will never have this, even if HIV does anything, which I don't believe it does. And besides, the babies who were born to mothers who took AZT were 3 times as likely to have birth defects as the babies in the control group. So this is really an incredibly dangerous push.
The PENTA trial is a trial of where AZT is being given to very young children, most of whom are black. 71% in Britain of the children involved in the PENTA trial are black. And the trial is designed to establish whether AZT should be given early on or later in the child's lifetime. And these children are HIV positive. They don't have symptoms of AIDS, so they're perfectly healthy children. And many of the children involved in the PENTA trial have suffered very serious side effects.
They're making a lot of money off the marketing of AZT, and what we've seen with other drugs is that when they're proved to be toxic in industrialized countries, they then take that same drug to the third world, and it's then dumped onto third world people whose health is already undermined by poverty, overwork, and lack of resources.
These drug companies shouldn't be saying, okay, we got the drug now that we make a bundle off of this drug. We don't need to do further investigation into how to make it better for the people with AIDS that need the drug. All we need to do is take the money and stick it in our pocket, and then we'll, throw a couple of, tens of thousands of dollars around for some educationals about our drugs that we want people to buy, and that'll make us good community contributors. We need to demonstrate to the world that this is where it begins. This is Wall Street. This is the stock market. This is the embodiment of all that is capitalist and free trade and free market in the world. And that, we're in a situation where we're being held hostage by pharmaceutical industry, because we have a desperate population that wants drugs.
As I understand it, Burroughs Wellcome saw very early on that they could make a move into a new market. You can hardly blame them. That's what capitalism is. It's an ever-expanding market, isn't it? And of course, in this country, along with Professor Robin Weiss, they developed one of the first antibody tests, which gave them an open door to sell the drugs to the people who tested positive on their test.
Burroughs Wellcome and all of the other drug companies are making millions and millions of dollars off these drugs. The new protease inhibitors that are out there right now, they require you, in most cases, to take other antiviral drugs with the protease inhibitors. In other words, you just don't take the protease inhibitors, you take the AZT and the DDI or the DDC. Combination of all these drugs. The drug companies are making a fortune.
There's a lengthy story that one could go into in greater detail there about how the charitable arm of Wellcome actually sold off their shares just in time to avoid the Wellcome share price crash that followed the results of the Concord trial, the first results of the Concord trial being released. People, shrewd money realized that AZT was not, but what about shrewd patients? I mean, an awful lot of patients are still swallowing it. I think people are denied the information in order to become shrewd patients. If there were more shrewd patients and less shrewd investors, we'd be better off.
A lot of people are dying now because of hepatic failure and because of renal failure, because the toxicities that develop in the liver due to the protease inhibitors and the nucleotide analogs being used in the combination that are being used now are toxic.
There was one paper at the recent retrovirus conference that showed that 29% of people taking protease inhibitors in rural Idaho who had never taken anything were resistant to it. So, I think that there are people who seem to feel they're benefiting from this, but this is like every other drug that's come out on the market. It's not the savior. Not only is it exorbitantly priced, But my fear, and this is what some of the papers are showing, is that pretty soon people who are taking these combos are going to be resistant to everything.
What they look for is surrogate markers. Now, have you heard that term battered about? Surrogate markers means, well, it doesn't seem to do anything for the disease, but it does every now and then do something for the level of CD4 cells that we measure, or it does something for this or that. Not that anybody really knows whether you want more or less CD4 cells at any particular time in your life. A lot of diseases cause CD4 to go up. A lot of diseases cause it to go down. Nobody's even sure if a CD4 cell is always a CD4 cell. It's a marker on the cell at the time that they do this little counting procedure, which is to stick a fluorescent tag on there and say the ones that light up have CD4 on the outside. And we don't really know what those cells do. The immune system is incredibly complicated. And the immunologists' brains are not nearly complicated enough to deal with it. We have these little, there are theories all over the place, but no real competent immunologist would tell you that CD4 levels was a surrogate marker for anything until we know more about it. But that's what they're using. That's what the FDA is saying, yeah. You don't have to show that it helps them. These protease inhibitors, the same thing. You don't have to show that it helps the patient. You don't have to show a single life saved. All you have to do is show some little clinical indicator has changed in a way that somebody is hoping is going to make you better.
I've met hundreds of patients. I've interviewed them. T cells, 1, 0, 30, 80, perfectly healthy people, and they just go on like that. T cells, I don't think they have any idea what T cells are.
The margin of error in counting T cells is incredible. And there's also a huge margin of error in viral loads. What day of the week you take it, how stressed out you are. It's not just, what medication you're on.
Why are we spending more money each year on AIDS research and treatment than on cancer and heart disease combined?
The last time these figures were worked out in the UK, the spending on research and education per AIDS death was in the order of £290,000. By comparison, the figure for heart disease was only £50.07. The spending on AIDS is hugely disproportionate by comparison with almost any other medical syndrome.
A lot of the research monies, both on a private and a governmental level, are being put into research on triple combination therapies, which is not a bad thing. We do need to know more things, but we need to have less of an emphasis completely on this one approach.
If the medical community would be spending the money that they've spent on AIDS over the last 10 to 15 years on finding out how to repair a damaged immune system, I feel most of the immune-suppressed diseases that exist today we would have a cure for.
The scientists who started AIDS, I don't think they knew what they were doing to begin with. They were retrovirologists who had fought the so-called war on cancer, which we lost, by the way, and they were looking for another disease that they could say that retroviruses cause, and it had to be something infectious. So I think they went into it with a certain mindset. We need an infectious disease because we're retrovirologists, and if we don't have some kind of a disease that goes along with our germs, then we're kind of out of a job.
Entire buildings at Harvard Medical School have been built with AIDS money, and entire professorships have been endowed there.
The way to get rid of AIDS is to stop funding it. Just stop everything that's called AIDS research. Somebody tries to get a grant for AIDS research, say, we don't do it anymore. We don't have AIDS. If you want to study pneumocystis carinii, we'll maybe look at your paper and see if you've got something to say about that. You want to study any one of those diseases by itself, try to cure it, we'll talk about that. But we're not going to talk about AIDS anymore.
There's a huge industry created out of it. About $6 billion of American taxpayer money alone, not to mention all the private money, that has built this monster of a out-of-control organization.
The reason that you can't have the money scaled back, even though there is no epidemic, is because there are very strong pressure groups and interest groups involved with AIDS. There are immunologists and virologists and the pharmaceutical companies who are all trying to find vaccines and antiviral drugs to deal with HIV. And such is the asymmetry of information. The public still believe that it is a general threat, that it's been very difficult for these fundings to be cut back. It also, of course, has the support of Hollywood and other very popular public figures supporting it in a way that other very severe and disabling diseases such as multiple sclerosis don't.
This is just the culmination of a long series of mistakes, starting in this century with pellagra in the United States, which is a vitamin deficiency, which, despite all the evidence to the contrary, they ascribe to a pathogen. And it is much more serious than AIDS or many of the other diseases that are currently causing problems in the world. People were locked up by the thousands, and all completely in vain.
The definition of AIDS is so complicated that nobody can understand it. You know, and it's like, it's the same kind of thing that was, it's like it becomes, when beliefs get tangled up with facts, matters of fact, become matters of religious kind of significance, where if somebody gets mad at you for asking him a question in a scientific meeting, or says, we're never going to have Kerry Mullis at the European Union of whatever kind of scientists, so they put it in Nature, because he came in there and had the audacity to tell people that it might not be that bad to have sex, that AIDS might not be something you get from sex, that I don't see any evidence for it, is all I said. I don't see any evidence for it. Why? You can't tell young people that. We'll never have you in Europe again. I mean, there was actually that sort of kind of thing. See, that's a religious thing.
Initially, when AIDS first hit the gay community, gays seized on the HIV model as a way of saying, well, we don't have to worry, it wasn't anything we did, it wasn't our lifestyle, it was a virus, it was totally impersonal. It was just something that happened and we happened to be caught up in it first. In the last few years, something very interesting has happened, that you've had people in the gay community starting to blame other people in the gay community for saying, you had the wrong kind of sex, you didn't wear condoms, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, you got HIV and it's your fault. So the same people who in 1990 were saying Peter Duesberg is a homophobe because he says people who use drugs got AIDS, he's blaming the victims for their illness. And now the same people who used to say that are themselves blaming the victims for their illnesses. They're saying it's because you had the wrong kind of sex, because you weren't cautious enough, you didn't wear a condom every time. So it's amazing to see those guilt feelings simply transferred from one explanation to another.
AIDS has actually been used as a very convenient weapon by the government for repressive legislation of all kinds. In the States, there has been legislation to introduce mandatory testing of prostitute women for AIDS, and which is accompanied by very heavy prison sentences. And our sister organisation, US Prostitutes Collective, spearheaded opposition to that legislation and had a good effect in preventing it being used in a much more widespread way, in a way that the government there was actually intending. And here, AIDS has been used for immigration controls, to actually hound women off the streets in many areas, and in other ways that has been very damaging.
From the very beginning, Black people were targeted along with lesbian and gay communities, prostitute women, immigrant people generally. Those communities were targeted as high risk or as the cause of the spread of the disease, which is now, it's even in question what AIDS is and what the relationship between HIV and AIDS is. And so from the very beginning, that, Black people were targeted.
Africa is always described as the place where, because 50% of the HIV cases are in women, that heterosexual spread is to blame. Africa is a country where they say everyone has so much sex all the time, that they're spreading this virus terribly, and that the lorry drivers are spreading it up and down the big highways. It's all wrong, and it is not only wrong, it is a crime to do this to that continent and to those people.
If you want to look at it as in a big picture, AIDS is a Hegelian, you know, it's the pendulum swinging back to the right. It's saying less permissiveness. You know, people that don't pay attention to their grandmother's code of ethics are going to suffer for it. All right, and it's, I mean, you can figure out all the little mechanisms of how that happened, but you can also just look at it in the big picture and say, yeah, that was going to happen.
Everybody's on the bandwagon now. There's been so much so-called AIDS education, which to me is just propaganda, that I think just about everybody that knows about AIDS is terrified, and they're so uneducated about the realities of AIDS. What passes for AIDS education now is just nonsense about condoms or clean needles or don't have sex with anybody. The only way you can be free from AIDS is by being a monk in a monastery. I guess that's what AIDS education amounts to.
I was definitely a poster child, being both positive, someone who managed to remain healthy for several years with HIV disease, and because of those qualifications, I was used a lot by the AIDS industry to give lectures, community education services and stuff. Since I have become an AIDS dissident, I am absolutely not allowed to discuss these kind of things. In fact, with my former employees, it was not, it was frowned upon if I wanted to do community education. I'm considered dangerous, reckless, irresponsible, and deadly, and have been called that by major AIDS organizations in Massachusetts.
I've had experiences where I've talked to people who believe in the HIV/AIDS model, gay people, and it reminds me of the conversations I have with fundamentalist Christians who believe that homosexuality is a moral evil and that we're all sinners doomed to hell. It's the same kind of closed-mindedness, the same kind of ardent belief in authority, the same kind of shock that anybody could dare question this. They take it as this kind of self-appointed, self-revealed truth that no one can raise a question to.
The scientists are, like you say, they are considered the final arbiters of what's good for the planet or what's bad for the planet. And they hadn't got the slightest idea. Instead of wearing white robes, they wear white lab coats, you know. Instead of bringing you the word of God, they bring you the word of the EPA or whatever. And they don't have to understand what it is that they're making you do, in fact. And people, you know, I think they fall naturally into it because there is a need in humanity for something like a religion, something that makes you feel a part of some larger kind of group, something that you think, in spite of your wormy little life, makes you a part of something good, something big.
The AIDS foundations, the AIDS groups have become, in my estimation, totally self-serving. They are existing on their own. There's a lot of mostly pharmaceutical money and government money that's channeled.
It's easy to concentrate on money figures, but the more pertinent statistic is the number of staff involved in this. There's no other medical disease where there are so many more staff than there are patients.
15 years ago, organizations were started out of hard work and a lot of dedication by a handful of people who were interested in helping people who were dying of AIDS. Once the government funding became so overwhelmingly available to organizations, the charity and the humanity of these organizations went right down the tubes, and what it all became about is profit, making money, supplying salaries to people. We have many organizations in the gay community right now here in San Diego that are paying $30,000 to $40,000 salaries to 2 or 3 people to do jobs that somebody who dropped out of high school could do.
The gay communities, the gay organizations are quite happy to accept these funds and go down the lines that they're expected to go down.
But they haven't had any major successes.
Of course not. And
Well,
I believe
at what point, gay or not, do you start to realize that
well,
if
now,
you're not getting results, shouldn't you change direction?
5 years ago, 10 years ago, all this should have been done. I absolutely agree. They should long ago have started looking at all the various other options. But it is probably the financing which is blinkering people, because the financing is only going in certain directions. But people, and it comes back, I'm afraid, to the journalists, should be pointing out that this is the case. But I'm afraid the journalists just are not doing the job that should be done.
One of the things to remember about the AIDS epidemic is that it has created a new government bureaucracy, and it has created one of the largest money government bureaucracies. And like every other government welfare program, there is big money involved and there is corruption involved from the top to the bottom. The problem is that there are many people learning how to take advantage of this system. There are many people with 800 T cells with no opportunistic infections that are getting Social Security checks based on the simple fact that they have night sweats or that they're psychologically unable to handle a normal lifestyle and a normal job. This is the type of corruption that you're seeing across the board from one end of the country to the next.
You never have to work again. You get on Social Security disability, and because the government is so nice about this, they expedite your application if it says HIV on it. You can get Section 8 housing subsidies, a lot of free food, free meals from the AIDS Foundation or other similar organizations. In fact, I've gotten into arguments with people who've pointed out to me, well, look, I'm getting free food, I'm getting free rent, I don't have to work again in my life. I can't afford it if you guys are right that HIV doesn't cause AIDS. And what really bothers me most about the way so many people with HIV who are otherwise totally healthy are scamming the social welfare system is that people who have real diseases, who are genuinely ill, are not being helped.
It lets people off the hook to believe in the virus. It really lets people off the hook, buying in self-responsibility to take care of their own lives, think for themselves, question, and take care of their bodies.
Here comes Gallo and Montagnier and the NIH saying, that's right, it's something else. It's something you didn't have, you're not responsible for it. You're just the beginning of it. We're all going to get it. And they like that so much because they said, we can go right ahead and do what we're doing. We just have to do a few little things differently and then we'll be okay. They cling to that, you know, and they think if you suggest that it's their activity, that the way they live their life, that you're a homophobe or something, you're some kind of an idiot. There's something wrong with you. There's some of them that aren't that stupid, but you know, there's a lot of them that are religiously associated with the notion. They believe in the notion that it is an infectious thing that will eventually sweep across the planet and kill everybody.
I suspect that people who've lived fast and taken a lot of drugs throughout history have had shorter lifespans than people who have proceeded carefully and supported their metabolism through a long life. I'm 36 years old. As a gay man, I didn't experience the political liberation of the 60s, but there's definitely a sense amongst gay men, and I hear it again and again these days, that they don't want to get old anyway. Maybe that has some impact on the way that they view their priorities.
I feel that science and the world of medicine really owe a duty to themselves and to the public to see what went wrong in this HIV story and to come to grips with some of these issues about personal agendas and how they can influence the way we see the world. Because if we're to trust scientific observation, we're obviously going to need more than just looking down microscopes and publishing papers in Science and Nature. We're going to need a different way of tackling science that takes on board something of the observer's own agendas, at least becomes more aware of them, rather than just looking at things from outside, because that clearly has failed us in the case of HIV and AIDS.
Are we really interpreting what we're seeing with all this marvelous technology in the right way? It's throwing out tons of data, but what restricts us in interpreting that data is the received wisdom. So we've got space-age technology, but Stone Age thinking patterns. And I'm wondering how far received wisdom, which Paul Feyerabend assures us is only ever at best partially right, is our limited capacity for thinking about the data holding us back from really discovering what is going on.
Scientists are not supposed to believe anything. Scientists are supposed to have some evidence that leads them tentatively to some conclusion or to some action. They're supposed to be able to show that to other scientists. Any interested person, in fact, who's willing to understand what it is that was used as evidence should be able to say, yeah, I agree with that. That makes sense, using rules of inference that we've used since Aristotle. Okay, and it's not complicated at all. You learn it in the 6th grade. Most scientists forget it pretty quickly. But science is not a set of beliefs.
The whole thing might have been based on bogus science. It's a big thing to take on board, that it's a kind of pathological science, not a deliberate deception, but a sort of sickness that has gripped these great communities, these great professionals. And to take that on board is a big challenge to your sense of your place in the world. I think that's been the biggest factor that in the more recent years has led to this sensitivity about anything that could challenge the HIV theory.
The way it's done now is it's rather medieval, and it counts on the fact that it's not true anymore, that scientists never lie, that scientists will always be honest, and that they aren't each other's competitor, that they're each other's colleague.
Well, there are a lot of people who disbelieve what I say, but that's to be expected, and that's quite healthy. And that, in fact, is very productive, because disbelief in science is the essence of progress. We don't get anywhere in science by belief. We get anywhere by using data, by elaborating hypotheses, putting them to the test. We shouldn't despise criticism in science. We should welcome it.
It's almost always flourished better when, dissent was expected and, in fact, encouraged. To have a central authority like the NIH making all the medical decisions is kind of ridiculous.
It's too dangerous for the government to fund basic research, because with government funds comes politics, and politics only permits one view to prevail rather than competing views. It's my proposal that science and scientific research, basic research, be funded by a variety of different sources. Companies, for example, wealthy individuals, foundations, religious and social orders. All of these things would come into existence, and actually are coming into existence now that federal funding is waning.
Science nowadays, it's no science anymore. It's more about public relation, power, business, industry. They are not independent anymore. And I think reading old literature, where you can feel the spirit of science, they were in search of something. Of course, they were on wrong concepts, wrong models, but they don't know. But it was a working hypothesis. You feel the spirit of science, and this has definitely been lost, sure. First they have an idea, then they patent the idea, then they develop experiments, and then they make their clinical studies and they sell the product.
All the way down from the physics area, down to biology, there's very bad things that have happened as a result of the fact that scientists are no longer, like they were in the 17th century, self-supported aristocrats doing science for the fun of it. There are now people like they're middle-class people who are doing it for money, and they're not being paid for the methods they employ or the quality of the science they're doing. They're being paid basically by people who don't understand that and who pay them for the results they get. So certain results will get you a grant, other results will not.
People have to ask questions. The questions I'm asking and the questions other people in England are asking are what we're called dissidents, because we ask the simple questions. Does HIV exist? Does having a HIV antibody mean you have HIV? Does HIV kill T cells? Is AIDS really one disease? Are people dying of the same diseases? Are the incubation periods different in every country? Is the definition of AIDS different in every country? Is the definition of a so-called HIV antibody positive result? It's different in every country. It changes from laboratory to laboratory. The whole thing's just a complete mess.
And there's the thing that I learned like back in 1968 when I first published a paper by myself in Nature in a field that I had no expertise in at all. There are no old wise men up there at the top of science, which I really did until '68. I would have thought, you know, if you try to publish a dumb paper in a journal like Nature, it won't get published. If you try to publish a good paper in there, like I later tried to publish PCR, the invention of PCR, in the same journal, and they didn't take it. So it's up there. There isn't an up there. There's no place up on the Academy of Science is just a bunch of idiots, just like everybody else. You know, the editors of journals, austere journals even, they're just busy with their little lives and stuff. There are no old wise men up on the top making sure that we don't do something really dumb.
The next generation of younger doctors is going to now be able to see all the information before them. Your work, Peter Duesberg's work, our work. Then things will begin to change. Between now and then, the nearest we're going to get is the specialists saying, well, you know, we've realized that HIV is probably not entirely to blame, but, you know, the test was always a useful marker. They'll backtrack a little bit, but they'll never give HIV up.
I don't believe that red ribbons are enough, and I don't think anybody does. AIDS isn't a fashion statement. I've lost too many people. I've lost everybody I know.
I realize the information that I have given you is controversial. It is shocking because it's a direct affront. It's a direct challenge to everything we have been led to believe was true and right about the war on AIDS. It is not meant to bring doubt into the minds of those who have suffered from what we're calling AIDS or have lost people to the cause of AIDS. Rather, is to let us know that there is a legitimate concern in the minds of those people who are also trying to deal with this condition, that we have been misled. We have put our energies and resources and emotions in the wrong direction, that we need a true reevaluation, a fair and a balanced evaluation, something that has hitherto not existed. I thank you very much for watching this. I'm Gary Knoll.